In a world where a zombie apocalypse reigns supreme, supplies and weapons are the only things that matter to the survivors. Unlike the rest, our MC has everything he needs. Xiaoyang knew that the apocalypse was coming soon and prepared in advance. He built his fortress, stocked up on supplies, and gathered his friends to live comfortably in the midst of the apocalypse. But all the supplies would have run out soon if he hadn't received a system that gives him tasks to complete. By doing so, he receives loot boxes with valuable rewards, resources, and buffs that make him stronger. And it all started, as always, with betrayal. Inside an abandoned warehouse, our main character is hanging onto a thread. Literally. Below him are a bunch of zombies, ready to have their meal served fresh. Zhang Xiaoyang's shitty girlfriend calls him out and takes great joy in telling him that she has already killed all his friends. Poor Xiaoyang reflects on his life, realizing that he has made some serious mistakes and they've cost him his friends' lives. He deems himself at fault, shouting at the woman and promising her a painful death. But of course, an empty threat like that from the position he's in means nothing to this bitch, who clings to her sugar daddy and moans about getting her feelings hurt. The Fatso leader thinks it's time for them to see Xiaoyang tortured to death. To rub salt on the wound, he even thanks our boy for leaving behind all of his supplies, which will help sustain them for a few months without any worries. And well, our main character meets his doom as he falls into the cage of zombies. The freak shows immediately pounce on him, tearing apart his flesh, as he remains helpless, writhing in pain. Though Xiaoyang's screams reach the skies, he makes a final declaration with a vengeance. If he's given a second chance by Truck Kun, he's going to make it his life's goal to destroy both Kuijing and Li Shuxiang. The regression isekai gods apparently heard his wish because in the very next scene, Bro awakens in his past self. In front of him is Kuijing, giving us a nice view of her dump truck to redeem herself. Being the gold digger that she is, she shouts at our boy for not adding her name to his property. Xiaoyang exclusively ignores her yapping and processes the situation around him. He quickly realizes that he's regressed to a time just before the apocalypse sent the world to hell. A weight of guilt looms over him, as he recalls the painful betrayal he experienced at the hands of Kuijing, the fake hoe who graduated from the University of Yapology. The betrayal resulted in his family's inheritance getting squashed, as well as his wealth getting destroyed. Damn, I don't even think a zombie apocalypse was necessary. This woman is a walking apocalypse herself. Let's talk about the specifics of what happened. Just like your typical zombie outbreak story, humans suddenly became infected with a virus and began hunting each other down. Thanks to Xiaoyang's excellent connections and reliable friends, he was able to form a safe zone to help the survivors. Everything was proceeding smoothly, until one day, the apologist arrived to seek shelter. She pretended to be helpless and lost, and because of her pathetic state, our boy took pity on her and invited her in. That became his most regrettable mistake he ever made. Playing the nice guy cost him. She easily took advantage of the situation and invited her own group inside the safe zone. The fact that this same woman is standing a few feet apart from him and shouting at him to give him money is all you need to know about how insufferable she is. Our boy is giving her the look of death and wants to strangle her, but he knows that there's no point rushing things right now. However, he does shove her outside because she just won't shut up. The door slams shut on Kuijing's face, and her confusion is satisfying to see. The same dude who she treated as her slave all this time suddenly has the balls to kick her out without any issues. Back to his apartment, Xiaoyang quickly glances at the calendar, realizing that he's only got a month in preparation before the world-ending apocalypse rears its head on him. Suddenly, something strange happens as a system screen pops up, activating the apocalypse system. His objective is to own a piece of land and prepare a year's worth of supplies. Something tells me the system must be taking inspiration from Genghis Khan. Did I mention the reward? It's 10 points, which can be exclusively exchanged for rewards at the store. Seeing the happy expression on his face, you can tell how Xiaoyang's feeling. He's really glad to discover his fancy new system that can help him manage through the apocalypse. Inside the store, there are only 3 items for now. An enhancement potion, a survival kit, and a protagonist's supply box, which I find interesting. Each of them can be exchanged for different point costs. Things are already going better for him than he anticipated, as Xiaoyang quickly remembers just how miserable he was during this point in his life. Because he wanted to gather every tiny penny for Kuijing's dowry, he skipped out on his meals and starved himself to save costs. Imagine doing all of that for a girl that still ends up betraying you. Anyway, he grabs his phone, realizing he should order some food because the zombies won't let him have any of it anyway. That same night, the scene cuts to him savoring at the sight of his dinner, personalizing his expensive takeout experience. Bro is so eager to taste quality pork that the moment he takes a single bite, he gets the power of the gods and becomes shredded as hell. Just kidding, but that's definitely how it feels because of the amazing taste. So he starts munching down on the food like a Victorian child who hasn't eaten in days, and the next thing he knows is his phone blasting up. Xiaoyang checks it and realizes that it's a call from Kuijing's best friend, Wen Shuya. In typical toxic best friend fashion, she starts mouthing off at him on the phone for dismissing his girlfriend. The chick gets on his nerves so much that he hangs up on her. Instead, he focuses on his objective to acquire a piece of land. His current goal is to build a powerful fortress that can easily be defended, but also shares the facility of water and forests nearby. So the following day, our boy gets to work. He's making way inside a real estate company and talks to a property consultant to assist him with his request. She greets her customer, inquiring about his intentions to buy or rent a house. Before he could answer, their conversation is interrupted by Xiaoning's superior, who orders her to work on bottom-tier tasks instead of being at the front. This asshole is actually the company's sales manager, Ju. He shoves her aside and tells her to go work at the back, even though she was perfectly fine assisting a client. Manager Ju is a discriminating corporate douchebag who calls Xiaoyang a brokey from one look at his outfit. Our boy quickly defends himself, calling out the disrespectful manager's words. Instead of apologizing, the manager doubles down on his take, emphasizing that people like Xiaoyang can't even afford a toilet, and therefore shouldn't be taken seriously. Xiaoyang despises this guy's guts and promises to ruin his confidence with his next move. Bro whips out an American Express card and proudly declares that he's here to buy land. The fact that he's out here to buy land causes all of them to get startled and roaring in shock, realizing that they've struck gold with this customer. The consultant Xiaoning nicely tells him to come along, as she'll brief him properly with a detailed account. The whole thing gets under Manager Ju's nerves, who thinks that this kid is bragging without any money to back it up for it. In the next scene, Xiaoning presents him with a list of land options for him to purchase. But our boy's not here to look around from a list. Instead, he plans to speak his exact requirements so they can get something for him. First off, he wants the place to be near the mountains with a fresh and flowing water source. A proper transportation system should also be there. And lastly, he'd prefer a factory or a big house situated upon it. With his exact requirements in mind, Xiaoning considers her options. Manager Ju decides to swing in with a recommendation in order to humiliate our boy. It's true that there's a plot in the East District, but it's incomplete and riddled with unfinished factories and other complications. That's why Xiaoning doesn't want to recommend it. However, this arrogant lad doesn't care. He thinks that Xiaoyang is intentionally litzing ridiculous requirements because a customer like him never has any intention of buying in the first place. To that, our boy raises a question, wanting to know if the East District plot really does satisfy his requirements. Xiaoning agrees, but reminds him about the unfinished factories and the project leader exiting the project. Checking the records of the plot, Xiaoyang quickly realizes that he might actually have something going for him. This is a nice plot, easy to defend with a barbed wire enclosure and difficult to approach or attack. The fact that there are unfinished factories is a bonus for him. Right away, he agrees to purchase the plot and sign the contract. The polite consultant lowers her head in agreement, but she's totally shocked that her customer is about to buy a place with unfinished factories roaming around. Xiaoyang doesn't exactly give a damn and wants the contract to be brought up, so he can shove some shit in the manager's mouth. Hilariously, in the next scene, Manager Ju is screaming at the bill, questioning how the hell anyone could leave a giant deposit. It doesn't make sense to cover millions for a plot with a bunch of rundown factories on it. Here's the best part. Xiaoyang quickly turns up to remind him about the deal. Since he's purchased the plot, the manager has to eat a fresh load of crap. As Xiaoyang is walking away, even the other customers are ridiculing the manager, streaming his reaction and awaiting his performance. They're so ready to volunteer for the task. Let's go back to our boy. Recalling his two main missions from the Apocalypse system, he's just taken care of one by spending his bride money on purchasing land. His next concern is to stockpile a ton of resources for a year. As he's walking away, Shuxiang actually sees him and wonders what the guy is doing here. Fudgy the whale then glances at the ridiculous scene taking place in front of him. People have Manager Ju on his knees, and they're force-feeding him shit on a live stream. Damn, now that's a fate worse than death. The disgusting scene is replaced by a seductive one, presenting Kui Jing in all her curvaceous glory. The woman suddenly receives a call from Shuxiang, who quickly informs her about Xiaoyang's visit to the real estate company. And yep, that definitely gets her going because her main question is, how the hell was he able to buy land and with what money? Shuxiang reports the exact deposit details and reports that this man probably spent his bride's money on it. Kui Ping is pissed off after learning that the money she deserved is being used for his personal expenses. Instead of getting her riled up, Big Mac Attack tells her to just ask the guy himself and see what's going on. Her yapping goes on, and I'll gladly skip that part because who wants to hear that? Back to our boy, who is busy reflecting on his next idea. The big problem comes in the form of money, as he'll need a lot of it to cover for resources and work around building his base. His peaceful pondering is annihilated with a loud banging on his door. Bro probably thinks the FBI discovered something in his browser history. But no, it's just Dumb and Dumber, two of the most annoying women on the entire planet, and they're furious with the way Xiaoyang spent Kui Jing's money. Completely confused by the situation, the dude wonders what the hell is going on. Kui Jing does not spare him a chance to say anything and straight up accuses him of using her money to buy land. Not just that, she claims ownership over the land he just bought too. As you can tell, Xiaoyang finds her accusations to be ridiculous. First, he slaps her shoulder with a pile of cash, and then he reminds her that he's never going to allow a woman like her to spend even a single cent. In fact, he even brings up his knowledge of Shuxiang and Kui Jing dating each other in secret, which ultimately surprises her even more. Worst bestie of the year chimes in to cover for her friend, acting innocent and stating that it's just a misunderstanding between a couple. However, our boy isn't convinced and straight up calls her a cheater for playing him against her sugar daddy. Slamming the door on her face, he tells her to get lost. Instead of feeling guilty over her actions, the one thing that bothers Jing is how our boy was able to discover their secret relationship. That's how you know this woman is very messed up. She doesn't even care about the fact that she made a serious mistake. Her bestie is surprisingly also shocked, not knowing when the secret relationship even began. She's also disgusted that it had to be with the old bastard Xu Xiang. Even she understands that they've got no leverage against Xiaoyang anymore, so they'll have to return with another plan later on. Earlier I called this woman the worst bestie of the year, and you guys are about to know why. You see, she's a snake who has been waiting to shoot her shot. She's glad that the two of them are fighting, because she can sneak in and take Xiaoyang for herself. Anyway, let's not talk about those two horrible people and focus back to Xiaoyang, who came to visit the unfinished factory. The crew leader of the construction company explains that they'll have to renovate a number of things and install proper defense systems, and based on that, it'll take some time. Hilariously, with how many defense systems they're installing in place, even the construction crew member is like, "Are you about to fight God or something?" Our boy refuses to cooperate and simply orders the completion of the project within a month. The captain straight up tells him that it's not possible to end this in a month. Despite the numbers they have at their disposal, it won't be enough. But funnily enough, the same captain then tells him that the kid will have to pay more to finish his demands in a month. The project will be rushed, so they'll need a minimum of 20 million for the job. Without even despairing at the price, our boy simply smiles and asks to confirm it's really all they want. The leader expresses that Xiaoyang will also have to make an upfront payment of 5 million to get things started. Our boy is actually on board with the plan and explains that he'll get the money transferred in 1 week, as long as they don't waste time and begin right away. The captain is at a loss for words. He's probably wondering if Xiaoyang's the son of Chinese Elon Musk or something. Oh, and our boy emphasizes that if he skips out on the payment or crosses them in any way, he'll name the plot under their name in order to prevent the damages. The attractive deal gets sealed. But right then, the conversation is interrupted by Jing's friend, who acts all buddy-buddy with him and grabs his arm, asking what he's up to. Already, our boy is pretty damn pissed off, knowing that in the previous life, this bitch was also involved in a scandal, and she helped Jing to steal his family's property. He eventually plans to deal with her in his own way, but for now, Xiaoyang how she ended up here. The girl refuses to answer and brightly questions if this is the plot he's been working on. She wonders if he's going to use it to build a villa on top of it. Done playing the nice guy, Xiaoyang frees himself and tells her that it's none of her business. This pisses the bitch off even more. She can't believe that he's acting so rude, even though her heart is racing for him out of love. Focusing back to his project, Xiaoyang tells the construction crew to expand some space for the gate. Feeling ignored, she frowns at her inability to capitalize on this golden opportunity. She knows that Jing's relationship is in shambles, but she can still play her cards and steal the land from our boy. I'm starting to feel convinced that our boy is a chick magnet for the worst women ever. Back at his apartment, Xiaoyang manages funds by using his house as a collateral. But even then, that's not enough to cover the initial payment. His biggest concern is getting a boatload of money. He even considers the idea of selling his place a few times to a few different owners, knowing that it won't matter when the apocalypse is going to come anyway. What are they going to do? Sue him in a zombie court? His peace and quiet is shattered when an annoying old man bangs on his door, shouting that Xiaoyang opens it at once. Apparently this dude is supposed to be his neighbor, Grandpa Li, who appears to have some money. The old guy is so rich that he owns the first 2 floors to his name, and now he's looking for Xiaoyang's place too. The only reason our boy didn't sell it in the original timeline is because he thought of this place as his eventual wedding house. But with how that turned out, and how this old fart is constantly shouting at him, he's starting to change his mind. Grandpa Li scolds the kid for going out clubbing, even though Xiaoyang completely denies such false accusations. Instead of continuing the meaningless argument, our boy simply surrenders the house to the old geezer's name, finally making the leap to have it sold. This brightens the annoying geezer's mood, as he's astonished to hear those words coming out of the kid's mouth. Xiaoyang emphasizes that there's a condition attached to it. Since his new place won't be ready for another 6 months to come, he'll require an upfront payment of 5 million so that he can personally pay off his house loan. It's actually a pretty smart strategy if he repeats this a few more times with different buyers. Xiaoyang intends to shut the door on him if he declines, but at the last moment, the old geezer caves in and accepts the conditions. However, he wants a contract to be set up so neither parties experience any issues. Of course, something as simple as a contract never bothered our boy, especially when he knew this geezer would die after claiming the house. Anyway, things are looking good so far. He'll soon get access to 5 million from Grandpa Li, and with the 3 million he pledged on his own, he now has 8 million to work with in total. Thanks to completing the first requirement, he can also now claim a reward for the mission. In the next scene, our boy is speedrunning the grocery stores. This man has become the Max Verstappen of a shopping trolley. Even the people around him are starting to question if the kid is mentally ill or some shit. Their reaction is solid, especially when you realize that Xiaoyang has like 7 different carts jam-packed with stuff inside. The people think that someone must have fooled him with the fear of an incoming apocalypse, forcing him to buy all that. Xiaoyang doesn't pay attention to these fools and ends up completing the second task. He assesses where he should be spending his points. Even though he could boost his stats, it would be more efficient to get the toolbox of the protagonist. Without any hesitation, he chooses it and spends all his points. The result is a beaming mystery box, which unveils a powerful space ring to store his items in a static dimension. Overall, our boy is pretty satisfied to get his hands on a legendary item. He also doesn't have to worry about his food going bad inside the static dimension anymore. If you guys think gathering 1 year's supplies was next, well, the system goes even further, and now demands him to gather 10 years of supplies to earn more points. Having caught attention from the store's manager, security arrives to take care of any lunatics causing a scene. Yang Tao is surprised to find Xiaoyang here of all places. To give a bit of a background check, Yang Tao used to be an annoying bully back in their school days. They tormented the weak, including our boy, who refused to accept their orders. Their encounters during school were already rough, and now this guy is out here screaming at Xiaoyang to return all these supplies back to where he found them, instead of causing a scene. Our boy gives him a fearless smile and points out that nothing has changed regarding Yang Tao's personality, as he's still Captain Douchebag like he was before. He promises to follow up with the purchase too, but in the eyes of the security manager, he thinks Xiaoyang is messing around, and he demands him to pay at once or suffer the consequences instead. An entire hour later, 4 receptionists finally end up concluding the checkout for all the items. It results in a total of nearly 57,000 yuan. Right away, Yang Tao forces our boy to insert his card and check out at once. Acting like he just pulled off some kind of god-tier move, Xiaoyang swipes the card with confidence. To the manager's utter shock, the transfer goes through, flooring Yang Tao's expectations. Humiliated, he takes his men and turns to leave, but our boy's not quite done as he calls him for one last thing. Xiaoyang expresses that he received unjust rudeness for his purchase, so he wants an official apology, or else he'll return these items immediately. Hearing this gets Yang Tao's blood boiling, who thinks that the kid is pushing his limits and deliberately looking for trouble. But in today's world, cameras are everywhere and people can be easily documented. That's why the other customers there are holding the rude security manager on the spot, ordering him to give an immediate apology or become famous on TikTok for his stubbornness. Things are working out great in Xiaoyang's favor, who reminds his old classmate that an apology won't hurt him. In fact, it might just give him the push to buy 10 times more. Yang Tao thinks it's an exaggeration, but our boy calmly decides to prove him wrong a second time by showing him his balance. When he swipes the card, the look on Yang Tao's face is priceless, as he's unable to comprehend how this guy has 7 million casually sitting in his account. With no other way to save his face, Xiaoyang pushes the humiliated Yang Tao to offer an apology. The bully caves in and lowers his head, apologizing for his behavior. To embarrass him even more, our boy pats his head and reminds him not to behave rudely for no reason. As he's leaving, Yang Tao curiously asks what he bought all of this stuff for. Using the best answer in the book, Xiaoyang dismisses him by stating that it's none of his damn business and that he's planning on something big. The humbled manager expresses that he'll need to find a wholesaler for even greater purchases like that. This catches our boy's attention, as he turns to ask if Yang Tao has any ties with wholesalers. The guy actually confirms the fact, reminding him of their old leader Zhang Shengji, who currently works in the wholesale business. In fact, Yang Tao even makes a call to speak to him for a big client. The surprising part for Xiaoyang is realizing that this rude bitch is still serving under the same boss, even out of school. It makes him wonder how much money they've made together in the business. A short while later, Yang Tao takes him to his boss's place. A car quickly arrives and pulls the brakes just inches away from the two of them. Exiting the car is the arrogant bastard who thinks he runs the world, Zhang Shengji. He wants to have a meeting with this supposed big client right away. Yang Tao even helps refresh the man's memory by reminding him that Xiaoyang used to be their classmate. But of course, since much time has passed since then, this roughneck doesn't remember anything. Inspecting our boy's face closely, he suddenly realizes Xiaoyang's identity. It's the kid who always stood his own against their group and rebelled against their orders. He tries to belittle our boy's drip by calling it fake. It doesn't also help when Xiaoyang acts like he doesn't even know the name of the brand. From his reaction, Zhang Shengji thinks that he's only wasted his time by coming here. The kid isn't a big client at all. He kicks Yang Tao's ass, literally, and states that he can tell how rich a person is by just looking at them. To make fun of the boss, Xiaoyang sarcastically talks about his aura being so weak that he can't intimidate a dumb boss. Provoked, Zhang Shengji grabs him by his clothes. But our boy doesn't back down, repeating what he said. Hilariously, Zhang Shengji is only infuriated about the insult illiterate. He doesn't care about the fact that Xiaoyang taunted him for acting superior to others. Anyway, Yang Tao chimes in to break the conflict between the two. But the poor dude ends up getting kicked again for interrupting. The pissed-off boss thinks that Xiaoyang has made a big mistake, thinking he'll go back in one piece if he doesn't buy a ton of goods from him. And again, yes, the one piece is real. Xiaoyang stands his ground and decides to show him his little bank account. The boss can't believe what he's seeing. The kid is ready to make a giant purchase of 1 million at the drop of a needle. To go even further, our boy states that he'll actually be purchasing 5 million worth of goods. The initial 1 million is just a deposit to get things going. Intrigued, Zhang Shengzhe inquires for the kind of goods he's looking for. The kid tells him that he wants everything that is edible or drinkable to be included as part of the goods. Despite the fact that a giant client is standing before him, this greedy boss thinks that he can easily scam our boy by handing him a batch of food that is almost expired. It's a lottery ticket for him. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Shengzhe shows him the goods and throws in a 10% discount if he buys everything here. However, our boy is strictly concerned with the quality of the goods first, so he decides to check a bag of peanut sand, and quickly points out how most of the stuff here is nearing its expiry date, exposing the boss's greediness. Zhang Shengzhi genuinely didn't know that Xiaoyang would be so well versed in this line of business. He decides to throw in a 50% discount if he takes everything from the pile. However, our boy quickly turns him down, stating that if he's spending 5 million for goods, they'll have to be of the best quality. However, he does have plans to use these expired goods as well. The boss doesn't get what he's plotting, but now that a discount offer is already on the table, Xiaoyang uses it to leverage his negotiation. He wants all the expired goods, but with the condition that he'll pay in a month's worth of time. Zhang Shengji doesn't mind, but he's afraid what will happen when the goods end up expiring, and he backs out of the deal. To that, Xiaoyang even throws in an offer to mortgage his own house for the cost. The boss at this point is quite intrigued about the kind of business Xiaoyang is running. For him to acquire expired stuff without any problems, our boy doesn't dread his choices. In fact, he leaves a little nugget of information for the boss. In just a few days' time, even expired food will be seen as a luxury to have. This sends shivers down Zhang Shengzhe's spine, but refusing to elaborate in his typical style, Xiaoyang seals the deal and promises to send the delivery address later. Picking up his phone call, our boy realizes that an interested buyer has reached out to him for his house. He wraps things up with the warehouse and lets them take care of everything. As he's leaving, Yang Tao is left wondering if they're the ones who got spammed. Even the boss can't figure out how a normal-looking kid is out here spending millions without any concern. In the next scene, the interested buyer actually makes a deposit of 400,000 for our boy's house. He also accepts the contractual condition that Xiaoyang will leave the house in 3 months. I think you guys can understand what he's doing here, right? He doesn't care about the consequences because the world will be plunged into chaos anyway. Xiaoyang is surprised by the old man's desperation, who didn't even inspect his house and sealed the deal anyway. He decides to ask for the old man's motivation, who explains that he's doing it for his granddaughter's sake, who has to transfer schools and requires a new place for it. They saw a nice-looking home and thought to make an offer. Scaring him, Xiaoyang wonders if he should raise the price now that he's heard of their desperation. This makes the poor guy shrink in fear. Maintaining his original price, Xiaoyang assures him that he won't do anything of the sort. They quickly sign the contract, and the deal is done. The old man is grateful for the boy's kindness, and promises not to disturb him any longer. However, this situation is devastating for our protagonist, who thinks that it's a shame that innocent people like this old man and his granddaughter won't even be able to survive the gruesome apocalypse. Deciding to extend one last piece of kindness, he stops the old man and requests an address of their current location. In the next scene, Xiaoyang's back to the construction side, checking on his plot. Of course, the first batch of funds is clear, but the captain is hoping for the second batch too now. Our boy assures him they'll get the money soon, and asks for an update on the construction phase. From the looks of it, 80% of it has already been completed. They've installed reliable doors and structures to ensure proper defense. The warehouse is also looking good. It's already cleaned up too. Having gained assurance from him, Xiaoyang signals Zhang Shengzhe to deliver all the goods immediately. Shortly after, the stuff arrives and it is carefully stocked in each pile. Just for the labor alone, the generous Xiaoyang is paying them 2,000 each for the task. While these guys are celebrating, our boy helps them categorize each pile efficiently, making sure the perishable items are stored without any inconvenience. By the evening, the sorting process is complete. Xiaoyang stares down at his magnum opus. At long last, he has officially stocked 10 years' worth of supplies, gaining 20 points on top of it. Once again, he inspects the system's store and realizes that another box has arrived in the list of options. The one good thing about the system is that he'll have access to these superpowers before the zombie apocalypse even hits the world. Spending 10 points, he purchases another mystery box, which unveils an ability known as the Mind's Eye. Its simple function is to detect hostility and ill intentions from other people, which is convenient when it comes to trusting people in the apocalypse. Replacing his earlier task is the new task, Armed to the Teeth. It requires him to get a shitload of weapons and stock up John Wick style, which is exactly what Xiaoyang had in mind. That same night, we turn to a darker side of society, the black market. Xiaoyang is navigating his way through the crowd, hearing people rambling about antique items. All of the terrible people are gathered here, including Big Mac Attack Xu Qiang, who is currently arguing with a shop owner for a ridiculous price on a bracelet. Seeing him purchase fake bracelets at this market only assures our boy that Fatso is a scammer, and Kui Jing can't even tell she's wearing fake jewelry. While searching around, Xiaoyang finally catches something worth his attention. He comes to a shop owner who is selling melee weapons. Xiaoyang is interested in buying the good stuff. The shop owner recommends a knife sharpener or just a baton if he's looking for something stiff and not sharp. Xiaoyang counters that he requires something even harder than that. The only thing harder than a baton is Dwayne Johnson's bald head. Anyway, the shop owner thinks his customer is messing around without actually being interested in buying. To his utter shock, the same kid transfers 200,000 right in his account, assuring the guy that he's interested in buying. Intrigued, the seller invites Xiaoxiang to keep watching his stall while they go off to speak in private. In the following scene, they're in his storage room. The man shows him a bunch of homemade guns that can go for 2,000 yuan. But they're not powerful enough to kill someone. Of course, Xiaoyang refuses them because he's going to be facing actual zombies, not chickens in the apocalypse. The seller then invites his attention to a replica revolver, which goes for about 5,000 yuan. Once again, the kid is serious and isn't impressed at all, especially when he's paid a staggering 200,000 in advance. The mention of an advance payment makes the shop owner shocked, because Xiaoyang isn't just here for 200 grand. No, that's just 10% of the original amount he's willing to invest on weapons. In fact, he'll be spending 2 whole million on them for the job. His outrageous offer makes the seller question the kind of life this guy's living. I'm telling you all, man's about to become the John Wick of the zombie apocalypse. Without further ado, he tells the seller to get on with it. Deciding to bring out the good stuff, the guy covers his house properly, assuring no one is watching them. He also assures Xiaoyang that he's come to the right place, as he can send him to a supplier who can help complete the transaction with high-quality weapons. The real meeting will happen in a couple of days. As he's walking out of the storage house, Xiaoyang ends up bumping into Fudgy Pudgy again, who finally understands why Xiaoyang is spending a comfortable life lately. He thinks that the kid sold off a good portion of his stuff on the black market to become rich. Little does he know, Xiaoyang is uninterested in his provocations and simply wants to use this idiot to test his newest ability. Activating the mind's eye, he first inspects the intentions of the seller, who appear to be in his favor. But for the fatso in front of him, not so much. Xiaoyang bites back by telling Shuxiang that just like those second-hand bracelets, he also took in Kui Jing, who is worth all the fake shit he bought. Someone's gonna need an icing for that burn. One simple remark is enough to get Shuxiang's nerves flared. The seller wonders if they know each other. To that, our boy emphasizes that it's best to consider him an enemy. Since they've become good friends already, the seller offers his support to our boy, promising to beat the crap out of the old fart for messing with them. Xiaoyang leaves satisfied while Shuxiang is at the verge of tears, seeing a bunch of ruthless men approaching him with a baton. They shove him on the ground and literally kick him down until he's full of marks. This incident only boils his hatred for Xiaoyang, and he promises to exact his revenge one day. 2 days finally passed. Our boy receives a truck full of his fancy weapons, completing the mission reward as well as gaining a bonus reward for it. The bonus reward is a physical enhancement potion to help boost his stats. It's even got a multiplier of 2, so it's even more effective than what he can purchase at the store. Wasting any time, he loads the injection and chucks it into his body. Seconds later, he realizes that he's surpassed the average male's strength, which is at 5 points. Right now, he's at 7 points, allowing a 40% increase in physical might. Next up, he checks the store, which only has a survival kit and a physical enhancement potion for him. Deciding to maximize his strength stat, he goes for the physical enhancement potion and injects it again. By the end, our boy is stacked with 8 physical points, significantly boosting his power by 60% compared to the average male. To test his ability, he looks around and grabs a hardened rod. Xiaoyang kicks it so hard that it bends and leaves a crack in the nearest wall. With his current level of strength, zombies are going to be catching these mighty hands. Next up, he decides to store all of his weapons inside the spatial ring, which sucks all the crates inside the static dimension. Assessing his situation, Xiaoyang understands that the apocalypse will break out in 2 days. He has to tie up any loose ends now, which reminds him of the situation with the old man he met. Even though people betrayed his trust in the apocalypse, deep down, Xiaoyang is a good person who wants to help others when he can. That's why he intends to send their family a bunch of supplies to survive. But from then on, it's up to the people to manage their own. In the next scene, Xiaoyang arrives at the old man's place. It was difficult to find the exact location because of how downtrodden this place appears to be. As he's climbing stairs, our boy understands that the old man must be in a really terrible place in life. As he's knocking the door, he realizes that it's best to whip out the supplies he brought first, so that he doesn't have to deal with it. His magic ring materializes the rationing supplies just outside, and finally he knocks the door. The old man worriedly comes up, apologizing for the situation of the rent. But he's shocked to discover Xiaoyang at his doorstep. And not just that, the kid has brought tons of stuff alongside him. Our boy tells him that he doesn't have time to explain, so it's best if they transfer the stuff inside quickly. In the next scene, the crates are all placed inside, and the old man is pretty impressed by Xiaoyang's stamina. Our boy inspects his surroundings and thinks that the old man's apartment is well secured. He warns the old man not to spill a word of what he's about to tell him. Xiaoyang advises them to use the supplies smartly, because the world is about to experience a change. Suddenly, he glances at a photograph of the old geezer's beautiful granddaughter. To his utter shock, it's actually Shan Shan, one of his friends that he made when the apocalypse broke out. To confirm her identity, he checks with her grandfather, who is surprised that Xiaoyang knows her name, even though they never brought it up in their conversation. Concerned, Xiaoyang immediately asks for her location. Turns out that she's in her hometown studying and in the process of transferring. In the original timeline, he found her with lingering regrets about her grandfather's demise, who risked his life to save her and died in the process. As his friend, Xiaoyang refuses to let the same outcome happen again. First off, he tells her grandfather that he's not going to be able to move into his house. This causes the poor guy to panic out of fear, but Xiaoyang helps calm him down by explaining the end of the world. A zombie apocalypse will break out tomorrow and no place will be safe from now on. That's why he wants the old geezer to pick up his daughter from school, and then they'll decide where they should stay. This is too much for the old man to understand all at once. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang doesn't have a choice but to help his understanding. He describes the situation to be similar to a famine. Starvation will be the norm for their once peaceful world. Xiaoyang practically demonstrates his point by sucking in all their furniture as well as the crates back to his ring. Shanshan's grandfather is at a loss for words, until our boy explains that he has special powers and the ability to see the future. That's why he wants them to be safe, and they must head to Shanshan's school right away. In the next scene, they're inside the car rushing to the school. Arriving here, Xiaoyang quickly asks for her dormitory as the two of them quickly look around for her. Well, apparently Shanshan is out here getting bitch-slapped by a jealous woman because some random dude has a crush on her. Even though Shanshan has tried clarifying that she shares no involvement with the guy, she still gets struck for making excuses. These evil bitches torture Shanshan for acting nonchalant in front of their crush. Lucky for her, Shanshan's grandpa comes rushing to find her. The helpless old man demands the woman to let her go. But to deal with them, a bunch of high school lunatics arrive, threatening the old man for getting involved. For his granddaughter's sake, the old man rushes in blindly and faces off against the three men. One ruthless bastard is about to clock his head with a baseball bat. Before the attack even connects, Xiaoyang grabs his arm and stops it. He taunts the guy for pretending to be a gangster, when really they're just a bunch of high schoolers. The idiots try to clown on him, but Xiaoyang beautifully answers by kicking the first guy so hard that his hair turns blonde. Just one kick dropped him to the ground, making the other two idiots question if they're dealing with a trained professional. They stupidly try to surround him, thinking that's going to make a difference. Our boy gladly welcomes the attempt. The dude with the club attempts to strike him from his blind spot, but completely misses his mark as Xiaoyang ducks with ease. Now that he's amplified his strength stat, his reflexes are on a whole different level, causing him to react faster. To return the blow with love, he grabs the guy's collar and smashes him into the ground, knocking him out immediately. As for the leader of the group, he tries sneaking up with a knife stab. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoyang maneuvers his fist to his advantage and brutally delivers a kick just below his thigh. Just so you know, getting kicked here by a real-life professional is bound to put you down with the worst kind of pain imaginable. Well, in these idiots' case, Xiaoyang has been successful in helping them take a nap. Next, he walks up to the girl who toyed with Shanshan. A bitch slap to the face reminds her that he's showing his support for feminism and exercising equal rights. Girl is literally seeing stars for a minute. Bro then grabs the other bitch and shows her how it feels when someone pulls your hair. He then puts a blade right up to her neck, drawing tears out of the fear in her eyes. And then boom, a sharp swing cuts through as the woman screams in pain. At first glance, it looks like bro just got his first body count kill. Even the reaction of Shanshan makes it seem like he really unalived someone. But no, he just gave her a little haircut. You know, how the barbers treat you when you say, just cut a little off the top, and then they end up running a fade check on you? Yeah, it's happening to her. She screams at him, promising never to forgive him for what he did. But let's be real, our boy doesn't give a damn and even acts like he did her a favor by taking off the extra weight. Hilariously, he tells her that she'll get what he's talking about in a few days' time. For now, he tells Shanshan that they're heading off. She doesn't know where, but she follows him anyway. As in the next scene, they're driving to their new location. Grandpa over here explains the situation to her, talking about how there's going to be a famine apocalypse. Shanshan is conflicted and thinks that her grandpa fooled himself by attending one of the scam calls again. He assures her that it wasn't a scam call. Seeing the two of them interact in such a way amuses our boy, who is glad that she's happy in this life. Xiaoyang signals her that he's the one who told her grandpa about everything. The Shanshan of this world has no idea who he even is. So he introduces himself properly again. She thanks her new brother for helping out with the bullies. But Xiaoyang isn't too worried about them anyway, since they won't be surviving in a few days. Still, the girl is lost and doesn't get what's about to happen to the world. Xiaoyang clarifies that he only describes the situation as a famine because it's the easiest way for her grandpa to understand. This gives the poor girl some hope, making her believe that everything's gonna be fine. Bro quickly reaps her soul by replacing the word famine with an apocalypse, utterly shattering her expectations. Xiaoyang states that things should already be going south according to the news. Shanshan quickly checks her phone and sees a bunch of videos about some kind of rabies infection causing people to go mad and attack people. Her fear grows and grows when she watches even more videos, horrified to see the condition of infected people. Xiaoyang stands corrected once again. The apocalypse is about to begin. Shanshan learns that tomorrow will be the official breakout of the toxic smog, which will encompass several provinces. This dangerous smog will permanently alter the state of living beings. A good portion of the population will immediately turn into zombies, and from then on, they'll feast on those that are unaffected by the smog. Once killed, the uninfected become the undead, increasing their numbers. He's happy to know that Shanshan at least has knowledge of what zombies are supposed to be like. It's just that the situation is far too ridiculous for her to understand. But our boy thinks she'll come to find it reasonable soon, especially when the entire world will be plunged into chaos after 1 week. But right now, they're stuck with another problem: traffic. Xiaoyang is surprised to find the emergency lane also blocked. The roads are packed. Shanshan is afraid for her life, fearing that the zombies will find them while they're stuck here. Xiaoyang assures her that it's not that bad right now as the apocalypse hasn't fully broken out. Still, even though the main apocalypse is supposed to happen later, the chances of a small outbreak happening here are also pretty high. Speaking of dangerous, a driver decides to ram into the lanes by forcing his way through. He ends up slamming right into our boy's car, who is pissed off and retaliates on his own. He tries to stop the invader from entering the emergency lane. The guy stops just next to his car and starts shouting curses at Xiaoyang. Realizing that they're dealing with a snobbish rich guy driving a Mercedes, Shanshan's grandpa recommends they let it go. But our boy doesn't play around. He doesn't mind giving this guy an early death if he bothers them out of the car. In the next scene, the traffic is finally unclogged, and the situation is resolved after an hour. Shanshan warns our boy to watch out for the same driver from last time, who is quickly speeding up to cut through. Even Xiaoyang is shocked by this guy's stubbornness. The dude quickly cuts ahead in order to mock them. Even Shanshan's grandpa thinks that this is unsafe and that they shouldn't stoop to his level. However, Xiaoyang has stopped giving a flying fuck to these kinds of people, knowing that the apocalypse is going to save him from any crimes anyway. What he ends up doing is ramming against the guy's car, causing it to spin over and crash on the side. The trust fund baby gets out of the car and immediately calls the traffic police to get Xiaoyang arrested. He's not the type of person to let someone go after they've wronged him. In the next scene, our heroes are back to the facility that Xiaoyang has been spending so much time on. Even Shanshan's grandpa is shocked that they'll be living here from now on. He assures them that starting tomorrow, their life will change permanently, so they better get some rest now. The following day, our boy is sunbathing and sees Shanshan also coming along. She's finally had a good night's sleep after a long time because of her classes. Xiaoyang is excited to show her around the fortress that he built. Walking her around, he explains how the walls are made of concrete. There's a remote-controlled gate, so durable that no one will be able to cut through. He installs one proper rule: without his permission, they can't allow anyone to enter inside the fortress. This makes Shanshan worried about the survivors who eventually find their way all the way here, thinking that Xiaoyang's just gonna let them die. To answer her concerns, he takes them to another location, pointing out how people's nature truly takes a shift when it comes to any apocalypse. It's because of the dark side of humanity that they'll have to treat other people with caution. Being kind can result in their own deaths if they're not careful. To take care of any survivors, he's actually installed a buffer zone, a place of temporary shelter that can be used to help them while he's away. Once again, Xiaoyang strictly reminds them not to let anyone enter the main fortress. With that established, he takes them to the food storage facility, explaining how they're going to be handling food from now on. Navigating inside the warehouse, he turns to them for one final inspection. Activating his Eye of Insight, he's able to inspect their intentions. With both of them showing a sign of clear trust, he's happy to have found well-intentioned people. Up next, Xiaoyang materializes some of his weapons, pointing out that they'll be the key to their survival. Grandpa gets a shotgun, while Shanshan's acquired herself a powerful crossbow. Their only instruction is to make sure these weapons don't fall into the hands of other people. Okay, it's been a while since we reviewed the system's task. Xiaoyang's next task is to find his former partner Jiang Qi, who is also one of his friends from the original timeline. The worrying thing is figuring out Jiang Qi's location. But not to worry, because the system points to the exact city his friend is living in. He leaves both Shanshan and her grandpa in charge, reminding them not to violate the rules he has set. Then he heads off to recruit another member into their main fortress team to strengthen and reform it before the apocalypse begins. The scene cuts to a studio called the KTV. A bunch of homies are hanging out here and enjoying some karaoke. They decide to take a bathroom break to relieve some tension. Here, Zhangshai ends up bumping into a pretty girl and apologizes for having caused unnecessary trouble. Of course, her boyfriend doesn't give a crap about their excuses and kicks him away. Jiang Qi's sent flying back. Knocked to the ground, his friend comes up to check on his condition. Nerd Eyes over here puts up a bold stance and stands up to the meathead who punched his friend, causing the guy to get even more pissed. He quickly grabs Jiang Qi's friend, toying with him. Jiang Qi begs for mercy, hoping for the man to spare his pal without causing any harm. While this is happening, a waiter watches the whole scene go down. He's already suffering from a cold and now there's a fight breaking out. Quickly, he tries to stop the fight by intervening. The annoyed wannabe rich guy acts like he's a big deal and grabs the waiter too, who gestures to the two kids to scatter away quickly. Jiang Qi and his friend make a run for it while they still can. They go back to their karaoke room, having escaped the troublesome situation. Even the other guys are shocked why they came running like that. Captain Glasses tells them about the situation, how they bumped into a thug's bitch and ended up getting their ass beat for it. It's only thanks to the waiter that they were saved. Hearing this, the other two guys are riled up. They want to go back and beat up the dude for daring to mess with their group. Jiangqi helps him calm down, stating that there's point looking for trouble anymore. Well, things only get worse from here on out. Remember the waiter? Poor guy has been beaten to a bloody pulp. The rich thug has brought 3 more of his friends, and they're all here to beat up Jiangqi's group. The thug orders his men to seize them right away. Unable to put up a fight or cause trouble, Jiangqi and Nerd Eyes quickly drop low. There's only one guy confident enough to put up a fight from their group, and when he tries to break his silence, the thug leader smashes a bottle on his head. Chen Chong, and I'm not even being racist, that's actually his name, is left with a bloody head. The scene transitions to our boy, who stops his car just outside the bar, knowing that Jiangqi being here makes total sense. Chen Chong's down for the count, and if that's his blood on the floor, then someone needs to get this guy to the ER fast. The asshole thug leader seeks the validation of his girl, who thinks that they should punish the one who bumped into her. And that turns their attention to Jiangqi, who is about to get his ass kicked. Shockingly, Chen Chong dashes up from the ground and attempts to strike down the thug leader. If not for the other guys stopping him, he really would have smashed his face in. The thug leader is surprised to see such bravado coming from a college kid and smashes yet another bottle on top of his head. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Chen Chong kisses the ground a second time and his friends cry out in worry. Watching him go down like that infuriates Jiangqi to jump into action. Unfortunately, they're quickly detained. The final member of their group is quivering like a puppy on the side. The waiter is struggling to maintain his senses, while the rest of the thugs are busy beating down Jiangqi's group. Unfortunately, his punch is dodged, so he doesn't even take one of them down. Something happens to the waiter. This guy goes crazy with his bloodshot eyes and flings into the battle like a damn animal. He chomps down on one of the men, chewing on his shoulder and horrifying everyone else. The thugs have no idea what's going on or why this waiter has gone insane all of a sudden. They quickly try to restrain him, but his monstrous strength gets the better of them. In fact, the zombified waiter turns back to chomp down on the other guy's arm. He's become a full-fledged animal as he overpowers the thug and knocks him to the ground. To everyone's shock, the same overpowered animalistic beast of nature is easily manhandled by a random guy. This random guy is none other than our boy, of course, who shoves his face into the screen and tells everyone else to stop fucking around. The thugs are astonished. Just now they were getting destroyed by the waiter, and yet one kid has him pinned against the wall without any trouble. The thug leader questions Xiaoyang's identity, who doesn't explain a word and addresses Jiangqi's condition, asking if he's clear of any bite marks. Luckily he is, but Jiangqi doesn't know why he's being asked such a weird question. Our boy tells him to quickly follow him as they've got somewhere to be, but the thug leader isn't quite done messing around with them and stops them. However, one of his own henchmen starts experiencing a strange headache after receiving a bite. Immediately, our boy comes to terms with what's about to happen. The infection is getting worse and his guy is about to turn. Xiaoyang asks if his shoulder was bitten off by the same rabid waiter. The lackey confirms this as a fact but doesn't understand the connection. Our boy internalizes that this guy was actually already infected. And now that he's received a bite close to his head, it's game over for him. Xiaoyang drags the zombified waiter, tosses him into the restroom and slams the door shut. The wild beast keeps on ramming the door, but luckily, zombies at this stage don't have the intelligence to open doors. Turning his attention back to the thugs, our boy prepares himself for a serious ass-kicking, questioning Jiangqi which one he should take out first. The funniest thing is that Jiangqi doesn't even know him and fails to comprehend what's going on. Pissed off by the kid's audacity, the thug leader rushes to punch his arrogance down. Humiliating him with a simple motion, Xiaoyang grabs his damn face and smashes his head into the ground. The infected lackey from before rushes to attack him as well, but he's also destroyed with a single smack to the face, knocking him down. With the dude completely knocked down, his friend comes to ask what's going on, as a simple punch shouldn't have been so effective. His body twists and turns in pain as Xiaoyang invites them for the smoke, believing that only after catching these hands will they understand not to fuck with him. Turning to Jiangqi, he's given strict orders to head to the private room with his friends and wait outside. The guy doesn't put up a fight and just helps his friend exit the room. As for the thug leader and his fellows, they're done fighting around too, knowing they don't stand a chance. However, Xiaoyang isn't the type to just let anyone leave after they messed with him like that. He accuses the thug of being a drunk bitch who nearly killed his brother because of his carelessness. To give this guy a taste of his own medicine, he shoves the thug down and slams the door shut on him, sealing them inside. The thug leader slams the door, but he can't do shit since it's locked from the outside. The outcome is gruesome for this guy's fate. His own lackey has fully become a zombie and lunges forth to find its nearest victim. In the end, Xiaoyang gets to hear their screams as they're getting devoured alive. A staff member comes around to check what's going on. Xiaoyang instructs him to lock the door properly and to call the police, informing them of a dangerous patient with a rabid infection. The staff member is startled at first, until our boy shouts at him to just get the job done. Quickly, he locks it shut with a key. Next up, our boy helps Zhang-Chi's friends navigate their way outside. The staff members are concerned about the noise coming from inside the room, wondering what the hell is going on. They received word that a rabid flu patient is inside, but no one really knows for sure. Hearing about the flu, they quickly rush to check the live cameras. But when they arrive at the surveillance room, their expression drops to disgust and horror. Every single one of them has become a man-eating monster, ripping apart each other's limbs, causing the staff members to call the police immediately. Luckily for our boy and his friends, they've escaped the dangerous karaoke bar. He helps them get inside the car and they quickly head off. Even though Zhang-Chi is grateful for the stranger's help, he still doesn't get who this guy is. Xiaoyang calmly introduces himself, explaining that he was hired to protect them by a client whose identity is confidential. One of them asks about the rabid flu patient, stating that it doesn't exist according to the internet. Xiaoyang reminds them of the situation inside the room and wonders if that was also a conspiracy theory. Nerd Eyes worriedly asks about the cure for the flu. Unfortunately, from what our boy knows, there isn't a medicine for it. In fact, the situation will only get worse from here on out and the world will be plunged in chaos. Speaking of which, zombies have already begun attacking the citizens. The infection is spreading like wildfire, but even as it is right now, it's just a local outbreak. Most of the infected are in an incubation period, soon to be awakened. Eventually, things will become even more chaotic, which is why Zhang-Chi and his friends must strictly follow his instructions. They all agree in unison to follow him, when suddenly he receives a mission completion message. With this, he gains access to new items at the store. Some of them are supplies that he could really use down the road. However, the most interesting one is the post-apocalyptic cultivator box that doesn't seem to go away. Realizing that all three of these boxes seem promising, he plans to redeem them all back at the fortress. Aside from that, he still has to figure out a way to gain some trust. You see, in the original timeline, Zhang-Chi's friends were slaughtered by zombies because one of the group members betrayed them. Among them, the man who ended up betraying them is hidden among the three friends. It's about to become a game of Among Us to find out who it is. It's been a while, so let's check out how Kuijing is doing. She appears to be deathly afraid of going to the supermarket because of the news, and wants the supplies to be delivered to her doorstep immediately. To her absolute horror, she hears someone violently knocking at her door. Kuijing doesn't know how to handle the situation and quickly hangs up the phone call with Shuxiang. She takes a peek and finds herself relieved. It's only her best friend, who scared her to death with her surprise entrance. The bestie informs her about their neighbor on the first floor, who was taken away by the police by force in an ambulance. It appears that he was also infected, and it's starting to make sense why things are chaotic in their building. She asks Kuijing about the supplies that Big Mac Attack promised her. Unfortunately, they've yet to be delivered. Adopting a different approach, she decides to take advantage of Shuxiang's ego by injecting him with lies. They plan to tell the fat ass that Xiaoyang has a stockpile of supplies on him. Kuijing doesn't understand how her best friend knows this information. Turns out that she's been spying on him using one of her men, and has since learned that he orders a ton of supplies every now and then. Kuijing can't believe that her ex knew about the apocalypse in advance. Her beastie convinces her to tell Shuxiang about everything, so they can loot Xiaoyang's supplies and make a fortune for themselves. Yup, these fake hoes know no morals. Arriving back to his glorious fortress, Zhang-Chi is stunned by what he sees. He can't imagine someone building an actual fortress for themselves. Taking great joy, Xiaoyang explains that it's everyone's natural reaction. Shanshan and her grandpa are glad to see him return home. He tells them not to worry as things are under control. In fact, he shares the spotlight on his new friends, Zhang-Chi and his group. These guys will be joining them from now on. Of course, he also introduces Shanshan and her grandpa to them. They're happy to accept them all as long as they're chosen by Xiaoyang, who also goes on to instruct her grandpa to show these guys around and to help explain every rule. One of the group members raises a request, asking to be issued weapons for their own protection. Now this guy is already on the suspect list for Xiaoyang, who understands that Zhang-Chi's group has a secret mole inside. Nerd Eyes tells Yiming to calm the heck down, as it's risky to ask for weapons when they haven't even earned trust. Xiaoyang promises to hand them weapons in a few days' time. But for now, they need to tend to the injured Chen Chong and nourish him back to health. Inside the fortress, each of them freshen up and change into new clothes. Yiming is actually annoyed by his friend's interference, believing that they would have acquired weapons by now if he hadn't intervened. The thing is, this guy thinks that they're being held as captives inside the facility, instead of being protected. However, Nerd Eyes reasons with him, explaining that Xiaoyang ended up saving their asses, so they can't really say that. They're curious about his background, as so far, they only know about a secret client hiring him to protect them. Yiming is a hard ass for absolutely no reason, and feels pissed off that they're not even treating Chen Chong because of the fear of a potential infection. Hilariously, the kid thinks that Xiaoyang's group is secretly trying to harvest their organs for personal benefit, and to prevent such a situation from happening, they need to make the first move. Nerd Eyes reminds him that if they end up being wrong, they'll be betraying him in the back for it. Yiming is obsessed with his approach and doesn't give a damn. In fact, he's drunk on power and wants to seize control of the fortress. He thinks it's a good idea to dismantle the young girl as well as the old geezer while Xiaoyang's away. With the way he's acting, Jiang Qi and his other friend are literally staring at him in disbelief. This guy's a freak show and they're only just realizing it. Yiming quickly acts like he's joking around and that he didn't mean a thing, relieving his friends of some tension. Four Eyes once again reminds him that if Xiaoyong really wanted their organs, he wouldn't be letting them roam so freely. Little do they know, Yiming is a slimy bitch and intends to act on his own anyway. He wants to take over the fortress, believing that ruthlessness is going to serve him well. In the next scene, Xiaoyong shares a meeting with Shanshan and her grandpa, who inform him that Chen Chong is resting in the infirmary for his condition. As per his instructions, they've made sure to lock everything for safety. Glad, our boy thanks them and suggests they get some rest as they'll have plenty of problems coming their way from tomorrow. One more thing, he advises them to be wary of Jiang Qi's other two friends, because he suspects that one of them might betray them. That night, our boy heads to the rationing warehouse. Here he checks out his system store again. First up, he taps open the cultivator box. Then he spends money on the sugar, oil, and protein supply box. Finally, he takes control of the armed deterrence box. With all three purchased at once, he gains rewards in the form of 50 corn seeds and tons of other valuable food items. He even gets 1,500 rounds of ammunition so he doesn't run into problems later. The rewards are pretty damn impressive for what they're worth. With this huge pile, they'll give him a supreme advantage in the apocalypse to come. The following day, trouble finds our boy again. Remember the rich asshole who swore revenge against our boy? Well, he's shown up with his friends to break the place down. He orders all of his lackeys to smash the gate open. But it's honestly pathetic when you realize that despite their best efforts, they can't even dent the thick gate. The boss is infuriated, unable to believe the integrity of the door. Whipping out their best gear, they decide to use Molotovs, sending them flying inside. It doesn't take long for the flames to erupt chaos. With the Molotovs dropping inside, Shanshan and the rest of the group quickly attempt to put out the fire. With this situation, she gains even more conviction in Xiaoyang's words, who predicted that things will get more chaotic from here on out. But you know our boy, he doesn't like backing down at all. This man brought a rifle to deal with anyone who stood in his way. He goes up to the watchtower and checks out the identity of their assailants. Shanshan's grandpa is the first one to realize that it's the same rich bastard from the highway. His men also spot them from the watchtower. The snob roars at them, demanding that Xiaoyong come outside or else he'll burn the place down. Responding with a cool head, Xiaoyong warns them that they have about 5 minutes to fuck off. His repulsive response ignites even more anger from the men, who threaten to use 2 crates full of Molotovs to burn the fortress. Suddenly, the system tasks our boy with another mission. Grandpa doesn't know what to do and recommends a warning shot. By the way, the mission objective is to eliminate the threat that is attacking the fortress. Our boy thinks that a warning shot isn't gonna cut it, especially when they're dealing with scumbags who are directly committing a crime. Knowing that these guys have no morals or consideration for people like them, our boy takes aim and believes that he can't allow them to continue to threaten the lives of others. Saying so, Xiaoyong fires off a shot, eviscerating a guy's arm, causing him to cripple down and shout in pain. Xiaoyong actually wanted to aim for the guy's head, but because he hasn't used a gun in a while, it'll take some time to adjust his aim. Anyway, the fact that he took off the guy's arm is enough to eliminate the threat. They run off like scared little bitches even though they're the ones who came for a fight. Xiaoyong doesn't want to prolong the situation, and knows that these guys will just show up at his door tomorrow. So he shoots every last one of them mercilessly. The few who escape to the vehicle quickly assist their boss to get inside, who screams at his driver to step on the pedal. I'm telling you guys, this man is actually John Wick. And it's refreshing to see a main character that isn't stupid. Despite their best effort to escape using the car, Xiaoyong shoots them down using his automatic rifle. With the way he's handling the gun with extreme proficiency, it makes the old geezer question about the kid's background. Well, it's a miserable ending for these bad guys. Their car is wrecked and they're all dead. They brought themselves to the Grim Reaper and the Grim Reaper delivered. Next up, Xiaoyong tells Shanshan's grandpa to use the rest of their group to clean up the mess. But then, a sudden thought takes over his mind. Since they're already in the early stages of the apocalypse, now would be a good time to let these guys rot out here and become training dummies when they eventually become zombies. So he stops the cleaning operation and prefers the dead men to be right where they are. What our boy doesn't know is that Shusheng is actually on his way too, along with Kuijing and her bestie. Kuijing is actually pretty annoyed by her friend's flirtatious behavior in front of the fat ass. At last, they finally arrived in front of the site. Kuijing intends to bring her bestie along, but suddenly she gets cold feet and doesn't want to come. She has to come along to act as a guide, or else they'll never know which factory is Xiaoyong's place. Refusing to come, Kuijing drags her outside by force, ignoring her whining. The two girls walk up to the place, while Shuxiang signals his team to get ready for the main event. When he gets the signal, he'll start the car, and then his team will join in on the operation. Back to the girls. The evil bestie over here wants to know why she was dragged along. Kuijing reminds her that both of them share the same nature, so she is wary of her intentions. The evil bestie gives a sloppy excuse, stating that she intentionally behaves this way so they can manipulate Xiaoyong easily. To their shock, they see a bunch of dead bodies on the ground. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that there's been a shootout. Both of them stand terrified. They think it's a good idea to go back, but then quickly realize that this party must have also been trying to steal Xiaoyang's supplies. This makes them wonder if Xiaoyang also died in the resulting shootout. They care little about what happened to him as long as his supplies are still around. At first, they ponder going back and using Xuxiang to move forward. However, Kuijing recommends they move forward and sneak their way inside. The girls walk up to the main gate, but it's so thick and tightly shut that there's no chance they'll get inside. This makes them wonder if Xiaoyang ended up surviving after all. From up the tower, Shanshan addresses them and questions their intentions. They both pretend to be associated with our boy, acting like they're his friends. Shanshan quickly informs Xiaoyang about the situation, causing Kuijing to get even more frustrated, because she thinks he's found himself a new chick. Her friend reminds her that they're not supposed to show delicate feelings here, especially when they're dealing with armed individuals. Kuijing is actually fully confident in Xuxiang's ability to handle them, because he's brought guns of his own. The only problem is getting past the door, because everything else will be a piece of cake after that. Xiaoyang comes along to take a look for himself, and wonders what Kuijing and Wen Shuya are doing here. Right away, he uses his eye of insight to inspect their intentions. On the outside, these bitches are acting all cute, but he senses distrust and malevolent intentions from them. They act like they're worried about him, but our boy laughs at their sorry attempt for a joke. Not just that, he blatantly shares his knowledge of the Fatas Xuqiang also hiding nearby along with his lackeys. Both of these hoes have a surprised Pikachu expression, not knowing how the hell he was able to know. He doesn't even show them mercy and starts firing off a warning shot. Kuijing and Wen Shuya can't believe that he's actually going to such lengths. The evil bestie maintains a cool head and reminds Kuijing to stay calm, because they're dealing with someone with a gun. But of course, our boy doesn't want to kill the two of them right away. That would be too easy for the likes of them. Suddenly, one of the bodies of the dead men turns into a full-fledged zombie. But not just that, the rest of them are turning too. The same rabid flu they saw on the news is miraculously bringing the dead back to life. This is the moment of ultimate satisfaction for our boy, who wants these two bitches to suffer the ultimate demise at the hands of bloodthirsty zombies. Kuijing and Wen Shuya make a run for it, trying their best to escape the prowling murder machines. They pace their way back to Xuxiang, who has no idea what's going on. That's until he sees a zombie horde rushing after them. Both of these women are reduced to the brink of tears, begging the fatso to become their savior. Xuxiang didn't expect to run into the infected patients in the middle of nowhere. It causes a change of plans as he alerts his men to pull back. He doesn't even save the two women and completely disregards them. Kuijing is literally too angry to die. The scheming bitch throws her purse at her own best friend, causing Wen Shuya to trip on her feet and fall to the ground. Defenseless with nowhere to go, the zombies make quick work of her, tearing apart her flesh and enjoying their meal. While she's being torn apart, Wen Shuya curses Kuijing, swearing that she'll face an ugly death when her time comes. Making her own escape, the crazy bitch runs away, thinking she did the right thing. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Xiaoyang achieves system points for eliminating another threat, while Shanshan watches in horror. He also gains access to another mission to kill the lingering zombies around the base. Shanshan can't believe that the infection is so potent that it causes the dead to return back to life. With this, the apocalypse has officially begun. Xiaoyang tells her that mutations will run rampant, and the people who are infected will turn into zombies even after death. Sensing that he needs to update his team, he calls for an immediate meeting. In the next scene, they're all sat, discussing what to do next. Xiaoyang instructs everyone to stay vigilant and lock everything down completely, making sure that their bodies adapt to the source of the infection. If their bodies can healthily adapt, they'll be at less risk of a sudden mutation. Even then, Zhang Qi is worried sick for his injured friend. Chen Chong is still resting in the infirmary, and unfortunately for him, his infection is slowly taking over him. The city's up in flames, chaos is ensuing outside and ravaging the world. We turn to Zhang Xingzhe, who orders his family to stay home while he's going to go to the warehouse and collect all the supplies he has. He also strictly tells them not to open the door for anyone, but things aren't looking so great for them as someone's already banging on the door. Gesturing his family to stay quiet, he approaches the door with a golf club in his hand, ready to knock the shit out of any infected person. He realizes it's just Yang Tao outside and lets his guard down. That ends up being his ultimate mistake, because Yang Tao has brought his friends to beat the shit out of his boss. They kick him down as he demands to be let go of. Even though the boss showed consideration to Yang Tao all these years, his own lackey ended up betraying him in the end. Of course, Yang Tao reminds his former boss that he was disgraced and tossed around like a lapdog. It's the opposite of being treated nicely. Zhang Shengji reminds him of the down payment he paid for Yang Tao's sake so he can get a house. Instead of being grateful for that helpful gesture, Yang Tao acts like it shouldn't be a big deal since his boss has enough money to buy several houses all at once. He's here for the warehouse keys to rob the supplies. The boss doesn't comply, causing this bastard to attack his family. Yang Tao drags his wife by her hair, causing the little boy to roar at him for hurting his mother. The poor kid can only do so much. Yang Tao doesn't even spare him and smacks the kid with a heavy slap. Zhang Shengji roars at him for hurting his defenseless wife and child. Being the evil son of a bitch he is, Yang Tao promises not to hurt them as long he cooperates along with them. In the next scene, they bring him all the way back to the warehouse. Unlocking it, they get inside, but Yang Tao is severely disappointed that there's barely anything that's left. The boss reminds him of their recent best client, Xiaoyang, who bought everything including even the expired food. There's practically nothing left in their stock. The mention of Xiaoyang makes Yang Tao realize something all of a sudden. If they can just steal those supplies from our boy, things will be easy for them as they'll have a decade's worth of ration on them. Of course, even the boss thinks that's a bad idea, because he knows from his previous encounter with Xiaoyang that he isn't a pushover. He even suspects that Xiaoyang must have learned about the apocalypse long before it happened, and prepared accordingly. Yang Tao doesn't even take it up as part of his mission, and instead forces his former boss to do the dirty work. Chang Shengji has no idea what he's talking about until the bastard puts his family at risk. This means that if he doesn't secure Xiaoyang's supplies, they'll just take out their frustrations on his wife and child. It's a depressing situation for this guy. Back at the fortress, things aren't looking good for Zhang Qi's friend. He's turned into an animal without any regard for reason. The group despairs at the sight of watching their friend get reduced to such a pitiful state. Finally, Yiming suggests that they dispose of him. Once again, Xiaoyang is made suspicious by his words. Zhang Qi can't believe the words coming out of Yiming's mouth. However, this guy is actually serious, believing that there's no reason to keep an infected person alive, especially when they're already dead. He understands that if he were ever to break out of containment, he will endanger the rest of them. His words are painful but true. Xiaoyang agrees that there's no cure, so there's no way to bring their friend back to life. To test Yiming's resolve, our boy offers him a blade, just to see what he'll do with it. The guy is startled at first, but eventually realizes what's going on. Xiaoyang wants him to kill his infected friend. Yiming's body shivers at the sight of the blade, while our boy eggs him on, reminding him that he's the one who wanted a weapon from the beginning. It's finally time for him to pick it up and peacefully send off his friend. Interrupting their conversation, Zhang Qi forces the blade out of their hands. He understands the weight of the responsibility involved, and volunteers for the task instead. Our boy quickly reminds him that if he follows through with this job, he'll become a murderer. It's not something to brush off easily, but Zhang Qi is prepared to trust in Xiaoyang's words, and that's why he's ready to do the job. Seeing his confidence, he allows Zhang Qi to make his move. In the very next scene, he loads the blade and is seconds away from slashing his face. But shockingly, Xiaoyang stops him at the last second. Even though they agreed on everything, suddenly he changed his mind. Turns out that Chen Chong's condition is special, which is why Xiaoyang doesn't want to end his life as he's still got some use for him. It's actually because the system alerted him about a rare mutation in his case. Now alone in the room, our boy checks his state. Chen Chong is a savage beast as he is right now. But Xiaoyang is fearless. This man goes up to his face and reminds him that he's still got one last job to do. The following day, a car crashes straight into a pole. It's actually the boss, who appears to have such shitty luck today that he can't even drive properly. Thankfully, he's pretty close to the fortress, so the distance can be traversed by foot. However, things get a lot more complicated when an ugly zombie attacks him. Unfortunately, the boss ends up getting bitten on his arm. He shoves the mad beast back down and runs back to his car. Grabbing a metal pipe, this man literally knocks the sonic rings out of the zombie's head. He doesn't even stop there, continuing to smash the creature's head until it is reduced to a pile of blood. Well, he wasted far too much time on one zombie as others are also gaining up on him. With his compromised condition, he keeps walking in the direction of the fortress. Speaking of which, our boy's got his crew locked and loaded. Each of them are armed with weapons to kill the zombies lingering around the base. Shanshan is struggling with the protective gear covering important parts of her body. Even though it's uncomfortable, it's necessary to wear. Xiaoyang points out that zombies are known for their explosive power, and it can get overwhelming for them when they lack combat experience. He's fine with them taking it off later on. Outside the base, they're locking down on one zombie as their main target. Xiaoyang instructs his team to get ready as they're within range to strike. Suddenly, the zombie catches sight of them and initiates its attack. As it bursts towards our boy, Xiaoyang reminds his team of the instructions he fed them earlier. Everyone is tasked to cover for each other and maintain good distance. He quickly dodges the zombie's lunge and shows them a visual demonstration of how to create an opening after avoiding an attack. The best areas to strike are the creature's temples and nape. Think of it like Attack on Titan, the neck is their weakness. Surprisingly, Four Eyes is brave enough to smash his weapon into the zombie's face. But instead of cutting through with his blade, he only ends up hurting himself. I was glazing him and he ended up losing all of his aura in the same scene. Xiaoyang emphasizes that attacking the skull is useless. It's the least effective move they could pull off in a battle. It also gives the zombie a window to attack the dude, forcing Four Eyes to block with his blade. The creature really wants a piece of him while he's quivering in fear for backup. Xiaoyang is at least impressed with the way he handled his defense. Next up is Zhang Qi, who goes right in to target the monster's neck. The zombie is struck precisely at its weak spot, creating an opening for the rest of the team to keep on bashing it to death. Our boy highlights the importance of striking numerous times to ensure a successful kill. Zhang Qi looks back to ask how they're doing, to which our boy replies that they should know the answer themselves. However, a zombie is rushing to attack him from his blind side, causing Zhang Qi to shout and alert him. The mindless beast is inches away from biting his shoulder. But even then, Xiaoyong quickly turns back and grabs him by the head, displaying no signs of fear in his approach. Once again, he uses this as a lesson to teach them the importance of keeping an eye on their surroundings. The rest of them are amazed by his incredible reflexes and quick thinking abilities. Okay, let's go and see what the boss is doing. Boss is over here regretting his life's choices, as he spots a bunch of vehicles stopped right outside the fortress. This makes him wonder if Xiaoyong has already been killed by another party. Suddenly, he hears a bunch of people talking to each other. He recognizes one of the voices as Xiaoyong's and slowly draws near to see what's going on. Spying on the group from behind a car, he can't believe what he's seeing. Xiaoyong and his team are hunting down zombies without much struggle. Unbeknownst to this unlucky guy, Wen Shuya's zombified corpse crawls out from under the car and grabs his leg. This bitch really doesn't know how to die. She causes him to trip and fall. Left completely defenseless, the boss braces himself as the zombie hastens to feast on him. Right as she's about to kill him, her head gets blown to bits. It's Xiaoyong, who came just in time to save his life. The boss shoves her headless corpse to the side, while our boy questions what he's even doing here of all places. The boss explains his situation, but before he gets to say anything, Xiaoyong unfortunately spots his infected bite mark. He puts the gun over his head, stating that he's already a lost cause. The boss begs him to at least hear him out before shooting. Even though Xiaoyong is willing to give an ear to his request, he's not going to let this guy come near him. Filled with grief, even the boss understands that he's done for. The clock is ticking down for him to become a zombie. But the last thing he wants is for his family to experience the same tragic fate. He reveals how Yang Tao terrorized his family and is currently holding them hostage in exchange for Xiaoyong's supplies. Even though Zhang Shengji has done a lot of bad things in his life, he's never done anything close to what Yang Tao is doing right now. In any case, his family is innocent, but he knows that Yang Tao won't spare their lives. That's why he's begging for help, for Xiaoyong to take mercy and save his family. The situation is conflicting for our protagonist. He understands that Zhang Shengji is a selfish man, but at the same time, he did help out with the delivery of the supplies. What's more is that even though his team is well made, the ratio between men and women is unequal. Xiaoyong thinks that improvements could be made in light of that. He gets even happier after receiving a system mission to protect the boss's family, allotting him 25 points for completion. There's also his current mission, which is to kill all the undead lurking outside his base. Anyway, Xiaoyong agrees to take responsibility for the boss family. Hearing such words, the soon-to-be infected Zhang Shengji plummets to the ground, forever grateful for his actions. But now, it's time. Even the boss knows that he'll be infected soon, and he doesn't want to die a human's death. Understanding his situation, Xiaoyong orders Shanshan to grab a bike from the storage room. She doesn't get his intentions, but she goes to grab one anyway. As for our boy, he tells the boss to isolate himself from the crowd in a place where no one can reach him. Even though he doesn't explain the reason why, he thinks it's the best strategy to use before he becomes infected. Accepting his suggestion, the boss thanks him once again. In the next scene, we can see Zhang Shengji racing off on his bike. He's slowly turning into an infected, and his final thoughts before turning into one are those of his family. With him gone, Xiaoyong turns to the pile of zombies that they've all killed. Pouring gasoline on top of their corpses, he decides to burn all of them to ashes. The team has officially conducted a proper training session. Xiaoyong has become confident in their ability to fend off a bunch of isolated zombies without any problems, as long as they work together. However, with their current skill, they'll be unable to take on a small horde or even a zombie wave. That's going to need some time to adapt to. Xiaoyong tells his team to follow him, and in the next scene, they're facing yet another one of his storage rooms. Our boy uses the old geezer to watch over the weapons storage room for tonight, as he'll be heading over to the city. Of course, Shanshan's grandpa is worried that he's leaving off to a destroyed city. It doesn't make any sense for him to do that. Zhang Qi and Four Eyes volunteer to tag along for the mission too, but our boy refuses them, stating that it's a level of danger beyond their current skill. That's why he's leaving them to just protect the fortress until then. With that settled, a few minutes later, he's already in his car with his weapons prepared for the hunt. For the first time in forever, the store is empty, and even the refreshing option takes a while. This time, he decides to spend points to refresh everything. When he does, he is welcomed by a bunch of new loot boxes that he'd never seen before. Among them is the Black Tech box, a life-saving box, and an armed threat box. Also, with every manual refresh, the cost doubles, which means he'll have to be careful about how he uses the feature. Xiaoyong still thinks it's a good idea to spend all of his points on the fancy new crates. For now, he purchases only the Black Tech supply box, leaving him with 6 points left. He opens the box and discovers a physical enhancement potion, this time with a 5-point increase. It's an even bigger jump from last time. Reaching superhuman levels of strength, Xiaoyong injects himself with the potion. His body succumbs to the potion's effects, making him stronger than ever before. Our boy's destination is actually the boss's house. His wife and child are quivering in fear, hoping for Zhang Shengji to resolve everything. After a while, Yang Tao and his goons arrive into the room, while the defenseless lady questions what they're going to do next. Forcing his way upon the weapon, this piece of filth tells her that they're going to enjoy her while her husband's away. The poor woman tries her best to fend them off, begging them to stop what they're doing. We pick up the story with these thugs tearing Xiao Li's clothes without a hint of shame, while her desperate son struggles to shove one of them away. Right at that moment, the guy with the ponytail, known as Li, shows up, asking what all the noise is about. One of the goons answers, saying they're about to have some fun, and invites Li to join in. But the ponytail guy tells him that the job isn't finished yet, so there's no time for messing around. They better focus and get to work. The goon gets annoyed and asks why it's a problem, since they've done this kind of thing many times before. The ponytail guy gets pissed off to see this horny gorilla not catching the gist of the situation. He reminds the goon that he's messing with Zhang Shengji's wife and kid. He warns the goon that if she can't handle it and tries to kill herself, Zhang Shengji will have nothing left to lose. He'll come after them all, and nobody's getting out of that alive. He gives the horny gorilla some hope, saying that once they deal with her husband, they'll come back and work her to the bone, not letting her rest for a single day. The horny gorilla calls Li party pooper for ruining the mood, but he decides to take the advice anyway. With that, the goons start walking out of the room. One of them shoots her a creepy look, telling her to wait for her turn. The mother and son are left helpless, with nothing to do but cry. As night falls, the zombies start to roam the streets, and in these desolate roads, our boy is cruising in his car. He's deep in thought, reflecting on his recent gains. With 13 points in stamina, he's now got more than twice the strength of an average person, and his reaction time and control have improved significantly. He's zooming through the cluttered streets, drifting his car around corners, feeling the rush of adrenaline with every turn. The entire place is crawling with zombies, so our boy decides it's time to get out of the car. The city center is ahead, and driving would attract too much attention, so it's time to go on foot. Just then, he hears roars. He turns around and sees 2 zombies charging at him. But our guy isn't fazed. He dashes to avoid the direct hit, locks his shoulder into one of the monsters, and throws it hard enough to knock over another zombie. Quickly, he summons his sword and charges at them once again, going full throttle. With one swing, both zombies lose their heads in an instant. These zombies have become nothing more than punching bags for our boy to test his newfound strength and reflexes. He's amazed at how easily he's overpowering them now. There's no doubt in his mind that he's gained more than twice the physical strength of an average person. On top of that, his instincts have sharpened, and with his enhanced hearing, he can tell that the place he's looking for is only about 800 meters away. Meanwhile, a group of zombies is relentlessly banging their heads against the window door of a grocery store. Inside, the survivors are doing their best to fortify the front gate, piling heavy objects in front to keep it secure, hoping it'll hold long enough for them to figure out a way out. The terrified brat asks his father if they're going to die here, to which the father tries to reassure him, saying that these sons of witches can't get in, and even if they do, it's still a win because they'll be reunited with his mother. Of course, the father's words don't offer much comfort, and the brat starts crying even louder. The officer gets annoyed and can't believe what the father just said without thinking it through. He's irritated by the brainless nonsense this father told his son. But the sassy father shoots back, saying if he had enough brain cells to think before speaking, he would have been a property manager by now. By now, even the officer starts to worry that they might actually die here. Just as the tension peaks, they hear gunshots. One of the zombies clinging to the door has its head obliterated, and the brat falls to the ground in shock, while the father is left clueless about what just happened. The officer tells them to move the heavy stuff aside to see who's outside and warns them not to make any noise. As they carefully peek through the gate, they realize that all of the nearby zombies have been dealt with, so they cautiously step out. The brat starts shouting something about a mutant. The father quickly asks what he's talking about, and the son explains that it's a stronger and faster version of a regular zombie, just like in the comics, novels, and games. The father gets annoyed by his entertainment-obsessed son and snaps back at him, wondering how he can still be talking about games and stuff even in the face of danger. He's now sure that this is why his son always had the worst grades. The officer turns to the father, telling him to stop bickering and asks how the hell grades are relevant right now. He urges them to hurry up and keep a close watch on their surroundings, since they don't want that mutant to ambush them. Don't forget that this father's name is Old Song, so we will be calling him that. As they move forward, the officer warns them once again to stay alert and keep an eye on their surroundings as they slowly head toward the base. When they reach a fork in the path, they stop. The father looks across the street and spots a boy standing there. It's none other than our boy, who's clearly busy with his system, adding points and adjusting his stats. At that moment, the brat starts shouting that it's a mutant zombie. But the officer, being the only one with enough brain cells, quickly realizes that this guy definitely looks like a survivor, not a zombie. It seems like these guys have caught our boy's attention. He chuckles at the brat for mistaking him for a mutant zombie, and tells the kid to stop letting his imagination run wild. The officer perks up with relief, realizing it's actually a survivor. Moving cautiously, he approaches our boy and tells him it's too dangerous to be out here alone. He advises him to come with them, as they need to stick together if they want to survive. He invites him to join their group. Zhang Xiaoyang asks the group about their identity, as he has no clue who they are or why only a few of them are stuck here. While scanning the area, the officer explains that they're out looking for supplies, and that there are still quite a few civilians gathered at Rongxiang Garden. The mention of Rongxiang Garden triggers a memory for Jiang Xiaoyong, and he recalls that there's a Junyu mansion nearby, not far from where they are now. Old Song agrees, saying it's just across the street. He then tells Jiang to come with them, stressing that there's strength in numbers. Officer Lee has a gun, and with their experience dealing with mad zombies, they're confident they can protect him. Seems like they just don't know about our boy's background, and even our boy does not try to boast his title and just humbly agrees to this. Later, they move forward cautiously. Old Song asks Jiang Xiaoyong why he wants to go to Junyu Mansion, wondering if there's someone important he's trying to find. Jiang Xiaoyong replies with a simple yes, and Old Song follows up with another question, asking if it's a relative or a girlfriend. Old Song reminds him that it's the end of the world, so whoever he's looking for is probably already dead, and he better prepare himself mentally for that. The officer grits his teeth and agrees, saying that even if they weren't killed by the Ravagers, they could have encountered those beasts. The mention of beasts catches Jiang's attention, and he asks for clarification. Officer Lee reveals that a group of thugs is holed up in the Buyu Mountain Villa area in the east of the city. To survive, they don't hesitate to harm other survivors, and they ran into them once, losing many of their companions at their hands. The man decides not to talk about it any further, reminding everyone that they must stay vigilant when encountering other survivors. Suddenly, the brat shouts for the officer to be careful. As the officer spins around, he notices a zombie lunging at him. The officer quickly takes it down with a few well-placed shots. Officer Lee pants heavily after the close encounter, his heart racing as he'd thought he was done for. However, it seems the gunshots have attracted the attention of nearby zombies, and the officer quickly falls into panic mode. But right at that moment, he spots an abandoned bus. Everyone rushes toward the bus. Jiang Xiaoyong grins as he thinks ahead of them. In his mind, running recklessly could attract even more zombies. But the bus, as a closed shelter, is perfect for defense. The only downside is that if it falls, there's nowhere to retreat. After weighing the pros and cons of the decision, Jiang decides to give this emergency plan a score of 70. Everyone has already made it into the bus when Officer Lee tells him to hurry and keep up. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong jumps into the bus, and Officer Lee quickly slams the door shut behind him. The officer warns everyone to be cautious and check each seat for any hidden Ravagers, but the brat quickly shouts that the zombies are not giving up. They're still gathering outside. Officer Lee grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that despite their fast escape, the zombies are still hot on their trail. The zombies begin banging on the bus, trying to break in. With each passing second, the number of zombies increases, and the officer does his best to keep the gate closed, but it looks like this is just too much for the poor officer. That's when Jiang extends his hand and slams the door with such force that the zombies are pushed back, and the door is completely sealed. Officer Lee is left stunned, his jaw hanging in disbelief at such incredible strength. Jiang Xiaoyong then comes up with a plan, and states that he's blocking the door to keep it shut, and suggests that they should smash the windows and fight back. Surprisingly, the officer agrees and decides to place some faith in Jiang Xiaoyong. At that moment, they shatter the bus windows, and zombies trying to cling to the bus are struck on the head by Old Song. The others assist Old Song, making sure he doesn't topple off while hanging out the window. Officer Lee, however, is holding back on using his bullets, as he doesn't have many left and wants to reserve them for when things get dire. That's when Jiang Xiaoyong pulls out a crossbow and tells Officer Lee to use it. The officer is bewildered, not understanding how this guy seemingly pulled the bow out of nowhere. Jiang casually explains that he just picked it up earlier. With that, Old Song and Officer Lee join in, using the crossbow and their own strength to clear out the zombies. After a while, they manage to defeat all of the zombies, and finally, they make it out of the bus they had been using as shelter. The brat, feeling absolutely confident and full of himself, believes they've just turned a dangerous situation into a safe one. He's convinced this can't be a coincidence, and that they must be the children of fate in this apocalypse. My guy then tells everyone to stay cautious and not make the same careless mistakes again. Meanwhile, back at the fort, everyone is hoping that things go smoothly for Jiang Xiaoyong. Lu Yiming decides to keep watch that night. The glasses guy asks why he's suddenly so enthusiastic, and Lu Yiming, annoyed by the teasing, tells him to stop talking nonsense. He reminds him that he had always been sincere with his duties. The fatty quickly gets humbled by his friend's reaction, and asks why Lu Yiming is getting so worked up over a bit of banter. Regardless, Uncle Sheng decides that since Lu Yiming is taking charge bravely, everyone else should head back to their rooms and rest, so they can make the most of Yiming's help. Uncle Sheng then advises Lu Yiming to wake everyone up immediately if anything happens. As the night deepens, Lu Yiming sits idly, reflecting on how late it's gotten, knowing that everyone must have already gone to sleep. He decides to get back to the main goal he's focused on, wanting to settle things before our boy returns. Meanwhile, the old man sleeps soundly with the key of the weapon room lying near his pillow. The old man doesn't even notice when Lu Yiming quietly opens the door to enter. As Lu Yiming approaches the old man's bed, he reaches out to grab the key. But to his surprise, the old man proves to be more alert than expected, waking up just before Lu Yiming can grab it. The old man asks what the hell he is doing, but before he can get any more words out, he receives a solid punch to the face from Lu Yiming. With the key now in hand, Lu Yiming runs as fast as he can, while the old man calls after him, demanding the key back. The commotion wakes others up, and the old man quickly reports to everyone that Lu Yiming has taken the key to the weapons room. They all run as fast as they can to catch that bastard, but the idiot throws a bunch of stuff in the way while running. Everyone chasing him stops right there. It's pretty hilarious though, because they could easily jump over these obstacles, but they just stand there like game characters refusing to enter a restricted area. Lu Yiming notices the nursery room on his way and figures he might as well go all the way since he's already doing this. He heads into the room where Chen Chong the zombie is lying on the bed, strapped down. As he tries to approach, the zombie suddenly retaliates with its free hand. Lu Yiming is taken aback because the second hand was supposed to be tied down, and he wonders if they made the straps too loose when they bound this freak. This actually makes him even happier though, because it saves him the trouble of untying the zombie. Meanwhile, the others finally make it past the obstacles, and what they find in the corridor is far from pleasant. They're frustrated that Lu Yiming went out of his way just to let Chen Chong out of the infirmary. The old man is regretting not realizing sooner that Lu Yiming was such a snake. But Shanshan tells him there's no point in regretting now, they need to focus on what to do next. Since all their weapons are locked in the warehouse, they should start by making sure that this zombie gets locked back in the infirmary. Uncle Sheng decides to use the method Zhang Xiaoyang taught them earlier, stay careful and avoid letting the monster bite. With that in mind, they start walking toward the zombie. Zhang Qi quickly grabs the bastard by the neck, while the other two help hold its hands down. The old man contributes highest out of all, pointing towards the infirmary and telling them to drag the zombie back. With a countdown of 3, they push the zombie back into the infirmary and lock the door as securely as they can. Once the zombie is locked inside, one of them wonders if it's just him, or if restraining the zombie wasn't as hard as expected. Everyone else shares the same thought. But the old man reminds them that they've wasted so much time here, that little brat must have gotten all the weapons by now. Right at that moment, Lu Yiming shows up and questions the old man's audacity to call him a little brat. Sadly for everyone, the bastard finally has a gun in his hands. However, he seems annoyed by the fact that the storeroom only had one weapon, but he figures this one will be enough to deal with all of them. After he takes care of everyone, he'll take his sweet time searching for the other weapons. Lu Yiming points his gun at them, ordering them to move back into the room. Zhang Qi tries to reason with the bastard, reminding him that it was Zhang Xiaoyang who saved everyone and gave them a chance to live. But Lu Yiming reminds them that our boy always acts high and mighty. Saving their lives doesn't mean they have to serve him like slaves for the rest of their days. The old man also calls this bastard an ungrateful sucker. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, Chen Chong seems to have his own plans, and it looks like he's about to intervene in the heated argument. But before anything can happen, the scene transitions to Rongxiang Garden, where Officer Li is giving precise directions to our boy, telling him how to reach Jinyu Mansion. He warns that the layout of the residential area is complicated, making it easy for zombies to hide, so he needs to be extra careful. Officer Li tells Jiang Xiaoyang that once he finds the people he's looking for, he should return to Rongxiang Garden to meet everyone. He advises Jiang to take the side gate of the community, not the main gate, for safety. Jiang thanks him and says he'll keep that in mind. As he begins walking his way towards his next destination, Old Song suggests helping him out, since he helped them fend off those zombies and save their lives. But Officer Li reminds him that they have no idea what the situation is like inside Jinyu Mansion. If they accidentally walk into a horde of zombies, everyone will be dead in no time. Zero Song asks why they're letting Jiang walk into what seems like certain death. Officer Li replies that he's already warned Jiang as much as he could, so all he can do now is feel pity for him. He adds, though, that they shouldn't overlook the skills Jiang has. He's clearly capable. Meanwhile, outside, the area is crawling with zombies, and inside, the goons who are taking Zhang Sheng's family hostage are getting annoyed to see that Zhang Sheng has not come back. The other thug doesn't care and says he's held his frustration in long enough, so tonight he's letting it all out on his wife, otherwise he won't be able to sleep. Seems like these idiots are just waiting for a dead man to return. One of them, though, seems smart enough to realize that Zhang might be dead since he went out alone. The other disgusting thug adds that when they clap her, they'll make sure to tie her up so she won't have a chance to kill herself. They have no idea when things might go south, so they decide to make the most of the time they have left. Meanwhile, the lady trembles, hearing the goons plotting against her. Ponytail finally gives his friends the green light to go, but he tells them to be careful and not let anything happen to the woman, especially not while doing anything naughty. Suddenly, Ponytail notices something unusual outside. As we peek outside, we see that all the zombies have mysteriously dropped dead. While this reason may be unknown to that bastard, we know exactly what's going on. Ponytail decides to take a look outside, wondering if it could be a rescue team. But before he can go any further, his life chapter ends right there. As he steps outside, he's met with a dagger slash that cuts his throat clean off, and his head rolls over the ground. Meanwhile, the other thugs in the room are ready to claim their prize. They look absolutely thrilled and aroused as they start undoing their belts. They yank her son away from her and slap her hard across the face for yelling. They throw the kid aside, but the little brat has some courage and is willing to fight with everything he's got. However, they kick him out, not wanting any more trouble, and slam the door shut behind him, leaving the poor kid outside. At that moment, the headless body of Ponytail collapses to the ground, leaving the kid frozen in shock. But what stuns him even more is the silhouette standing over the doorway. But there is nothing to fear about because it's our boy, Zhang Xiaoyong. Jiang looks at the kid and asks if Zhang Shengji is his father. The boy stutters for a moment before managing to respond. Meanwhile, inside the room, the thugs have already started tearing the woman's clothes as she struggles to cover her up. One of them, cocky and smug, slaps her hard across the face, demanding her to scream out loud as they harass her. But the woman stays silent as she does not want her son to hear her suffer. Eventually, the thug just decides to go over her and then let his other buddies have their turns. But before he could do anything, the door slams open. One of the thugs thinks it must be the brat who kicked the door open, but before he can react, his head is cleanly sliced off, and he goes silent instantly. His friend, clueless about what just happened, asks why he's standing there like a fool and tells him to just kick the brat out. But what his friend doesn't know is that the guy has already lost his head and promptly collapses to the ground. The others are completely confused, not understanding what's going on. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyong grabs one of them and slams him hard against the wall. The thug, who had been happily undoing his belt, stutters, asking Zhang's identity. But Zhang doesn't bother with an answer. Instead, he delivers a solid kick to the thug's face, knocking him out cold and finishing him for good. The scene transitions back to the fort, where Li Yuming is holding his gun against everyone. He tells them one last time to move, or he will shoot. The old man tells the others to just do as this bastard says and move to the room. However, Shanshan decides against this idea. The old man, though, insists she follow his orders since Li Yuming has the gun, but reassures her that he'll think of something later. Li Yuming just smirks disgustingly and reminds them that there's nothing to figure out. He threatens them, saying they haven't seen his ruthlessness and decisiveness yet, and that he will definitely establish his dominance. He decides to take the old man down first, since he's the one yapping the most. The other two standing behind the old man try to talk him out of it, but just as they're speaking, they hear a sound. Suddenly, the lock on the infirmary door begins to move, and with a loud swing, the door opens. To everyone's shock, it's Chen Chong, who had somehow used the key to free itself. They find it ridiculous that Chen Chong managed to unlock the door himself in his berserk state. It's clear that Chen Chong has a bone to pick with Li Yuming, and he locks his deadly glare onto the bastard. Li Yuming quickly points his gun, determined not to let a monster who can open gates at will live. He pulls the trigger, but to his despair, the gun jams, and he realizes he's about to get screwed. Before he can react, the monster lunges at him, tearing him apart and killing the bastard who's kept everyone on edge for the past few chapters. Not only does Chen Chong take out Li Yuming, but he also drags his lifeless body toward the infirmary. No one knows what's happening, and all they can do is watch in complete disbelief. Chen Chong, on the other hand, grabs the key to the infirmary door, tosses it aside, and he locks himself in, leaving everyone standing there bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyong is done taking down the thugs and finally frees the wife. He then calls the kid over to him, but the protective mother holds her son close, asking Jiang what he plans to do with him. Jiang doesn't bother explaining and simply tells the kid to come over. The kid finally decides to trust him, assuring his mother it'll be all right. When he reaches Jiang, our boy hands him a dagger and tells him to kill these bastards. The thugs quickly realize what is coming for them next, so they start begging for their lives. Even the mother tries to protest, saying he's just a child. But Jiang states that he's no longer just a kid, and that everything changes from this moment. He tells the kid that, from now on, he's the one responsible for protecting his mother, so he needs to gather his courage and eliminate the monsters who hurt her. The disgusting smirks of those thugs flash in the boy's mind. Fueled by all his anger and courage, he charges at the bastards, and in the end, he takes them down, finally avenging his mother's suffering. The mother looks horrified as she watches her son, while the kid himself is consumed with anger. He knows that even after killing these bastards, his father isn't coming back. In a moment of grief and frustration, he asks Jiang if his father is pushing up daisies now. Sadly, Jiang responds with a somber yes. The boy, unable to handle the weight of it all, throws the bloodied knife to the ground. He rushes toward his mother and hugs her as tightly as he can, seeking comfort in her embrace. The mother, desperate to keep her son safe, pleads with Jiang to take him with him, offering to do anything he wants in exchange for her son's safety. But the boy, determined to stay by her side, says he wants to protect her. But Jiang invites both of them to come with him. He reveals that he had promised Zhang Shengji that he would keep them safe. With that assurance, the mother and son follow Jiang closely, walking past the dead bodies of the defeated thugs. The kid looks scared to see those bodies, and he is even more scared about the monster who killed these guys. Jiang, with his usual calm, replies that it was he who took down all of them. By the way, let's not forget that this kid's name is Shuai and his mother's name is Xiaoli. Suddenly, Jiang gestures for them to stop, sensing some suspicious sounds nearby. He turns to Xiaoli and asks if she knows where Building 8 in Banyan Garden is. The mother responds by reminding him that it's the same direction he is currently facing, and asks him why he's asking about it. The scene then shifts to Building 8, where a group of looters stands outside, demanding supplies from everyone inside. They assure the residents that they will spare them if they surrender their resources. Inside, our team is hiding in the apartments, debating whether they should give in. Officer Lee quickly shoots down the idea, saying that the looters are animals who won't keep their word and will kill everyone except the women. The thugs outside continue shouting, giving everyone just 10 minutes to cooperate or risk being killed. Inside, one of the women thinks about going outside to beg the looters to spare them. But the other protests, refusing to become a plaything for those animals. But the gorilla silences both of them, telling them not to worry. He assures them they aren't planning to surrender and tells them to guard the hallway, confident that the looters won't be able to get past them. Meanwhile, the gang leader of looters outside smirks to himself, thinking about how well armed they are. His lackey, however, knows their strength isn't enough to force their way in, as the leader of the survivors inside is armed. Not to mention they are hiding, making it even harder to force their way inside. But the leader just smiles as he says they don't need to force their way through. Instead, he orders his men to cut off the water supply to the first-floor apartments and waits to see how long they'll hold out. While these thugs plot their tactics, Zhang Xiaoyang stands nearby, watching these guys sneakily. Shuai innocently asks if these are bad people, to which Zhang responds positively. It's both humorous and ironic that Shuai is asking such an innocent question, especially considering he's the one who just killed 3 grown men with a dagger. One might expect some solid character development from the kid, but he still seems to have his childish charm. Zhang then reminds Shuai that these are the same kinds of people who bullied his mother, and that's why they need to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Officer Lee tells everyone to guard the stairs and stay hidden, as he plans to check out what these guys downstairs are up to. Officer Lai then walks over to the window and sneaks a peek outside, noticing that all 7 of them are armed, with 3 of them packing guns. But then, a loud bang echoes through the air, catching Officer Lee off guard. The rest of the group is just as confused, not knowing what's going on. As we know though, these guys are getting ripped apart by bullets from Zhang Xiaoyang, and one of their men goes down. The others are left clueless about who just took them out. That's when Officer Lee spots Zhang Xiaoyang, gun in hand, making his way forward. My guy starts doing open fire, and one of the goons takes a direct headshot. When they spot him standing in the middle of their ring, they start shooting back with their pistols. But Zhang just keeps walking forward, unfazed, as not a single bullet even comes close to grazing him. This only makes him smirk at the sight of these amateurs. He raises his gun, aiming at the boss of the lackeys hiding behind the concrete block. But his bullets hit the block instead. The frustrated boss shouts at his lackeys, telling them to start firing while our boy is busy shooting him. The lackey eventually stands up straight, fully determined to take Jiang down himself. But Jiang quickly shifts his aim, pointing the barrel of his gun directly at the guy, and with 1 or few bullets, he blows the bastard's head off. The leader of the squad sneers from behind the concrete block, feeling smug as he thinks Jiang must be out of bullets by now. Confident, he decides to make his move, aiming his gun at Jiang. But Zhang Xiaoyang meets his gaze with a cold, unwavering stare, standing tall right in front of the guy. As soon as the thug pulls the trigger, Jiang moves his head with lightning speed, avoiding the shot. He grabs the thug's arm, the one holding the gun, and in a fluid motion, aims the same gun right under the bastard's neck. Without hesitation, Jiang pulls the trigger, sending a bullet through the guy's head. And just like that, the entire squad of criminals has been taken care of. Jiang then rummages through the leader's dead body, searching for anything useful. After that, he makes his way into the building, only to find that there are still some goons left from the squad. The remaining thugs launch themselves at him without a second, desperate to take him down. But Jiang doesn't even flinch. He stays rooted in place, unfazed. And all that breaks the silence are 3 quick gunshots, each perfectly placed, dropping the thugs on the spot. Watching all of this, Shuai is over the moon with excitement, clearly impressed with how our boy handled the fight. He can't help but admire him even more. Right then, a system task appears in front of our boy, revealing his next objective, which is to recruit survivors from Rongxiang. Completing this task promises a reward. Zhang Xiaoyang asks about these people, and Officer Lee responds, explaining that they're from the Biquishan villas, located to the south of the city. Officer Lee then quickly calls over the 2 yellow-jacketed men, Liu Chao and Chen Ji, telling them to brief Brother Yang about Biquishan since they ran over from the south. The 2 yellow-jacketed guys reveal that the people there are a gang, armed, well-resourced, and holed up in Biquishan villas, taking in nearly all the survivors from the south. This makes Zhang Xiaoyang pause, thinking back to his previous life. He wonders if Biquishan could be where Li Shuxian and Quijing's settlements were, and whether it could be them who took over. He asks the yellow-coated guys if they're implying that Biquishan is the only settlement left in the south now. The yellow-coated man replies that it wasn't always the case, but the gang had weapons, and the smaller settlements couldn't defend themselves. As they took over each place, they killed half the population, and then abducted the young and pretty women, and anyone who was willing to be complicit. Zhang Xiaoyang is certain about who is behind this, and when Officer Lee hears his confident declaration, he asks what he means by it. Zhang replies that the 3 guys they just took down each had handguns, and he tells them to hold on to them and check for extra magazines, because there's probably more of them out there. He also gives them his rifle and tells Officer Lee to keep it, and he'll leave them 5 magazines. Hong explains that the Baekwishan crew won't let this go, and with these weapons, 10 or so men should not be an issue now. He tells them to hold out here for a couple of days while he reorganizes back home and then comes back to deal with that shitty crew. One of the men standing there is shocked and asks if Jang is seriously planning to take on Baekwishan. He points out that they're probably dozens strong, if not more, and it's no small task to go up against them. Officer Lee tries to convince Jang that it's not worth the risk for them. He suggests that they just find another place. Our boy reassures Officer Lee not to worry about it, because he already has some beef with the Baekwishan crew. Besides, in a few days, he plans to return with a bigger vehicle to evacuate everyone to the east of the city, near the old Tea Leaf City. He's building a stronghold there and will need people to help. With that, Jang turns and walks away, offering a casual goodbye and telling them to take care of themselves. He also takes Xiaoli and Shuai with him. The scene transitions to a darker, more ominous setting. Dead bodies lie scattered around, and outside, a lone guard is on duty. The place he's guarding is none other than Baekwishan. Inside the mansion, we see the people running this gang. Wenge, with his orange hair, is the boss of this place, and he asks why they haven't dealt with the supplies at the Jinyu Entertainment Center yet. Xiaoli, the overweight man, responds during a meeting, saying he's already sent people over, so they should be back by now. But little do they know, those people have already been wiped. The other guy, known as Kai Gay, addresses the fatty, and reminds him that there are quite a few high-end affiliates living over at Jinyu Mansion. They can't just take the supplies from the entertainment center without consequences. Xiaoli assures him that his people are already instructed to bring back anyone alive. The boss looks furious and openly expresses his disappointment with Xiaoli, frustrated that he still hasn't completed a single task assigned to him. Feeling the weight of Wen's anger, Xiaoli humbly promises that this time, everything will be handled perfectly, while Kaige smirks in the background, pleased to see Xiaoli sweating under the pressure. Once Xiaoli steps outside for some air, one of his lackeys notices his sour mood and asks why he looks so defeated. Xiaoli snaps back, asking if the 7 men he sent have returned. The lackey informs him that he sent people an hour ago to check, and they reported back that the whole squad has been wiped out. The news leaves Xiaoli stunned and terrified. He can't believe that regular civilians from Rongxiang Gardens could take down 3 armed men. In a panic, he commands his lackey, Taozi, to gather everyone who can handle weapons. This time, he's determined not to let the mission fail. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang finally makes his way back to the base. As soon as Shanshan hears the sound of the car, she quickly realizes that it must be Brother Yang returning. When Jiang enters the boundary of his fort, the mission window pops up, notifying him that the mission has been completed successfully. Shanshan greets him, happy to see him back, but Jiang quickly notices that Lu Yiming is missing from the crowd. My guy feels absolutely glad to see that his hunch about that snake was spot on. Everyone is shocked when they realize that Jiang knew about Lu Yiming all along. Jiang then points to Xiaoli and Shuai, asking the others to show them to their rooms and then meet him in the infirmary. Once he's alone with his party, Jiang explains that he had known from the start that Lu Yiming had ill intentions. While he admits that he wasn't entirely sure it was him, he was certain that one of Zhang Qi's friends was a scumbag. Zhang Xiaoyang then throws a big gun towards Zhang Qi. As Bleachhead catches it and examines the bullets, he quickly realizes they're rubber bullets. The old man's mind clicks and quickly asks about the kid Chen Chong, who's inside the infirmary. Jiang strides confidently toward the infirmary, casually mentioning that Chen Chong isn't an ordinary zombie. Instead, he's a rare mutant, a fact my guy had already confirmed some time ago. He had asked the zombie to blink 3 times, and to his surprise, the zombie complied. Jiang explains that after the apocalypse, those infected by otherworldly sources have a slim chance of becoming rare mutants. These mutants usually possess far greater intelligence and potential than regular zombies. They may even retain fragments of their past memories, and Chen Chong is exceptionally rare among the rare. Jiang then opens the door, and the first thing they see is Chen Chong standing over the head of the man who had been causing trouble. The zombie quickly waves his hand upon seeing Jiang. Jiang orders him to stop holding back, saying there's no need to restrain himself and he should get rid of this bastard now. As the mutated guy begins dragging that snake out, his bleached head friend asks him if he remembers him, and the zombie's feet falter as he stops and looks at Zhang Qi. No one can figure out what's going on in the zombie's mind. Abruptly, he swings his hand at the bleachhead, who barely dodges it in time. It seems that Chen Chong is just messing with his old friend, which explains to Zhang Qi how even as a zombie, he still can't keep his hands to himself. Later, Zhang Xiaoyang is staring at his system screen. Zhang Chai unlocks a hidden achievement titled Mutual Companion, and the achievement is completed, adding system points to Zhang's total. Jiang is surprised to see that he's unlocked a hidden achievement, a nice little bonus. Curious, he decides to check if the shop has anything new. Upon looking, he notices a level 2 box labeled High-Tech Supply Box, something he's never seen before. However, it's expensive, and Zhang hesitates to spend his hard-earned 50 points on it. Instead, he opts to open the remaining 2 boxes first, figuring they won't take up space anymore. As he opens both of them, he receives 2 unexpected items. The The lifesaver supply box grants him an interdimensional infection blocker, which offers a chance to block otherworldly infections, but can't reverse mutations that are already complete. The armed deterrent supply box surprises him even more as it contains a Barrett M82, a powerful sniper rifle, along with a bundle of bullets. Zhang is amazed at his crazy luck. Not only does he receive a game-changing weapon from a level 1 box, but the infection blocker is a real deal breaker. The idea that it could potentially stop someone from fully turning into a zombie excites him. This stroke of fortune fills him with confidence, making him even more eager to open the level 2 box. He can barely contain his excitement, but he knows he has a mission to focus on first. His current task is to recruit survivors from Rongxiang Garden, and he's looking forward to completing it tomorrow. Outside, Chen Chong tosses the snake out of their fort's vicinity, since there's no place for traitors like him. As morning arrives, everyone gathers in the training grounds. From the old to the young, each person is armed and ready. Zhang announces that starting today, everyone must spend at least an hour practicing their shooting daily. They begin firing at target bottles, and each hit creates a flash of light. It's impressive to see the cans visibly hit, but not exploding from the shots. Zhang turns to Uncle Sheng, instructing him to have Zhang Qi gather everyone and clear a few more rooms, as he plans to bring back survivors from Rongxiang Garden today. The old man promptly agrees, ready to carry out Zhang's orders. Zhang also orders Chen Chong to accompany him on the escort mission, knowing the mutant zombie's strength and abilities will come in handy. Later, they finally find an abandoned bus, currently overrun by mindless zombies. But Zhang clears the zombies with ease, and Chen Chong helps by throwing the creatures out of the bus as well. Once the bus is cleared, Zhang hands Chen Chong the bus keys, telling him that he can take off his mask if he wants to now, as there's no need to restrain himself. However, he adds that once they reach Rongxiang Garden, he should make sure to put the mask back on so he doesn't scare anyone. The mutant guy acknowledges the order with a growl. Meanwhile at Bikuishan, Xiaoli is gearing up to depart for Rongxiang Garden, accompanied by a group of lackeys. This time, Xiaoli is personally leading the charge, determined to take down Rongxiang Garden once and for all. He refuses to believe that he's going to lose, not with the numbers and weaponry he has at his disposal. Their truck roars to life and speeds out of the compound, headed for Rongxiang Garden. After cleaning up and hijacking a random bus filled with zombies, Zhang Xiaoyang hopped on the driver's seat and quickly got to work. He saw a few more zombies clogging the highway and did not even think of stepping on the brakes for a single second. Our boy mowed through those mindless monsters like the gigachad that he is. With his enhanced reaction speed, he used the bus to drift and swerve through the plethora of abandoned cars blocking his personal freeway. Back in Rongxiang Garden, the high-rise building seemed peaceful from the outside. Inside, the group of survivors led by the reliable cop, Big Bro Lee, are currently munching on their rations, careful not to burn through their limited supplies all at once. Their mealtime was interrupted by the loud sound of a car engine coming from outside. The kid reckoned that Brother Xiaoyang must have come back to rescue them. Thankfully, Big Bro Lee has a good head between his shoulders. He grabbed his AK-47 and signaled everyone else to be silent while he checked out the situation first. With utmost caution, he slowly peeked his head above one of the windows with a clear line of sight outside. What he saw was not their savior but a group of thugs hungry for revenge. They are checking their weapons and looking for building number 8. Upon confirmation, the thugs took arms, and upon confirming their target location, Li Shuxiong ordered his men to move out. Big Broly was stressed out. Just when he thought they could leave their hiding spot to join Brother Yang's fortress, the bastards from Bichui Mountain showed up. Old Song raised his pilfered pistol, ready to face the scumbags who just can't learn their lesson. Now that they have a few guns distributed among the group, the survivors have gained quite a bit of confidence. Big Bro Lee yelled at the fake tough civilians to not get cocky. Right outside is a whole battalion that outnumbers and outguns them by a mile. He reminded everyone to stick to the plan, and as he headed to the rooftop, he set up an ambush. Outside, the Bichui Mountain Battalion gauged if they had reached the optimal distance to terrify the survivors holed up in the building. Led by Li Shuxiong, they collectively raised their scoped weapons, carefully aiming at the numerous windows of building number 8. Old Song peeked through the window and immediately screamed at everyone inside to be careful and take cover. The silent morning was interrupted by the sound of automatic weapons firing wildly into the high-rise. Every window within range was shattered, pushing Old Song back deeper. After the first wave of warning shots, Shuxiong ordered one of his lackeys to hand over the megaphone. While he negotiates a deal, the others must keep aiming and wrecking the windows with the intent of shooting anyone who dares to show their face. Shuxiong arrogantly spoke to the mic, demanding the attention of the survivors hiding inside. Before he could put another threat or another word in, the lackey right beside him got his skull pierced and his brains scrambled by a bullet. The thugs froze in fear. They were not expecting to be targeted by hidden snipers at all. The next thing you know, another bastard fell to his ass after receiving a clean shot to the leg. Up on building number 8's rooftop, the muzzle of the AK-47 spreads the smell of gunpowder in the air while the thugs scramble to find cover. Big Bro Lee has posted up in an optimal spot with a clear vision of the enemies. Bichui Mountain never could have anticipated that the survivors would have long-range automatic weapons in stock. Xiang blamed the intel they received for the fact that the survivors only had one pistol. Even if they pilfered the weapons of the 7 idiots that died last time, there should only be 4 pea shooters. The panicked thugs turned to their boss for their next move, afraid of getting picked off by the unseen threat. The simple answer was to retreat. You see, these bastards are not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. They took that order literally and scattered like headless chickens running out of cover instead of waiting for the signal to run together. As you would expect, running in the open streets with a deadly sniper is a recipe for disaster. The cop on the rooftop was as ruthless as he was accurate with that AK. Xiang berated his dumbass lackeys for running to their deaths. He counted down to 3, and the remaining bastards retreated as if their lives depended on them. That's because it did. While his lackeys skedaddled in a panic, Boss Lee remained hidden in his cover wall. It did not take the sniper on the roof to adjust his aim and kill off the retreating thugs one by one, racking up headshots and body shots one after another. From the beginning, Boss Lee's strategy was to use his men as fodder until the sniper ran out of ammo so he could safely run back to his car. A certified scumbag move. As he expected, the sniper had run out of ammo and had to reload with a fresh clip for a bit. Xiang's fat ass managed to reach the car safely. From a whole battalion, they are down to just 4 people, and unfortunately for the last one that lagged a few seconds behind, Li Xiang is in the driver's seat, and he could not be bothered to risk getting domed while waiting for another expendable unit. Catboy got his brain pierced by the high-caliber bullet and it was lights out. The other 2 that were fortunate enough to hop into the cargo bed lowered themselves, afraid to suffer the same fate that everyone else in their group went through. Back on the main road, Zhang Xiaoyang's magic school bus is still blazing through the clogged freeway like he was playing Mario Kart. Our boy was as cool as a cucumber while he navigated his way back to rescue the survivors. Given that the roads are pretty much abandoned at this point, seeing another car speeding up in the opposite direction was quite a surprise. Even though he could have, Xiaoyang chose not to meddle or chase. He is focused on the mission at hand. Currently, obtaining points is of paramount importance to him. After a few minutes of smooth cruise control, he arrived at the front of building number 8. Chen Chong, the friendly zombie, and Xiaoyang got out of the bus and immediately saw the aftermath of the shootout. The young man was impressed to see that the rifle he left behind came in handy. He also connected the dots that the car he just saw must have belonged to the fleeing raiders. Chen Chong looked at the fresh and bullet hole-ridden human corpses scattered on the ground and started salivating while growling like an animal. Xiaoyang smiled and asked his zombie pal if he was hungry. He gave Chen Chong the green light to go crazy on the fresh carcasses. It's better that he gets the human meat feast instead of leaving it for the mindless zombies around the area. As soon as he heard that he was free to stuff his jaws with sustenance, Chen Chong smiled like a fucked-up-looking kid in a candy store. Xiaoyang lets this boy run free as long as he meets him under Building 8 after the feast. Chen Chong did not waste a second and bit on the sinewy neck meat of the nearest dead thug. He savored the taste of blood and flesh touching his tongue. As soon as he swallowed, an invigorating feeling spread across his body. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang strolled through the bloody battlefield as if he were taking a leisurely walk in the park. Based on the efficient method the thugs were dealt with, he was impressed with how decisive Li Hongli was when it comes to killing. The kid poked his head above the broken windows upon hearing footsteps, and he immediately lit up upon seeing Xiaoyang. Upon confirmation that it was their savior, the rest of the survivors showed themselves and enthusiastically beckoned him to come closer. With the super cop in the front, the survivors packed up and met the young man downstairs. Big Bro Lee formally thanked Xiaoyang for lending him the counter-strike weapon that saved everyone's asses. As it turns out, before this dude retired, he was an expert marksman. Their happy reunion was interrupted by a loud guttural roar reverberating from afar. It was followed by the sound of steady footsteps. The survivors were frozen in terror as soon as they saw what was inching closer to them. It's our favorite badass zombie, Chen Chong, limping over with a strained look on his face. Big Bro Lee was the fastest one to react. He grabbed the trusty AK-47 and quickly aimed at the approaching zombie. Xiaoyang calmly held down the rifle and told the survivors to relax since this guy was one of them. He says the beast is one of them, but everyone is having a hard time believing in such a ridiculous statement. Can you blame them? Xiaoyang directed Chen Chong's attention to the rest of the dead thugs nearby, telling him to fill up on some more free grub. Big Bro Lee was amazed and terrified. He asked if Xiaoyang has the ability to talk to zombies or anything of the sort. The young man asserted that Chen Chong was not an ordinary zombie. It's a complicated matter, so he urged everyone to get on the bus first and promised to explain everything to them on the way. As they walked to the bus, Xiaoyang reminded his zombie buddy to eat quickly and come back to the bus as soon as he was done. Chen Chong gave the okay gesture as if he couldn't be bothered to stop his gory chomping. After putting every dead Beachway Mountain thug into his stomach, Chen Chong fished out his muzzle and put it back on. The survivors could not take their eyes off the bizarre scene ahead. The kid could not even fathom how one of these mindless berserkers would even have the lucidity to put a muzzle over their mouths on their own. Xiaoyang warned the kid not to let Chen Chong hear him call the specialized mask a muzzle if he didn't want to get hit. Loki, the kid is starting to find the mutated zombie cool. After his one-man feast, Chen Chong stepped into the bus like a normal chill dude. Upon eating so many people in one go, his mass increased a lot. and the bus noticeably tilted to the side as soon as he got in. This time, Chen Chong had even managed to speak slurred words while he handed the key of the muzzle back to his bro. Even Xiaoyang wasn't expecting that Chen Chong would gain the ability to speak so soon, even if it was just a single word. He ate a total of 6 corpses, and must have started evolving further. Right now, Xiaoyang's primary concern is getting everyone back to his home turn to convert his points and strengthen the settlement. He sat in the driver's seat and warned everyone to hold tight as he drove from 0 to 100 real quick. Back in Beechway Mountain's headquarters, Li Shuxiang had to report his failure back to his superiors. He was berated for being an idiot who couldn't accomplish anything. He tried to plead his case to Boss Lin. He tried to wash his hands of any fault as he received inaccurate intel going into the raid. He wasn't informed that the survivors had automatic rifles at all. Boss Lin refused to believe his excuse. Logically speaking, it's hard to believe that a small-town cop would be in possession of an automatic rifle in this country. The big boss was offended, thinking that Shuxiang would cook up such a stupid lie. But he stood his ground and asked if they could send someone to check the battlefield to see if he was lying or not. The right-hand man of the boss had enough of his bullshit and kicked the bastard down to the ground. That's Li Shuxiang's cue to get the hell out of the room. Mr. Right Hand has been starting to get sick of Shuxiang's idiocy and uselessness for a while now. Since the fool cost them heavy losses in manpower, they could always just nip the problem directly from the source and kill the bastard. Another Beechway Mountain executive, Boss Shu, called out the right-hand man's real reason for resenting Li Shuxiang. This perv right here has been eyeing Shuxiang's girl for a while now. The pervy fox proposed that they share the bastard's girl amongst themselves to think of her as shared property. Boss Lin smiled. He seemed on board with that idea, but insisted that they do not have to rush. They have to find the perfect opportunity first. Unbeknownst to the corrupt thugs, Li Shuxiang never left. He was just listening in to their disgusting conversation from the entrance. He gritted his teeth in anger. Bro really needs to snake his way out of this one. A few hours later, he went back to his lavish house and threw a childish tantrum. Out of frustration for his own incompetence, he wrecked his own place like a dumbass. His girl came out to check on him, trying to console the fat bastard. Li Shuxiang simply told her to start packing as they have to leave this place as soon as they can. She asked where they would go, and he couldn't give a straight answer. The only thing certain is that this place won't be safe anymore, and they need to plan ahead. Boss Li called his assistant Qingzi, and the loyal lackey ran in like a good boy. He ordered Qingzi to gather all their remaining men as they prepared to depart at midnight. His girl could sense that something was obviously wrong, and she did not like it at all. Anyways, back to the people that actually matter. Xiaoyang pulled up to his compound, parking the big bus into one of their many indoor parking areas. The survivors from building number 8 hopped out of the vehicle and marveled at the sheer scale of Xiaoyang's doomsday fortress. With them safe and sound, the survivor recruitment mission has been completed. He was tasked to rescue 5 of them, but he managed to bring back 8. Apart from the 25-point reward, he was given another 5 points as bonus, pushing his total to 66. Xiaoyang turned to his zombie buddy and informed him that tomorrow night, they were going on a 2-man mission to the southern district. Big Bro Li overheard the human-zombie conversation and curiously asked what was in the southern district. The young man simply told him that he had to go take care of some unresolved cross-time grudges with the people at Beechway Mountain Villa. By nightfall, Xiaoyang locked himself in his room while eyeing the level 2 high-tech supply crate worth 50 points, which he now has enough points to purchase. Without hesitation, he clicked the item's logo, excited to find out what was inside his first level 2 crate. Upon redeeming it successfully, his current points plummeted down to 16. A bright light swirled around his body as Zhang Xiaoyang prayed not to be let down after spending a fortune. Thankfully, the level 2 high-tech supply box did not disappoint at all. The gacha god smiled upon Zhang Xiaoyang and gifted him a physical enhancement serum. This big-ass syringe contains a miracle drug that can boost his physical prowess by 20 points. Without hesitation, he jabbed that thing right into his veins and let the contents flow through his bloodstream. It was a lot more painful than he expected. Right now, he's at 33 points in physical stats. That would be equivalent to over 6 times the strength of an average man. It did not just improve his raw brute strength. It also enhanced his senses. He sensed a mosquito buzzing around his room and reflexively grabbed the little bug by its stinger. His enhanced hand-eye coordination would surely come in handy when it comes to combat. He let go of his death grip, and the mosquito flew out of the room. It's safe to say that Xiaoyang was deeply satisfied with his reward. By sunset, he made his usual patrol with Brother Chong around the base. In one of the open yards, he found Li Hongli leading the marksmanship practice for those interested. After this round, Xiaoyang headed south of the city. Before going, he just wanted to formally ask the old cop to take over the marksmanship training for the others, since he's probably their best sniper. Old Li confidently accepted the job, eager to contribute to his specialty. With that taken care of, Xiaoyang walked, and Brother Chong limped their way to the bus. While that public bus goes way above the speed at which it should be driving, something else is brewing at the enemy camp. That was good for nothing, gangster. Li Shuxiang had arranged for all his men to flee upon sensing the knife inching closer to his back. Unfortunately for him, the escape plan was not as foolproof as he thought it would be. The big bosses of Beechwee Mountain Villa pulled up to his driveway, blocking his exits. Inside the lead car was the ringleaders with the addition of a very familiar bitchy figure. With a mocking smile and a gun in his hand, Boss Dong Shu confronted Boss Lee as to why he was leaving in the dead of the night. Like an expert liar, Boss Lee crafted an excuse on the spot. According to him, he just gathered his boys to head for Rongxian Garden under the cover of darkness to finish what they started. No matter how good he is at crafting lies off the dome, it won't work this time. One of his boys had already been caught and sucked dry of valuable inside information. Everyone on Boss Lee's faction immediately recognized Qingzi's limp body. Still thinking that he could wash his hands of any faults, Boss Lee tried to pretend that he had never seen the corpse lying on the floor in his life. Li Shuqiang awkwardly scratched his head, secretly hoping that his dumb act would fly. Tired of listening to his bullshit, Boss Shu gave the kill order to his men and showered the pig's faction with bullets. Boss Lee stood there, shivering in fear as his boys fell one by one. Up until the end, he tried his hardest to play dumb. Luckily, Boss Shu knows just what would break that act. He asked Li Shuqiang to take a good look at the person sitting in their car's passenger seat. The wannabe gangster caught a glimpse of karma, beating his head with an obvious conclusion. Kui Jing, the witch who always finds a way to attach herself to a bigger fish, had betrayed her way to the top once more. Boss Kai could not help himself. That pig kept on trying to act dumb when Kui Jing had already snitched the entirety of their escape plan. He really should have seen this one coming. That girl latched onto him after making Xiaoyang's life miserable. It's common sense to think that she would do it again. Finally, Boss Kai turned to Boss Zhang for the last order. Boss Zhang casually and wordlessly gave the go-ahead for Li Shuqiang's execution. The method they chose was a barbaric one. They tied a noose around the fatty's neck and had one of their strongest men pulling until Li Shuqiang's final defiant breath. It was a painful and miserable way to go. Once the last bit of life escaped his mortal body, he was left to hang at the gates of his own mansion. Under the cover of the night, a bright blue bus pulled over nearby. Zhang Xiaoyang and brother Chong sneakily closed in on their target on foot. When they arrived at the entrance, they quickly realized that they were a little too late. Tonight, they were supposed to finish off Li Shuqiang, but someone got to him first. This bastard deserves what he got, but Shuqiang regretted not being able to do it with his own hands. He grabbed a pebble from the ground, sent it flying towards the rope, and cut the carcass loose. Given the tragic ending of this scumbag, Xiaoyang feels a bit motivated to dish out some entertaining revenge. Back in the Beechwee Mountain Villa's base camp, unpleasant sounds can be heard from the top floor. Kui Jing thought she could just jump ship and be accepted by a bigger criminal like she previously did. Well, she was dead wrong, and her snitching landed her in the den of devious sadists. Boss Zhang only views her warm body as a reward to be used. The pair of deviant bosses passed her around. These people are absolutely disgusting. Thankfully, justice is just a few steps away. Boss Kai looked out of the penthouse window and was taken aback by the sight of his guards dead on the floor. What followed was some loud-ass knocks on his door. Those sounds were just a distraction. The real threat made use of the highest window as his entrance. With a knife in hand, Xiaoyang looked like the Grim Reaper. He made Boss Kai feel the cold blade against his neck. One tiny movement could end it all. Without giving the bastard a chance to spew any more nonsense, he slit that throat and made Kai choke on his own blood. That is one down, more to go. Boss Zhang was flabbergasted. One moment he was shooting poison out of his crotch. The next, his partner in crime was dead on the floor. Kui Jing, on the other hand, immediately recognized Zhang Xiaoyang. Without wasting another second, he sent the knife flying, accurately tracking the naked dipshit. Boss Zhang died with his willy out and his neck sliced open. As soon as his body hit the floor, Kui Jing screamed bloody murder. Thankfully, Kui Jing was not delusional enough to think that Xiaoyang came by to save her. On the contrary, she only felt more dread at the sight of him. Xiaoyang shot her a mocking glare and headed for the door. He slowly opened the locks, wondering what that scum Li Shuqiang would think if he saw her in such a state. As soon as the door was opened, the mutated fatty entered. The wannabe gangster is gone. He's just a mindless flesh-eating beast now. He went straight for Kui Jing's neck, savoring her flesh, bite after bite. The witch tried to plead for help, but her pathetic words fell on deaf ears. With that taken care of and his revenge fulfilled, Zhang Xiaoyang closed the door on the pair who betrayed and killed him in his past life. Outside, he coordinated with Brother Chong regarding safe corpse disposal. These fallen guards would be a nice succulent meal for his mutant buddy. However, Brother Chong's belly is still full because of their previous excursion. Tonight he can only eat one corpse at most. Still, that's better than nothing. While Brother Chong indulges, Xiaoyang's enhanced hearing causes him to pick up some intriguing sounds from afar. In a building just outside of Beechwee Mountain Villa, a group of scared survivors has been gathered against their will. Looking over them was a fearsome chef and a creepy goon. The goon picked up a little girl, choosing her soft and tender meat to be their next dish. The chef scoffed at the goon and turned down the little girl. She's just way too skinny. He wanted the plump little boy hugging his mother in fear instead. The chef dragged the kid while the mom pleaded. Tired of dealing with these pesky survivors, the chef overpowered the lady with a single swing. Mom cried her heart out and begged for her son to be spared. That's the only thing she could do. She turned to the other survivors to help, but her pleading fell on deaf ears. These people were just glad that they weren't picked. Suddenly, gunshots interrupted the kitchen. 3 massive holes appeared on the entrance. The building guards immediately pulled their guns out. As far as they know, only the bosses have high-caliber weapons. Thankfully, the sound of gunfire spared the boy from a cruel fate for now. The bullet hole-ridden door creaked open, and the guards prepared to unload their bullets. A few seconds later, there were still no signs of movement. Growing impatient, the chef ordered one of the guards to go out and check. The armed guard carefully inched his way into the door. As soon as he reached the kill zone, Brother Chong grabbed that bitch by the neck. Without exposing himself, he already took out one of the armed goons. Based on the color of that arm, the guards immediately assumed that some zombies must have broken in. Without hesitation, they made it rain, wasting their bullets while hitting absolutely nothing. Brother Chong continued baiting them out by running around the room in circles, outrunning their lousy aim at every junction. When the gunshots finally subsided, Brother Chong broke through one of the boarded windows, breaking the wood panels without much effort. He locked in on the chef in the middle of the guard formation. Without pausing his momentum, Brother Chong expertly broke the chef's neck in midair. He landed and used the momentum to springboard his way into the next target. Within a couple of seconds, the untrained goons were massacred one by one. When Brother Chong was done with his deadly rampage, the captive survivors cowered in fear and confusion. The zombie stormed into the room to kill all the goons, but he didn't touch any of the other survivors. Once the commotion died down, Xiaoyong casually entered the room and praised Brother Chong for such an impressive takedown even when he had his mask on. The mutated badass hoarsely replied that his mask makes his moves look even cooler, and he's not wrong at all. Brother Chong for president. Hearing the zombie speak only served to perplex and scare the survivors even further. Kids hugged their mothers tighter, and everyone made sure to keep their distance from the odd mutant. Xiaoyong broke the uncomfortable silence by assuring everyone that Brother Chong won't harm anyone. The little girl refused to believe his words. She had seen super monsters like this one kill without hesitation before. That bit of information certainly piqued Xiaoyong's interest. He carefully approached the little girl and asked what she meant. She mentioned super monsters. The girl's mother answered that they had come across another unusual mutant at Decor City in the eastern part of town. Xiaoyong thought it would take at least another month or 2 before other unusual mutants appear. To make matters worse, Decor City is not that far from their base camp in Old Tea Leaf Town. He gave Brother Chong a heads up about the possibility of another rare mutant nearby. You see, depending on the individual, mutants can retain varying levels of sanity and memory. That makes them more efficient and fearsome than a typical zombie. However, unstable mutations usually result in heightened violence. Hearing the route that he could be heading down made Brother Chong worried for his future. Sensing his concern, Xiaoyong assured his mutant buddy that he's one of the lucky ones who managed to retain his reason. Besides, with Xiaoyong around, he won't lose his sanity. Xiaoyong turned to the survivors to ask if there were more survivors in the villa area. As far as they know, a few are locked up in the sales office and the basement. Since it was the nearest one, they headed for the basement to check for other survivors. When Xiaoyong opened the steel door, the smell of blood assaulted his nose. Everybody recoiled at the bloody sight hiding behind that cursed door. This must be where those Beachui Mountain Villa bastards store the people they slaughter for meat. Now it makes sense why there are no other gathering spots in this part of the city. Still, the rate at which they kill people doesn't make sense. Well, some of the survivors saw the goons regularly transport unknown quantities of meat out of the city. Xiaoyong could make a rough estimate of the kill count based on the leftover corpses down in the basement. With such large quantities of meat, they could be engaged in some shadier stuff. Seeing as the basement is not a place to live, the only place left to inspect is the sales office. It's about 1 kilometer from their spot near the south gate. When survivors flock into the villa, they are first locked up in that area. Those deemed useless are sent to the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, Xiaoyong was prompted by a series of missions called Subpar Utopia. He must expand and improve the community score as much as possible. The goons stationed at the sales office are still clueless about the fact that the kingdom has fallen. They only heard some gunshots and thought that the bosses were probably using live people for target practice again. Under the guise of darkness, Brother Chong easily dispatched the lousy security. Currently trapped in the sales office, there were a few unfortunate ladies. Based on the lack of clothing in this room, one can assume the worst. They heard the commotion outside. Some of them have accepted their fate, and some of them still have a little fight inside. When the door opened, instead of some sleazy goon from the villa, a young man with a sharp and determined gaze walked in. Xiaoyong invited the ladies out, adding them to the mass of survivors he rescued tonight. They walked out of the office sales building, the ground littered with blood and corpses of the morally bankrupt goons. The young man promised everyone a safe place to stay, a real home instead of this hell on earth. His only condition was that everyone must work and contribute to the betterment of the community. These survivors have already experienced the tyranny and depravity of the villa. Anything would be better than their current living condition. With that settled, Xiaoyong led everyone to his ride. Everyone boarded the bus. Thankfully, he brought a big enough vehicle for everyone this time around. Not long after the rescue, they reached the base camp. Shenshan and Zhang Qi were waiting for the boss to come back. Seeing as he didn't drive the bus directly in, Zhang Qi stood by to see what the boss wanted to do first. Xiaoyong introduced everyone to his fortress. Right now, he can't just let everyone in without a proper vetting process. Thankfully, the survivors understand that it would be wise to be careful in these harsh times. For now, they will be based on temporary prefab houses protected by iron fences. It's not as secure as the main fortress, but compared to everywhere else in the city, it is heavenly. There are many unfinished buildings and open spaces in this old tea leaf town. Over time, constructions will continue, and conditions will keep improving. Hearing his sincerity, the survivors extended their gratitude to their savior. The night wrapped up, and the next day came. A fleet of cars and trucks pulled up to Beachui Mountain Villa's driveway. The lady boss of the fleet had already grown impatient. That bastard Zhang Qingwen or any of the dipshits she put in charge were not responding to her calls at all. She can tell that something must be up. The lady boss exited the vehicle and checked the buildings herself. As expected, she was greeted by the sight of gore, blood, and rotten death. Those who died the night before had finished reanimating into full, mindless undead. One of the zombies lurking in the building was Li Shuxiang. He roared and attacked the living by instinct. The lady boss did not even spare these critters a glance. She easily disposed of them with her bare hands. She then pulled out a knife and dismembered the drooling zombies, tearing them limb from limb. With the building overrun by the undead, the bosses they installed have died too. Their human meat supply chain will suffer from this mishap. They need to clean up that mess. But first of all, they need to take care of whoever is responsible for the fall of Beachui Mountain Villa. Blood will inevitably spill. After a thorough check on the villa, they concluded that not a single living person is left and reported back to Lady Boss Rui. The good news is that there's still meat left for today's shipment. All they have to do is bring the truck over and load that bad boy. While her men loaded the truck with trash bags filled with human meat, Boss Rui pondered her next move. Upon surveying the area, she found some tire prints heading out of the villa. With this, they could track down the man who crippled their operation. Back in the fortress, Xiaoyang is mulling over his current mission to expand the community. Despite adding a lot of people to his fold, his community score remained at just 2 points. Population size should be a key factor, right? Thankfully, he has plenty of land to work with. That snobbish guy who sold him the title did him a big favor. Aside from his expansion mission, there's another matter that needs to be addressed. The rare mutant that appeared in a nearby town. Along with Shanshan and Zhang Qi, the boss went to the prefab area and was greeted with reverence. After settling into the temporary housing with complete amenities, some of the survivors even knelt at him in gratitude. Xiaoyang just came by to extract some more info about the super monster that the mom and daughter mentioned. Mom expounded that they encountered the anomaly at the Horde market in Decor City. Back then, their group was trying to scavenge some supplies but encountered the beast instead. Several people were killed while she grabbed her little girl and escaped in the midst of chaos as everyone got separated. They ran non-stop until they reached Beachui Mountain Villa. They thought they were saved, only to fall into the grasp of worse monsters. Now that he knows the precise location, Xiaoyang headed for his wheels. Shanshan and Zhang Qi tried to discourage him from taking such a massive risk. They have plenty of supplies on deck after all. Well, he's not heading out to get some loot. Decor City is less than 2 kilometers away from its base. He can't let such a massive threat in close proximity continue to exist. Hearing his declaration, the survivor who encountered the super monster herself also tried to stop the young man from going. Xiaoyang assured everybody that he knew what he was doing. He only needs Brother Chong by his side so they can pay that thing a proper visit. Currently, a group of competent-looking stragglers is roaming Horenfa in search of supplies. They found a big supermarket and were excited at the prospect of looting a bunch of stuff. It would be wise to rein in their expectations. The supermarket might already be cleared out. And so, the stragglers entered the supermarket, confident in their group's capability to move freely in the apocalypse. As soon as they sneaked inside, they were met with complete and utter darkness. Once their eyes adjusted to the dark, it became clear that the supermarket had been looted, but far from completely. To account for other survivors or hidden zombies, the group stuck close together and made some noise. Afterwards, they kept their ears and senses open for any movements. A few seconds later, a few loose zombies emerged, and the stragglers kept their cool. They dealt with the undead expertly. Engaging with utmost care, they dispatched the monsters in a coordinated assault. Most of them were glad to see just a few zombies. It's fair to assume that the main horde must have been drawn away by the last group who tried to loot the place. Still, this group was experienced enough to not let their guard down as they proceeded to scavenge. Unbeknownst to them, a much more intelligent beast is hiding in the shadows, biding his time like a hunter circling his fresh prey. As the stragglers head deeper into the supermarket, they thank their lucky stars for giving them enough supplies to last for years. While everyone else was foaming at the mouth at the sight of foodstuffs, their leader was drawn to the bed display. She finally let her guard down and excitedly hopped on the soft mattress. Some of them joked about settling down in the supermarket since it has everything they could possibly hope for. While the group tours the abandoned supermarket, 2 of the chief members go out for a smoke. They reckon that no matter how badly they wanted to settle down in this mall, it was just not ideal. The place has too many entrances, making it hard to defend. With so many supplies, it would also be a hotspot for other raiders. Thankfully, there's a 2-story building nearby that seems pretty suitable for settling down. Unfortunately for these stragglers, settling down requires being alive. The hunter had finally stepped out of the shadow, beginning his hunt for the tender flesh of the living. One of the stragglers managed to yell for help, attracting everyone else's attention. He ran back inside as fast as he could, but it was impossible to outrun a super mutant. The beast dug its sharp claws from its back through its chest. With one swift and brutal motion, the mutant tore the poor guy like he was made of paper. The stragglers were stunned in terror. Someone yelled retreat, but everyone felt their legs weaken. The group fought through the terror and moved their legs. Their pathetic attempt at escaping was a tragedy. They fell one by one, starting from the slowest runners in the back. They channeled their will to live in their every step, hoping that it would be enough to escape the apex predator gnawing at their collective heels. A few seconds later, and a few meters had elapsed, everyone else had been slaughtered aside from the girl boss over here. She ran without looking back and eventually got close enough to the exit so that she could see the light coming from the outdoors. Girl boss pushed with every bit of strength she had left. Unfortunately for her, running in heels is not the most ideal way to cheat death. At this point, that's just your fault. The super mutant shadowed over her. The entity that feasted on her comrades savored her fear. She cried and raised her arms in a futile attempt to defend herself. But when she raised her head, she saw a different super mutant. This one has a cool-ass mask. Instead of clawing her down to bits and eating her innards, this guy just walked past her. Following the masked mutant was a young man who told her to not be afraid. That's right, Zhang Xiaoyong and the gang arrived just in time to save the final girl. Much to her surprise, she actually recognized this dude as the kid who bought a massive plot of land from her agency before everything went to shit. Xiaoyong also recognized her as that polite real estate saleswoman from a while ago. If he's not mistaken, her name is Ning Wanwan or something. Their fateful reunion was interrupted by the guttural sounds of tearing flesh. Wanwan warned the young man of the monster wreaking havoc in the mall, but he simply assured her that the monster is being taken care of at the moment. She turned her attention behind and saw two anomalous life forms in a standoff. The mall mutant sees Brother Chong as competition, but our friendly mutant simply sees this opponent as an obstacle to being toppled. This is the first time meeting someone of the same kind for either of them. They were both thrilled to test how they would compare against a fellow mutated freak. Mall mutant struck with his unnaturally long claws, missing Brother Chong's crotch by just a few inches. He wonders if eating a fellow freak would speed up his evolution or something. While Mall mutant laughs, Brother Chong unleashes a roaring strike. The force behind that fist was so powerful and hefty that it planted Mall mutant's head deep into the tiled floor. Now the freak was forced to stop messing around and take the masked mutant seriously. Brother Chong raised his foot above the monster's head. In this case, kicking while someone is down would be completely acceptable. Unfortunately, the naked freak was fast enough to respond and jump out of the attack's way. With that same perverse laugh, Mall mutant thanked the humans that served as fuel to his gas tank, continuously accumulating and growing stronger day by day. Brother Chong's senses alarmed him of the incoming threat. The mall mutant jumped face to face against him, looking more savage and vicious than ever. The two exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qi is starting to get worried that Brother Chong is losing ground for the first time ever. Xiaoyong, on the other hand, was glad that they took this trip. If they had left this mall mutant to hunt for a bit longer, it might have grown to become completely unstoppable. To tip the odds in their favor, the young man stepped in and manifested a fucking AK-47 out of thin air. He casually asked Brother Chong to hold the beast down for just 1 second so they could finally wrap up. As usual, the ever-reliable super mutant did as he was told, and focused on keeping the mall mutant from using its speed. The sound of gunfire echoed all over the mall. A singular bullet pierced through the monster's forehead, cracking its skull, and turning what was left of its brain into mush. Nevertheless, a single gunshot to the head is not enough to put an end to the super mutant's terror. Still, that shot managed to hurt the beast. Now he's completely shifting targets to the young man with the gun. Changchi could not believe his eyes. He had never encountered a life form that stayed alive after a clean headshot. If a single bullet won't do, why not add one more? And then some more? And then just put that thing in full auto to do its magic. With high-caliber bullets chunking the mall mutant, the beast looked like rotten green cheese. When it finally fell, it shivered as the last bits of life left its body. Xiaoyong proposed that Brother Chong should try eating the super mutant. Who knows? Maybe it'll provide a hefty power-up. Much to the young man's surprise, removing a dangerous element such as this beast also counted toward improving his community score and advancing his current mission. Since they're in a relatively untouched supermarket, they might as well pick up a few things. They can't leave empty-handed now, can they? This is where Xiaoyong's storage ability comes in handy. There's no need for hauling truckloads of supplies. He can just suck it all up and transport it in a separate dimension. It's a little crass, but instead of letting the straggler bodies turn into zombies, they might as well give Brother Chong some dessert after munching on his main course. While Xiaoyong was away, some rats were trying to play. Boss Rui and a few of her subordinates have set off to follow the tire tracks and scout the enemy. From afar, they carefully assessed the stronghold's capacity and capabilities. Boss Rui's loyal hand evaluated that the fortress has a decent number of people, but they are poorly armed. Their only advantage is that sturdy warehouse. If that's all they have, it's a mystery how they took down Zhang Qingwen, Lin Guangkai, and the entire Bichui Mountain Villa. Boss Rui reckoned that the rats must have used sneaky tactics. They must have lured a horde of zombies in or something. Filled with arrogance, Boss Rui is already thanking the heavens for spoon-feeding her some juicy prey and a new base. For now, they must head back, regroup, and gather all their weapons and people before striking when the fortress expects it the least. The scouts turned around and drove off. Opposite their route, Xiaoyang's group is heading back. Zhengqi tells Wanwan that their base camp not only has mattresses but also hot water for proper showers. It's not every day you see other cars on the highway nowadays. The group tensed up as they prepared their weapons. 2 cars heading in the opposite direction, none of them slowed down. But for a split second, Zhang Xiaoyang and Boss Rui's aura checked each other. A new mission has been initiated. For Villain Nemesis Volume 1, Xiaoyang must resist the invasion to be rewarded 50 points. He immediately had a gut feeling that the invaders must be those people suspiciously driving around the area. To confirm, he sought Shanshan in the watchtower to ask about any sussy activities around their perimeter. As far as the young woman was aware, there was a car that passed by in the distance, but did not get close enough to ring any alarms. That's enough confirmation for Xiaoyang to act. So, he called for Uncle Sheng and Old Li to gather everyone for an important announcement. Meanwhile, the southern suburb coal plant business is running smoothly. With the help of a choppy radio broadcast, a group of survivors found themselves trekking towards the plant. The broadcast claims that this is a safe zone where a settlement is seeking manpower for development. The group of survivors were vigilant. If they survived this long, they must be capable. Finally, they spotted a car driving towards their destination. The car pulled up. Boss Rui and her goons, fresh from their scouting mission, welcomed the survivors lured in by the optimistic radio broadcast. As soon as the survivors saw her assets, all common sense left the room. They just wanted to be a part of whatever she was running. Boss Rui also knows how to flaunt and use her womanly charms to drop any sort of resistance. With a smile, she invited the group into her base camp. While they were walking towards the coal plant, the survivors exchanged a knowing, perverted look. They were escorted into the camp and were wide-eyed at how spacious and tidy everything looked. They finally have a place they can call home. One of the survivors excused himself, claiming that he had to use the restroom. Boss Rui offered to take him to their indoor bathroom, and the poor bastard immediately folded. She did not just lead him to the urinals. Boss Rui stayed over while the guy peed. Her eyes lingered on the package the whole time, seemingly scanning the goods. Seeing this as an invitation, the survivor asked Boss Rui to stop being shy and sample the product if she wanted. He bragged that he was super strong, but all it took was one lightning-fast step and a stab for his lewd words to stop coming. Boss Rui was efficient with her kill. The poor bastard never saw it coming. Initially, she was actually interested in including him in her group if he was a good catch, but after seeing what he was packing, killing was a no-brainer. Imagine dying to have a little pecker. Outside, her underlings have also taken care of business. Every single survivor that was lured by the radio broadcast bled like a pig. Back in the fortress, everybody had heeded Zhang Xiaoyang's call, gathering to discuss the upcoming war. Old Li asked who would be dumb enough to be targeting them. Well, right now, the enemy is unknown, and they could face an attack at any moment. To prepare, Zhangqi and Brother Chong must stick to the boss to clear out the unfinished building southeast. They have to temporarily stash the refugees there. If they stay in the temporary housing area, they will be exposed during an attack. Shanshan and a few others volunteered to join in. Even the twins, who looked nothing alike, were in. Swept up by the air in the room, even Lil Shuai volunteered to join, much to the annoyance of his mother, of course. Eager to contribute, Ning Wanwan also offered to help with the clearing operation. While they venture out, Uncle Sheng and Old Li will hold the fort and guard the base. Everybody else will gear up. And so, with Xiaoyang leading the charge, a small army was formed to mow down any obstacles to the upcoming war. Upon entering the southeast building, all hell broke loose as the army picked and popped every zombie in the vicinity. It was an intense hunt, one that would develop their killer instincts for what was to come. After the first wave, Xiaoyang signaled for a break and a check on everyone's condition. Once more, he warned them that the coming days would be turbulent. For now, they will settle inside the southeast building for thorough clearing. When the refugees were invited in, they voiced their willingness to help in the fight. The more he thinks about it, the more Xiaoyang thinks that an increase in their fighting numbers would be good. So, he promised to send over some handguns and bullets later in the day. When the enemy attacks, the southeast building and the fortress will coordinate through walkie-talkies. Back in the coal plant, Boss Rui is overseeing their discreet cannibalistic operation. Her number 2, who looks like a Full Metal Alchemist character, and number 3 are just eager to get their share of the new meat. Boss Rui is still pissed off by the fact that Beachway Mountain got wiped out. From now on, they would have to find food for themselves. Of course, number 2 and number 3 were not happy to hear that. Thankfully, they already know who to visit for a payback in the east suburb. Tomorrow morning, Boss Rui and number 2 will lead a team to wipe those normies out. Back in the fortress, the operation halted for the night, and Zhang Xiaoyang was free to check on the system. With 46 points in the bank to spend, he's eager to check on the new daily crates. Opening the store, he was surprised to see a level 2 awakening power supply crate worth 25 points. There's also a level 2 farming crate and a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein crate. Just the 2 level 2 crates would cost him 40 altogether, but he's willing to splurge a little. Upon opening the most expensive crate he's ever bought, he was granted the Overload skill. It allows him to boost his physical stats by 25%. After the boost ends, he will enter a weakened state. With his already astounding physical strength, a 25% boost would push him to the realm of superhuman. He would essentially be capable of unleashing strength 8 times greater than an average Joe. Xiaoyang is just itching to try this new ability out on someone or something. The night passed quietly, and a not-so-quiet day started. A whole fleet of cars, trucks, and bikes embarked from the southern suburb coal plant, heading to the east. For one last time, Boss Rui reiterated the attack strategy to her boys. First, they will drive through and kill the exposed refugees outside. Once number 2 goes in to break the door, everyone will come in with their modded vehicles as cover for suppressive fire. Speaking of number 2, this starving weirdo can't even be bothered to put on a shirt. While the enemy inches closer, the fortress is on high alert. Old Lee took his position at the highest elevation. It has a worse view than the watchtower, but he'd be invisible from below. Xiaoyang put him up here because Old Lee worked as a sniper for a few years before becoming a cop. Old Lee scratched his head and corrected him. He was just a temporary fill-in sniper for a few months. Nevertheless, he was good enough to consistently hit his mark within 500 meters as long as the wind played along. That would be good enough to play a crucial role in battle. You see, Xiaoyang tasked Zhang Qi to bring something incredibly heavy up to the rooftop. The young man eagerly opened the heavy crate where a pristine Barrett sniper rifle was cozily stashed. Old Lee was taken aback. How can a young man even get his hands on something like this? Refusing to answer, Xiaoyang explained that they only have 10 rounds in total, so it must be used sparingly. Old Lee took the big-ass gun, feeling its literal weight and the heavy responsibility that comes with it. Everyone else is ready and posted up in their respective positions. According to Xiaoyang, the enemy might appear at any moment today. Shanshan, keeping her eye peeled at the top of the watchtower, spotted something unusual and quickly relayed the info to everyone. Looking through his scope, Old Lee confirmed that a fleet of enemies was coming in hot. Back in the modded car, Boss Rui's goons were puzzled at the disappearance of the refugees outside the wall. Instead of stopping and observing before going in, Boss Rui ordered his boys to put the pedal to the metal and push without stopping. They're close enough to be spotted. Stopping now would just kill their momentum. And so, the fleet charged forward, aiming to take cover by the wall. As soon as enemies entered their effective range, Shanshan gave everyone permission to open fire. Everybody spread around the wall, pulled out their blickies and AKs, and rained hellfire on the intruders. The foolish coal plant people did not account for such heavy firepower. Instantly, bullets pierced through windshields and flesh. This was supposed to be a surprise attack, but they were the ones who were startled. Boss Rui refused to believe that her brilliant plan was exposed so early. It was too late to pull out now. She had to throw caution to the wind and ordered her goons to keep charging while most of them dropped like flies. For what it's worth, it was somewhat effective. They reached the bottom of the wall with some troops still alive. The important thing is getting number 2 and his gigantic automatic saw close enough to the gates. When he was met with the stubborn door, number 2 hacked and slashed his way through the thick metal. Shanshan relayed the presence of this anomaly, trying to break their door to everyone in the vicinity. The people in the watchtower raised their rifles and put their trigger fingers to work. To make sure that number 2 could do his job, Boss Rui and her goons returned fire with their pea shooters and submachine guns. Under heavy fire, the inexperienced bunch up in the watchtower were effectively pushed away. Even Fatty Xiaokai was hit in the shoulder. Thankfully, it doesn't look lethal. The enemies have decent firepower and aim. It would be extremely difficult to suppress them a bit longer. Some of the oldies tried to rally the young guns. They just have to hold their ground. They have enough ammo for a dragged-out war, but that won't be the case for long. The automatic saw is about to cut through the main gate. Once the gate is broken, they would be at a disadvantage. Thankfully, the calm and collected boss has a plan to deal with what comes after the breach. Xiaoyang quietly exited the fortress, hiding his presence. Then, the madman ran outside like he was bulletproof or something. Boss Rui's faction had already burned through half of their ammo supply, and number 2 had yet to punch through. He needs just a few more seconds to break the entrance open. The sound of the gate being breached exploded. Shanshan and the watchtower group quickly descended to provide support below. Meanwhile, Boss Rui is smiling deviously. It was rough, but she's finally in. Now it's time to see how these rookies handle the terror of an evolver strengthened by human meat. Using number 2 as a moving cover, she ordered her boys to follow and stay close behind. The anomaly ditched his automatic saw and muscled his way to make the opening bigger. With a clear sightline of the enemies, Xiaoyang gave Old Li a heads up for his time to shine. Controlling his heartbeat and breaths, Li Hongli locked in on the big guy. Once that big-ass head came into view, Old Li's crosshair snapped like he had an aimbot. Number 2 roared. He sounded more beastly than human. The survivors who laid eyes on the monstrosity would agree. As soon as that beast breached the gate, they were demoralized. They tried their hardest to deter the charge, but the bastard had impenetrable skin. Their measly bullets were ineffective. Number 2 barged in and tanked the rain of lead without needing a Kevlar vest. No matter what the caliber, it just bounced off to the side, leaving a meager mark. Even those marks were quick to vanish with number 2's unfair regenerative abilities. Boss Rui was quite pleased with the reaction to her hulking shield. She reckoned that this bunch must be seeing the power of an evolver for the first time in their lives. Finally, the go signal was relayed to Li Hongli at the rooftop. He has supreme confidence in his aim and his destructive bullets. The Barrett buckled at the strength of its shot. One press of a trigger was all it took to erase the monster's head out of existence, turning its face into a mush of blood and brains. Number 2, who was seemingly invincible, fell to his death. Boss Rui and the goons were flabbergasted. The big guy was their only form of cover. Who would have expected that this little community could get their hands on weapons of this caliber? With the biggest deterrent out of the picture, Xiaoyang finally made his grand entrance, flanking the intruders with his trusty AK-47. He started open firing, waking up the enemies from their shock. It was like shooting fish in a barrel for the young man. Boss Rui was well aware that they were in this precarious situation solely due to her miscalculation. She underestimated the enemy, and now they must pay the ultimate price. Still, a woman like her refused to go down without a fight. With a submachine gun in hand, she fired back while bolting towards the exit. With gritted teeth, she desperately tried to fall back. Upon seeing Xiaoyang's killer eyes, she finally recognized him as the kid they passed by in the car the day before. To make sure that she gets out of this shit show alive, she grabbed one of her goons. Without as much as blinking her eyes, she used that poor bastard as a human shield. Xiaoyang noted that with this woman's inhuman reaction speed, she must be an evolver too. After making one of his boys eat a bunch of bullets, she hurled the poor bastard on the gunner, blocking the exit. Xiaoyang had to dodge to the side and was forced to stop firing. That few seconds was all Boss Rui needed to make a run towards her car. Of course, old Li refused to let a straggler go after these intruders disrupted their peaceful way of living. He locked in with the scout and announced that throughout heaven and earth, his Barrett was the only honored one. This dude thinks he's Gojo. Instead of hitting a clean headshot, he had to settle by taking her incredibly fast legs. The sudden loss of one of her limbs tripped Boss Rui up inches from her getaway vehicle. Li Hongli felt ashamed that he missed a kill shot. While he was readying another round, Boss Rui's underling helped her to get into the car. Unfortunately, these two seemed well versed in escaping deadly situations and were able to swerve away with their tails tucked between their legs. Xiaoyang ordered everyone to stop firing. He doesn't really mind if these dumbasses come back for round 2. He's just pleased that his system mission has been cleared. He was rewarded with 50 points, which significantly boosted morale. In addition, the second volume of the Nemesis mission has been unlocked. Now it's his turn to go on the offensive and attack the cannibals' base for another easy 50. Everybody in the fortress celebrated their massive W. As for casualties, they have a few people injured by gunfire, but no one died. Those injured were sent to the medical room for swift disinfection, while enemy corpses were moved to the cold storage for Brother Chong's dinner. Since the base is back to a relatively safe level, the refugees will be allowed back to their housing. As soon as he had some alone time, Xiaoyang checked the points he had amassed in just a single mission, and he was excited to splurge again tonight. Back in the southern suburb coal plant, the remaining survivors of the war retreated with only 3 people and 1 less leg on Boss Rui. Number 3 welcomed them with confusion and worry. Obviously ashamed, Boss Rui admitted that she was careless. They never expected to be under heavy weapon fire. She snapped at her goons and demanded human meat so she could refuel and heal. Hearing her bark orders like it was business as usual, a cruel and sly grin crept up to number 3's mouth. She continued mouthing them off, calling them useless fools who can't even follow simple orders, and claiming that everyone here is not even worth number 2's toes. Number 3 finally had enough of her bullshit. The boss had fallen to such a vulnerable level, and she still dares to belittle them. Boss Rui made a gigantic mistake yet again. She did not expect a rebellion at all. Panicking, she tried to order her men to take number 3 down, but no one moved a muscle. Even the 2 survivors who dragged her to safety pretended not to hear her. With Boss Rui missing a leg and number 2's death, number 3 can easily usurp power for himself as the strongest. Besides, he's already planted the seed of rebellion on everyone. The brothers of the coal mine had long since been dissatisfied with the way she ran things. Now they have the perfect opportunity to change leadership. Even now, Boss Rui still thought she could make the boys stand down. But as they crowd around her with malicious intent, her bossy attitude quickly crumbled. With number 3's lead, the coal plant bastards unleashed their frustrations on their cruel boss. They laughed and cheered as they bashed Boss Rui's entire body with their metal pipes. They jeered at her miserable groans and screams. Since she's still an evolver with an inhuman body, this torture went on for a long time. When she finally croaked, number 3 could not stop smiling while he wiped her blood off his hands. One of the goons called him Boss 3, and he nearly pummeled that guy to death. From now on, he won't tolerate goons who won't call him by his new title, Big Boss. Well, the boys are wondering about their next move as a group. With the witch and number 2 out of the picture, the coal plant's combat strength has been greatly reduced. Everyone's biggest fear is not the eastern fortress but the one they call the Tentacle Man. Big Boss decided that they would just abandon the plant and seek refuge with the West Steel Group, a merger of sorts. A day later, Zhang Xiaoyang and a few select members of his battalion sneaked off behind enemy lines. Just as he expected, those pests are camped in the coal plant. He warned Zhang Qi and Old Li to lower their volume and stay close to him while they sneak inside the premises. After surveying the area for a while, they noticed that there was no human activity inside the camp. All they found was that hateful woman leading the charge yesterday. It was evident that she was killed by her own people. While the other two were appalled, Xiaoyang already expected as much. Curious, Zhang Qi asked about the big guy who had broken the door. That beast was obviously different from Chen Chong, yet he had absurd powers. Xiaoyang had broached the topic of evolvers with his people before. Even Old Li was quite curious as to how one becomes a so-called evolver. Without mincing his words, Xiaoyang shared that one can evolve by eating humans. This tidbit of shocking information would make anyone shudder. Xiaoyang elaborated that to gain an ability like a mutant, the most direct and simplistic method is cannibalism. Since he also has inhuman abilities, Zhang Qi asked if he had also gone down that awful route. Going forward, do they have to cast away their humanity and eat other people too? Xiaoyang stopped his buddies from jumping to any more absurd conclusions. While cannibalism is the most direct method, it's not the only way. Fishing something out of his pocket, the young man showed them some sort of glowing red rock. Ultimately, evolvers and zombies are all mutated life forms, and mutants only need to absorb exotic energy to grow stronger. Ordinary people have innate exotic energy within them, but it is scarce and dispersed in their flesh and blood. Evolvers and rare mutants, on the other hand, condense their exotic energy into cores. As the apocalypse progresses, even normal zombies will start forming exotic cores. Even if that's the case, eating zombie meat sounds like a surefire way to turn into one. Well, ordinary people can't outrightly eat zombie meat. Only mutants like Brother Chong can do that to grow more powerful. While they were talking, Volume 2 of Xiaoyang's Nemesis of Villains mission was automatically cleared. It looks like those coal boys no longer pose a threat to his community. While Xiaoyang was distracted and busy looking at his system window, a zombie almost got his ass. Thankfully, he has superhuman reflexes to jump out of harm's way. He calmly disposed of the zombie with a drawing of the knife. Funnily enough, the zombie he slashed open can serve as a perfect demonstration of his point. He fished out the zombie's core out of its body. Since the zombie population has been growing, hunting season is about to start. With 2 cores in his hands, he offered Zhang Qi and Li Hongli to get a jumpstart on their evolution. Zhang Qi still felt a bit ambivalent about eating something that came out of a zombie's body, so he let Old Li take both cores. After much deliberation, Li Hongli's desire to become stronger overcame his fear and uncertainties. He munched on 2 cores at once like a fat kid in a buffet. Old Li immediately felt the changes in his body as the cores did their magic. He felt more incredible than he ever felt in his life. Xiaoyang had to remind him that being an evolver didn't mean he'd be invincible in this apocalyptic world. Taking that advice to heart, Old Li assured the young man that he wouldn't get reckless. With the crisis averted, it's about time to head back to camp. While the good guys are on the way back home, the bastards are just pulling up to the West Steel Mill. As they entered the perimeter, one of the watchdogs stopped them from going any further. Big Boss Number 3 casually introduced himself as the representative of the coal plant. Still wary of the group, the watchdog told them to wait while he reported to West Steel Mill's leader. After much deliberation, the coal plant boys were allowed inside the neighboring faction. Of course, the big bosses of the steel mill immediately asked what was up and where Jing Rui and Number 2 were. Number 3 made up a story about being attacked and losing Boss Rui and the big boy. Hearing that bit of information piqued the interest of the bald steel mill boss. He ordered his men to take the coal plant brothers and their third boss to one of the safe houses. Meanwhile, Baldy convened with his partner and quietly devised something devious. Number 3 and his goons were stashed away in the so-called safe house. Even now, he's still correcting his men about his new title. He was so focused on such trivial things that he did not notice how sketchy this whole situation they put themselves in was. One of the boys pointed out that they were likely not in some sort of safe house. If you look around, they are surrounded by iron bars and locked doors. It's basically a prison. Before they could figure out what was really happening, the watchdog from outside barged into the room. He sternly asked everyone to come outside. When they were granted an audience to speak to the steel mill bosses again, it looked like the entire plant was present. Number 3 carefully chose his words and asked what was happening. The lady boss immediately deduced that Number 3 did something underhanded and betrayed Boss Rui and that the crime must be punished. Number 3 quickly tried to dispel Boss Peng and Boss Ling's accusations, but it was way too late for that. Boss Ling is not buying the excuse for misunderstanding, so she called her watchdog Li Cheng over to share some information. This guy went to the coal plant and saw Li Jingrui dead in the cold, hard ground of the courtyard while Number 2 was missing. There were no signs of struggle in that place. The most reasonable explanation is a betrayal that went grim, killing the former boss. Even with all the facts laid down, Number 3 still chose to deny the allegations. In this new world, solid evidence is no longer a thing. You could get punished for anything and everything without proper trial. Honestly, the West Steel Mill would have wiped out these coal boys if it weren't for Boss Rui's abilities. With her out of the picture, Number 3 basically entered the den of hungry lions. One of the goons desperately tried to plead for mercy, even offering information just for a chance to be saved. Boss Ling let the goon talk, wholly disinterested in whatever the guy might offer. The snitching goon gave her intel regarding the settlement in the east, ripe with supplies where the boss and number 2 were defeated. When asked if the settlement compares to the steel mill in strength, the goon estimated that it would be about equal. Baldy and Boss Ling can't just brush aside a real threat nearby. The snitch added that those Eastern Fortress people don't know how to become evolvers yet, and not a single person has evolved. Li Chung listened intently to the snitch and was quite puzzled at the mention of evolvers. Baldy Peng is having a hard time believing that Jing Rui would lose to a bunch of normies, so the snitch explains that they had heavy weapons, the kind that could kill someone like number 2 in one shot. Boss Ling was quite pleased that they gained a bunch of useful intel. Still, she is ruthless, and is not in the business of rewarding rats. When she passed down the kill order, the Coal Plant brothers' blood ran cold. They screamed and begged for mercy until none of their voices could be heard. The last bit of the Coal Plant faction was wiped out. Baldy Peng is quite worried now that they know about the eastern threat nearby. Boss Ling thinks it's prudent not to attack right away because of those heavy weapons. It would be wise if they could evolve further to ensure success. First, they will send scouts to confirm if those people really are noobs that have not evolved yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang is just chilling in his room, fiddling with his system window and browsing what he can get with his 126 points. Much to his surprise, there was a level 2 black tech supply box ready to be purchased for 50. Without hesitation, he bought everything in the shop, leaving him with 71 points left. The sugar, oil, and protein supply crate gave him 500 kilograms of premium lotus root powder, some cocoa butter, and cooking oils. But the real steal was the plus 20 physical enhancement serum from the black tech box. His fiddling was interrupted by a knock. Shanshan entered the room to inform him that they caught a suspicious person lurking around the perimeter. Xiaoyang got off his ass and moved to check things out. Zhang Qi and Old Li apprehended the sussy man, and he kept on insisting that he was not an enemy. He just wanted to talk to the fortress leader. Once Xiaoyang arrived, Mr. Seuss finally opened his mouth. He politely introduced himself as Xu Axing from West Wind Steel Mill. At the mention of that place, Uncle Song was alerted. As far as he knows, West Wind is in the southwest. It's one of the largest steel mills in the area, and just like the coal plant, it has become a survivor settlement. That spot is about 3 kilometers from the coal plant. If it's that far, then why would Mr. Seuss here go all the way to the fortress? Xu Axing puffed his chest and asserted that in this chaotic world, survivors should stick together. So, his leader sent him to find more settlements for recruitment purposes. Xiao Kai refused to bite on such an obvious lie. This man has been lurking around in circles and drawing a map. When the map was pulled out of his pocket, Xu Axing smiled awkwardly. Just to make sure that he's not being played, Xiaoyang activated his mind's eye. Seeing through Xu Axing's soul, it's obvious that this dude is looking at him with disdain. You see, our boy is not soft. He pulled out a gun and shoved it at Axing's forehead without batting an eye. At this point, everybody knows how things work in the apocalypse. It's disrespectful that this guy thought he was an idiot. If Xiaoyang does not hear the truth, Mr. Seuss can kiss his brains goodbye. Seeing the young man's dead serious gaze, Axing gulped. Still, he doubled down and insisted that he was not lying. His faction is just trying to be cautious. Xiaoyang pulled Zhang Qi aside and asked if Axing had seen Brother Chong before. Thankfully, he hasn't. So Xiaoyang ordered his men to let Mr. Seuss go and let him walk on his merry way. In addition, the young man even returned the hand-drawn map. Xu Axing was overjoyed, thinking that his phenomenal acting worked. He bolted out of that walled fortress before the boss changed his mind. As he watched the obvious scout run, a sly smile crept up on Xiaoyang's mouth. He's already calculating how many system points he would get from that West Wind Steel Mill or whatever. From that fateful day, 5 quick and peaceful months have passed. In the West Steel Plant, anxiety about their people disappearing one by one is plaguing everybody's mind. They know the culprit, but they can't do anything about it. That tentacle monster is active again, and they don't know how to respond. Some of the garbage boys heard a sound from their trash pile and were mortified. Before one of the garbage boys could report back to the mill, he met his bloody end at the tip of a sharp blade. That watchdog from before, Li Cheng, overheard the screams for help coming from the trash heap. The one garbage boy who managed to escape with his life reported the killing of his buddy to Li Cheng, blaming the tentacle monster. Mentions of that beast must always be taken seriously. This time around, it's attacking in broad daylight without warning. So Li Cheng grabbed his gun, told civilians to hide, and called evolvers with escape abilities to follow him. When they arrived in the trash heap, they immediately spotted a suspicious figure. Choosing to be cautious, Li Cheng warned his men not to engage and just escape when they're spotted. Upon closer inspection, he finally figured that the monster they had been fearing was not there. Looking at the ground, there were some track marks. Maybe the monster caught his prey and just ran off. Ever since Beichui Mountain and Southern Coal Plant were deleted, the number of disappearances continued to increase. Before, the monster would shop around different settlements. Now the steel mill is its only hunting ground. But Li Cheng could feel in his gut that the tentacle man had nothing to do with this particular incident. Back in the fortress, the advancements in the past 5 months are clearly visible. Zhang Xiaoyang had already survived longer than his last run. If this continues, rebuilding civilization might no longer be a pipe dream. Currently, his community score has soared to 38. It has been months now, but the system mission to take care of the West Steel Mill still hasn't appeared. In those months, the rest of his inner circle was hard at work. Seeing that Shanshan and the boys are back from their outside mission, Xiaoyang flexed his superhuman abilities a little bit and jumped from the top of the wall and into the ground. Jiangqi reported that the hunting operation was a success. With their current strength, there's no way someone could fight or track them. Little Shuai had also started joining in hunts with the grown-ups. Wan Wan has been looking after him in the field, and he's growing up to be a formidable fighter. Today he even took down a zombie on his own. As a part of Villain Nemesis Volume 3, the Fortress Battalion has been going out hunting zombies to eliminate threats and help potential allies while taking every mutant core they come across. Until now, Xiaoyang has been confused by the potential allies part. Maybe it's referring to the West Steel Mill. Since the system is not giving him the go, Xiaoyang decided to take the initiative and infiltrate the mill by himself. Of course, old Li was against the idea. Uncle Song has been dealing with multiple scouts snooping around their territory for months now. It is highly likely that they have bad intentions. Xiaoyang assured the oldies that with his strength, even someone as powerful as Brother Chong would never be able to hurt him. Besides, they might as well find out whether those people are friends or foes now. Uncle Sheng, old Li, and everyone in his inner circle will be in charge of the fortress and the nearby town housing refugees. Well, the fortress will be fine, but everyone is just worried about their leader. Without this young man, the settlement will crumble. Back in the steel mill, Li Chung has returned from his sweep of the trash heap. He just wanted to talk to the bosses, but he was barred by some guards from entering. Li Chung snapped and grabbed the guard by the throat, lifting him up in the air. When he realized that his temper got the best of him, he snapped out and regained control. He put the guard down and immediately apologized. Truthfully, Li Chung is getting worried about his constant outbursts as of late. Over the past few months, he's been losing control of his emotions. When the bosses heard his voice, they granted Li Cheng permission to enter. Li Cheng cautiously entered the boss's room and found the absolutely shredded muscle, Mommy, Boss Ling, alone in her office. Li Cheng proposed a different theory that would explain the recent surge of disappearances in their area. After carefully examining a recent crime scene, he found a woman's footprints. What he's saying is that they might be attributing the deaths and disappearances to the Tentacle Man when there's a different killer on the loose. Boss Ling did not shut his theory down right away, but advised him to keep a lid on it for a while. One Tentacle Man already has the entire settlement terrified. They can't afford to increase the people's anxiety to the point of being too afraid to even step outside. Li Chen tried to oppose the boss, but seeing her face zooming so close to him, he folded and blushed like a schoolboy. He awkwardly excused himself, bidding Boss Ling goodbye. Li Chung is a strong man, but when it comes to his boss, he just can't seem to think straight. Out of a different room from Boss Ling's office, a voice mocking her for being careless rang. She snapped back that she would gladly hand the job to someone else if her methods were criticized. The voice in the other room belongs to Baldy Peng, who is currently chopping up the corpse of that garbage boy from earlier. These days Ling does the killing and Baldy does the cleanup. They throw the heads of their victims away and eat the body's meat. Meanwhile, our boy is busy slaying zombies, cleaning up the streets one undead at a time. Now that he's nearing his destination, he needs to keep a lower profile. He pulled out a pair of scissors from his dimensional storage and did the most diabolical thing. This dude started cutting his own hair with his eyes closed. Then, he grabbed a bunch of dirt from the ground and smeared that thing all over his face. Just for finishing touches, he even brought out the ultimate disguise tool, a pair of glasses. For someone who deliberately tried to look crappy, he was not half bad at all. When he walked close enough to the vicinity of the steel mill, one of the patrolling guards took notice. Of course, a stranger wandering around the perimeter is subject to hostility, but he greeted the aggression with a smile. He claimed to notice signs of human activity from afar, acting as though he was just glad to see other survivors. Upon figuring that he must be a lone survivor, the patrolling guard changed his tune to that of excitement. First, the guard asked him how he managed to survive the deadly lands for so long. Xiaoyang spun a story about how he was a part of some 10-people settlement that was eventually overrun by a brutal zombie horde. Every one of his comrades died, leaving him a sole survivor. When asked about his strength, he gladly shared that he's quite a bit powerful. After surviving multiple zombie attacks, he's gained a lot of experience dealing with the undead. Of course, the guard was just probing if he was an evolver or not. Since he did not mention anything regarding evolution, the patrol guard gladly welcomed him into the mill. On the way, the guard explained that Xiaoyang would undergo a test that he must pass first. Just from this initial interaction, the young man could easily deduce that this steel plant is a den of snakes. As they neared the door to the mill, Li Cheng took notice of the stranger being led inside. The patrol guard fumbled and claimed that he was just taking the lone survivor to somewhere secluded for a security search. Li Cheng is a no-nonsense kind of guy. If they're doing a body search, it's better to just do it right here and right now. So Li Cheng took over and asked the stranger to hand all weapons over before going inside. Xiaoyang pushed back a little, claiming that he was a bit reluctant to go unarmed into unknown territory. Li Cheng understands that people can be foul in the apocalypse, so being cautious is a good thing. However, it's the protocol for outsiders to either be disarmed or kicked out. Keeping up with his reluctant act, Xiaoyang handed his blade over. Don't worry, he has about 1 million of these inside his pocket. Afterward, Li Cheng gave him a thorough body check to make sure there weren't any concealed weapons. Xiaoyang was a bit surprised to see someone with a bit of moral backbone in this rotten place. It's certainly a bit different than the savages at Bichui and the coal plant. Seeing as this stranger survived the outside world with only a dagger in his person, Li Cheng curiously asked if he was an evolver. Xiaoyang played dumbly and cited that he felt a lot stronger as days went by. Just to make sure, Li Cheng escorted him towards the boss first. For now, Xiaoyang has to wait in the so-called reception room. Honestly, it looks more like a holding cell. He could tell that the doors were reinforced, fitting for a prison cell. A few minutes later, Boss Ping opened the cell and cautiously walked his bald-ass head inside to ask the stranger his name. Xiaoyang stumbled on his words and introduced himself as Zhang Ye. That is awfully close to Kanye, my guy. Baldy Ping just came over to confirm if this Zhang Ye fellow truly was an evolver. The fastest way to do that is to measure his physical capabilities. So, Baldy Ping launched a hatchet flying to his face. Zhang Ye casually moved his head away from the hatchet's trajectory, letting it crash into the wall. For a split second, he considered retaliating, but by the calculating look, this bald bastard was just testing him. So, he continued playing the role of a normal survivor and yelled at Baldy Peng for almost splitting his head open. Peng laughed heartily. That slick dodge pretty much confirms that the new guy is a capable evolver. If he had not, he would have died right then and there. In that case, his death would not even count as a loss. Since they are both evolvers, Baldy Peng prodded him on the method he used to become one. He implied that he knew about the cannibalism path, and Baldy Peng warned him about keeping a tight lid on the method. Only a few people in the camp know the secret, and they don't want that kind of knowledge to spread among the shitters. If Baldy Peng catches a whiff of a leak, he will know who to kill. To demonstrate how easy that would be, he charged and motioned to crush Zhang Ye's neck with his bare hands. It's a good thing this was an empty threat. If this bald fuck tried to bum rush him with a weapon, he would have fought back. It could have been really bloody. Still, killing this baldy now would make it hard to get his whole 80 points as a reward for the mission. Peng was quite impressed that Zhang Ye reacted fast enough to draw a weapon. While the kid has above-average skills, Baldy claimed that he's on an entirely different level, so thoughts of opposing him should just be buried deep. After their tryst inside the holding cell, Baldy Peng ordered his underlings to treat the Zhang Ye fellow with respect. Give him a change of clothes and wash up before a follow-up meeting with the rest. After he washed up, the clean and dapper Jiang Ye was brought to the meeting room with the other evolvers. Baldy Peng introduced Huang Ling as his co-lead, while Li Cheng and Huang Bin were the two settlement officers. The latter, Huang Bin, will be in charge of showing the newcomer the ropes. Boss Ling praised Zhang Ye's luck in finding the strongest settlement in the area. Here, survival is no longer a concern. Still, to eat well, one must contribute their value to the group. Zhang Ye solemnly swore that he would do his best and follow orders. Everything is going smoothly. He arrived at just the perfect time for Huang Bin's patrol. After picking out Aqiang and Axing for the patrol, the party rolled. Aqiang was quite displeased to see that the new kid was assigned to their group. Since Zhang Ye knows the secret of evolvers, he can only be assigned to this troop. While they were patrolling, old Axing could not take his eyes off the new kid. He cannot shake off the feeling of familiarity. Huang Bin was actually being fair to the new guy. He even explained what their settlement was like. You see, in the steel mill, the only people who know about the consumption of human flesh are Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and their current troop of 4. Axing is Baldy's cousin, and Aqiang is Boss Ling's nephew. They are bound by blood, so if the secret leaks, it can only come from the mouth of an outsider. At this point, Zhang Ye has become quite uncomfortable with Axing's discerning gaze. This was the old man that Zhang Qi and the group caught lurking around the fortress a few months ago. Casting that aside, that other dude, Li Cheng, is also an officer. He is very talented and powerful, but he has no idea about the method of evolution. If there's anyone who must not find out about the active practice of cannibalism, it's him. If Li Cheng finds out, there will be 2 corpses displayed in the mill. This conversation gave Zhang Ye quite a lot of info. The bosses must suppress Li Cheng deliberately for fear of his monstrous talent, which surpasses everyone else. Upon arriving on the outskirts of the mill, Huang Bin ordered everybody to halt. They have arrived near a small settlement that has 7 members. Huang Bin's crew had been scouting these survivors for 4 days now, and there were no signs of evolution among them. When asked if they were hunting, Huang Bin laughed at such a barbaric notion. Instead of hunting, he prefers the term raising. Since Zhang Ye is an enlightened evolver like them, they want him to change his mindset instead of being a rigid fool blinded by morals. As evolvers, these fools see themselves as no longer the same species as ordinary people. They hail themselves as apex predators at the top of the food chain. So the plan is simple. Subdue this small settlement, raise them like cattle, then slaughter them later. In truth, they don't even need the entirety of the settlement. Bring back a fix, or 6 should be fine. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. For now, the new kid should just watch and learn while Huang Bin and the crew do their magic. The small settlement has enjoyed months of peaceful life. They work day in and day out to improve the group's living conditions. While in the middle of renovating their camp, nightmarish figures swiftly came into view. A horde of zombies somehow found their way into such a secluded area. Each one is hungry for fresh flesh. The group grabbed all their weapons and prepared to fend off the immediate threat. Unfortunately for them, Having guns but choking the trigger pull is a surefire way to lose your life these days. While his comrades fell one by one, the builder trembled in fear of being the next victim. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye and his new troop just stood on the sidelines, watching and listening to the dying screams of agony. Huang Bin justified this method as necessary, considering the limited resources. They simply can't afford to bring in more alive mouths to feed. Now that the zombie horde had trimmed the number of survivors by a bit, the time had come for Huang Bin's crew to do their thing. A woman cried and screamed bloody murder as the grotesque monsters bared their fangs near her. With a single swift slash, those pesky flesh-eating beasts were dispatched and beheaded in a split second. The woman was stunned. She thought she was done for. Yet now he's looking at her savior, offering a helping hand. Huang Bin's weapon of choice was the hammer, and Axing wielded dual daggers. They were efficient and lethal. After wiping out the horde, Huang Bin led the introduction as the evolvers of West Wind Steel Plant. The survivors had no idea what an evolver was, but they were just happy to be saved. A single fight was enough for Zhang Ye to gather valuable data. According to his estimation, Huang Bin's crew is roughly on par with Zhang Qi's subgroup. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as a voracious presence made itself known. Zhang Ye turned around and saw an open room in a nearby building. Seeing as there was nobody up there, he chalked it up to his overactive imagination. Huang Bin snapped him out of his thoughts with a directive to help with the cleanup. Still, he could not take his mind off that presence up in that abandoned building. Little did Zhang Ye know he was right to feel a foreboding sense of anxiety. An abomination is hiding in that place. The clueless survivors willingly shared some vital information. There are still some supplies in their warehouse. Zhang Ye was left to supervise the supply collection, while Huang Bin's boys arranged for a small truck to be transported later. Aside from the supplies, he also has to pile up the bodies of the freshly killed survivors. While those who were lucky or unlucky enough to keep their lives followed Huang Bin like he was the Messiah, this setup actually works quite well for Zhang Ye. It's perfect timing to do his own thing. While walking towards the steel mill, the survivors kept singing Huang Bin's praises and expressing their gratitude. One of the clueless girls turned to Aqiang to ask if they had a bath in camp. The creep swiftly grabbed onto her and bragged that the mill had hot water and body wash for deep cleaning. Suddenly the mood turned for the worse when Axing's spidey senses started tingling. Huang Bin took notice of the old man's reaction and raised his guard. He yelled at everyone to stay alert, hoping to get ahead of whatever was about to come. Aqiang continued sticking to the poor girl even though she was clearly feeling creeped out. Axing might have a sharper intuition, but he can't pinpoint where the danger is coming from. Aqiang chided that the old man was just feeling paranoid for nothing. But Xu Axing trusts his instincts. Something is definitely out there. As if it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, Axing was the first one to fall from the threat's sneak attack. Something sharp pierced through his neck. The poor guy didn't even know how he died. Huang Bin freaked out. He could recognize that killing method anywhere. The tentacle monster is upon them. The tentacle retreated, leaving a tense atmosphere in its wake. The next thing you know, the grotesque beast had already invaded Huang Bin's effective combat range. While the group was being absolutely demolished by a hentai monster, our boy was peacefully harvesting mutant cores from dead zombies. Among the battalion that they wiped, 2 of the zombies actually dropped cores. That is not a bad harvest at all. He would have continued playing his role and pocketing some for himself if he had not heard the cries for help from a distance. Huang Bin is cooked. The monster got his grubby tentacles all over his body. I bet you've seen something like this before. To end his suffering, the tentacled beast tightened its grip until he leaked blood from every orifice and snapped one of his legs until the bones cracked. The survivors were beside themselves. Even Aqiang, who was acting like a hotshot just a while ago, looks like he's about to cry for his mama. As if sensing that he was the only remaining threat, the monster's aggro shifted to the only evolver left. Aqiang slowly backed up, terror paralyzing his whole body. To save himself from a grim and agonizing fate, he grabbed the wrist of the girl he was trying to rizz up and chucked her into the tentacles to keep the beast busy. Well, the monster is not one to reject easy prey. Now, I know you've definitely seen something like this. Only this time it wasn't squishy sounds and moans. It ended in painful and crushing suffocation. But this is not the end of the line for Miss Survivor. Her real savior just made a flashy entrance, slicing the tentacles and smothering her to bits. Perhaps Zhang Ye and his trusty knife would stand a chance against the monster that everybody is so afraid of. Zhang looked at the tentacle man from head to toe, and he wasn't really impressed or petrified. Well, that's because this is just one of the tentacle monster's sons. At least, that's what the steel mill people call them. You see, the tentacle monster can often be heard muttering the word son, and it has the uncanny ability to transform normal zombies into tentacled atrocities. Even Boss Baldy Peng and Boss Ling would struggle against a tentacle son alone. Aqiang was sure of that, so he's just trying to find the perfect chance to run. He yelled at Zhang Ye to hold off the beast while he called for reinforcement and booked it out of that place with all his power. Following his lead, the frightened survivors also made a mad dash away from the monstrous threat ahead. Zhang Ye could practically taste the betrayal in Aqiang's words. That coward really just tried to sell him out. The tentacle's son finally recovered, and he is pissed at Zhang Ye for those deep cuts. The newly regenerated tentacles wrapped around Zhang Ye's body, and he just let it happen, without resisting. He's actually quite fascinated at the concept of some evolved mutant siring sons. He has the right to aura farm and acts nonchalantly simply because he has the strength to back it up. He wants to test this interesting but disgusting specimen in front of him. The two played a game of tug-of-war using tentacles as the rope. It popped into Zhang Ye's head that he'd never been in a situation where he could use the ability he had awakened a few months before. Today might be a good time for some limit testing. He dug his heels down to the ground, his stability unparalleled. Finally, he activated physical overload, pushing his stats to a terrifying degree in one go. The boost from overload was busted as hell. Before, he was barely maintaining a stalemate in a contest of raw strength. Now he's practically dragging that ugly-ass tentacle son across the pavement. When it got close enough, he stopped the brutal dragging with a tap of a foot. The beast was incapable of making intelligible sounds, but its roars had turned subservient, no longer domineering. The only survivor who did not run away watched the scene unfold. Her eyes were wide in disbelief. A seemingly normal young man eviscerated the beast that took out a bunch of competent fighters with his bare hands. By the time Zhang Ye was done with this ugly thing, its limbs, head, and body were torn to pieces, separated, and trashed. Zhang Ye approached the woman to ask if she was okay after almost getting crushed to death. Seeing all the monster's blood covering his face, the woman screamed in terror. Knowing what he's capable of, she realizes that he's the real beast. Zhang Ye wiped the blood off his face, smiled, and assured the lady that he was not a monster. Meanwhile, led by Qiang, the rats that scurried all the way to the mill finally arrived at the gates. At the entrance, they were met by Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and Li Cheng. They were puzzled as to why Qiang looked so haggard and where the rest of the crew was. Qiang urgently relayed what happened and how Huang Bin and Axing were snuffed out by the tentacle sun. Li Cheng was the only one who asked about the new guy. Qiang counted Zhang Ye out, thinking that there was no way a noob would survive. Hearing that his cousin died like a dog, Baldy Peng was reasonably upset. He did not know where to place all his rage and blamed the incident on the survivors. Baldy massacred the entire group right then and there, letting his hatchet taste blood. They cannot afford to act irrationally at this point. Thankfully, Baldy got the anger out of his system after slaughtering a few randoms. Interrupting the commotion, a bundle of tentacles hit the ground, stealing everyone's attention. They looked up to see the familiar face of the newest addition to their mill. Zhang Ye and the lady he saved arrived not long after Baldy's outburst. Li Cheng was equally pleased and impressed that the rookie came back alive. Not only that, he pulled up with the biggest flex, a girl, and a bundle of tentacles as proof of kill. He explained how he killed that meager tentacle son and avenged the boss's relatives. After pulling off something this big, the co-leads are beginning to reevaluate the new guy. Breaking the silence, Zhang Ye requested some vehicles and some men to come with him to clean up and retrieve the spoils. While he was doing his assigned job, the bosses were grilling Qiang about what really happened. This time, this damn roach still refused to believe that Zhang Ye solo killed a monster strong enough to one-shot the rest of the Evolver crew. As far as Qiang knows, even a team-up between Baldy and Boss Ling would still result in a drawn-out bloodbath against that thing. Baldy is just going off of his initial evaluation of the young man. Someone who didn't even get into a proper fighting stance in the test should not be this strong. So, Boss Ling rationalized that the tentacle son must have only gotten the kill because it relied on an ambush. Either way, they can't let someone as strong as the new guy stick around, especially with how close he's been getting to Li Cheng. Boss Ling heard a very distinct footstep and shushed everyone. Li Cheng knocked and entered the meeting room with some ideas for the bosses. First, he extended his condolences for Axing and Huang Bin's passing. At this point, sudden deaths have become a normal part of living. Well, Li Cheng just came over to propose that they make Zhang Ye an officer for his impeccable strength. Baldy Peng immediately opposed the idea. They don't even know that kid's background. Boss Ling stopped the bald fool from talking any more nonsense. She believes that when it comes to strength, Zhang Ye really is officer material. But the kid would have to prove his worth to convince the entire steel mill. Li Cheng countered that killing a tentacle son should already be enough proof. Well, since they're on the topic, they could just try to give the young man a crack at the real thing. If Zhang Ye could kill the tentacle monster itself, they would be killing two birds with one stone. Li Cheng heatedly argued how unfair that would be. Even the two bosses combined can't accomplish something so difficult. Boss Ling assured Li Cheng that this was not a suicide mission. The entire steel mill will mobilize and take action. It's time for them to eliminate the problem once and for all. As soon as he returned from hauling supplies and dead bodies, the bosses gave Zhang Ye the rundown of what was going down. He was quite surprised that these people were willing to devise a plan with him at the center when he'd been here for such a short time. Boss Ling tried to appeal to his pride, telling the young man that he might be the strongest fighter in the settlement. Baldy Peng added that if the mission succeeds, they are going to give Zhang Ye here the third leadership seat. He then sarcastically asked Li Cheng if it was okay for the new kid to surpass his rank. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and gave his approval. With everything settled, the plan is set to proceed in 2 days. Zhang Ye was quite impressed with their acting skills. He might have fallen for their sincere proposal if he did not have the ability to read their dirty souls through mind's eye. We've spent enough time in the steel mill. Back in the Eastern Fortress, everyone was freaking out. Their boss, who's undercover behind enemy lines, is giving them a call. Old Lee and the rest of the gang picked up the walkie-talkie and listened intently. This dude, Xiaoyang, posted up on top of heavy machinery for maximum aura while relaying the plan to take down the mill. In 2 days' time, they will convene at the South Suburban Park. It is finally time to wipe out the remaining threat in the area once and for all. Old Lee took charge of the finer planning. Everyone agreed that Uncle Sheng should stay out of the risky mission on account of his age. Furthermore, he is essential in holding down the fort. This upcoming mission has higher stakes than the ones they have done before. The premier fighters must bring their A-game. Brother Chong, Shanshan, Zhang Qi, and everybody in that crew are going to be crucial. In the corner of the room, little Shuai asserted that he wanted to come and fight too. His mom immediately shut him down. War is for grown-ups. A kid has no business getting involved in such a desolate business. But she had never seen her son in the field when the crew did their hunting runs. Little Shuai is no slouch. Even among the core team, the kid is not weakling. Old Lee needs every capable hand he can get. Besides, in this day and age, it's better for little Shuai to gain experience early. 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the hunt has arrived. Baldy Peng and Boss Lee led everyone to the last known location of the tentacle monster. The disguised Zhang Ye asked what they should do to lure the beast out, and Baldy urged him not to rush, for they had a solid plan. Right away, Zhang Ye scanned the entire perimeter without being noticed. He turned his attention to a nearby building and saw the signal he and the fortress crew agreed on. Up on the rooftop, the crew is armed to the teeth and is keeping a close eye on the situation from the skyline. They can't afford to get any closer as the boss specifically ordered them not to get too close to the park before acting. For now, all they can do is set the ropes up. Once the action starts, they will strike from the sidelines. Downstairs, Boss Ling called one of the malnourished porters who was carrying supplies. The kid looked up to the muscle mommy and asked what she needed. With a cruel smile, she simply ordered the poor child to go inside the park. The porters were brought here to carry supplies and loot. Li Cheng cannot just stand aside while the boss is obviously trying to do something vicious. In Boss Ling's eyes, there's no better bait than a young boy. The creature is always muttering about a son. They might as well give it one. Then, she promised that she'd rescue the kid from danger once the big fish showed up. The malnourished porter was terrified. No one wants to be monster bait. Do you want a monster bait? Baldy Peng had to step in. He grabbed the kid by the collar and threatened to commit a bald-on-bald crime if the kid pussies out. With his evolver strength, he threw that poor boy deep into the middle of the dark park. The throw was so forceful that it must have injured the kid quite a bit. Up in the building, Old Lee stood alert as things were starting to move. He finally gave the signal for everyone to scale the building using the ropes. In the middle of the park, the malnourished boy stood up and stumbled while calling for help. His pleas fell on deaf ears. Then, a roaring voice muttering "Son" boomed all over the area. Finally, the final boss monster had made his appearance. The tentacle monster looked like the one Zhang Ye skewered, but this one looked more human-like. His eyes glowed with defiance and killer instincts. Li Cheng yelled at the bosses to stop twiddling their thumbs and rescue the boy now that their target had shown up. Seeing as no one was making a move, he motioned to run in himself, only to get stopped by a firm hold. Boss Ling refused to let Li Cheng go under the excuse that Zhang Ye must make the first move. Any attempt to attack now would be considered credit stealing. Zhang Ye smiled at the absurdity of that idea. The masks of the heroes and villains are finally melting off. Before the tentacles could reach the bald-ass head of the kid, Zhang Ye was already zooming in with superhuman acceleration. Thankfully, he outpaced the tentacles, grabbed the boy by the shirt, and tossed that bald bugger out to safety. Li Cheng caught the alley-oop. He must have thought that bald head was a basketball. The beast was enraged at Zhang Ye's actions. Well, with his disguise glasses off, Zhang Xiaoyong is finally back. The tentacle monster gripped his body and pulled him in. Now that he's getting a closer look, Xiaoyong realized something odd. Once the kid was out of danger, Li Cheng was amped to jump into the fray. But before he could lend the young man a hand, he was apprehended by the horrible bosses. If they don't act now, Zhang Ye will die. Li Cheng still can't understand that this is precisely the point of this mission. Boss Ling finds his stupidity a little funny. She thought the young man would at least drag out the fight with the tentacle monster to a draw. Seeing as how he's trapped and squeezed to stillness, his previous kill might just be a fluke. Li Cheng's dumbass never saw this scheme coming at all. Again, he's a dumbass. Instead of letting the devils explain, Zhang Xiaoyong took the floor instead. Without mincing his words, he divulges the cannibalistic practices of the steel mill bosses. Once again, Li Cheng has no clue what he's talking about. He's a dumbass. As if on cue, the Eastern Fortress crew went trigger-happy and opened fire on the opposing evolvers. Their automatic rifles and handguns lit up the park as they hit the steel mill people from the side. They split up into two groups. One held back the evolvers while the other assisted Xiaoyong against the tentacle monster. Little Shuai led the charge of the latter group with a Molotov cocktail in hand. This kid is a menace. He threw that thing with all his might, and the monster reflexively swatted it with his tentacles. That action spilled the oil, drenching the beast and spreading flames. Instead of flinching in pain, the tentacle monster just stood there, looking at the little boy who threw the burning bottle. It was as if a significant portion of his humanity rushed back into his brain at the sight of little Shuai. His attention completely left the human he was holding with his tentacles. Meanwhile, the kid is cursing the beast for tanking his flammable bomb. Hearing little Shuai curse enraged the tentacle monster more than anything. Since he can articulate words clearly, the crew is definitely up against some evolved mutant. Thankfully, they have someone like that on their side as well. Brother Chong sprang into action. His legs were fast. They were fast enough to make the tentacles miss and hit nothing but pavement. Meanwhile, the steel mill villains have now been forced to retreat and take cover behind trees. They watched in disbelief while a different mutant went toe-to-toe against the one they all feared. The concept of a mutant fighting alongside mutants is utterly ridiculous to them. Brother Chong was doing a good job at dodging, but he was not getting close enough to dish out attacks either. For a second, he was cornered and forced into a tentacle prison. With his brute strength, he easily broke free by tearing those phony tentacles to bits. However, all those suppressive maneuvers were just a distraction. The real attack was coming from behind. If it wasn't for his comrade's warning, the main tentacle would have made a large gaping hole in the back of his skull. After an intense exchange, the mutants reset to catch their breaths. Seeing Brother Chong have a tough time, the captured Xiaoyang laughed and teased his mutant buddy. Baldy Peng's mind was boggled. The brat they picked up a few days ago is joking with a dreadful mutant. As if to absolutely break common sense, Xiaoyang proceeded to tear the tentacles holding him like they were made of paper. Qiang made himself useful by pointing out the fact that one of the ambushers referred to Jiang Ye as Xiaoyang. Old Axing mentioned before that the party leader of the Eastern Fortress had that exact name. Now everything had clicked. The young man played them like fools, and this hunt was a counter setup. That means the steel mill crew is being hunted by the main combat force of a powerful stronghold. Boss Ling scanned the enemy's lineup and stressed over how to get past this trap. She estimated that the strongest individual amongst the fortress crew was only on par with Li Cheng in strength. But when it comes to firepower, they are unbeatable. Furthermore, the biggest obstacle is Jiang Xiaoyang himself. The cherry on top of that fucked up cake is that masked mutant who's roughly equal in strength to the tentacle monster. Boss Ling calculated that victory was virtually impossible. Even if they try to fight back, heavy losses would be unavoidable. But she has one idea that might work. For now, Baldy Peng has to hold the fortress crew off. These two have a lot of experience working together. Covering for each other is what they are good at. Baldy threw his hatchet with superhuman force, causing it to heat up like a meteor. When it landed on the fortress crew's side, it made a massive explosion that kicked up a hefty amount of dust and debris, limiting their vision. Baldy Peng did not stop there. He continued randomly firing off heavy-duty attacks while the normies provided cover fire. This sort of chaos was very effective in neutralizing Old Li's group, forcing them to cover their asses. While everyone was focused on their targets, Boss Ling had her eyes on someone else. The youngest member of the fortress. That kid on the front lines. Xiao Kai was the only one who noticed the incoming threat and used his hefty body to shield the boy. He tried to raise his guard up to his head, but the muscle mommy's long legs were way too fast. Fatty Kai was sent stumbling away. He was not a match for an elite evolver. Finally, Boss Ling's diabolical plan is within grasp, and the central piece is one grab away. She snatched little Shuai by his little collar, alerting everybody else. I know she's horrible, but can I go next? This is the worst scenario. Little Shuai does not want to be a burden to everyone as a hostage. He tried his hardest to break out of Muscle Mommy's grasp to no avail. To stop him from squirming and trying to escape, Boss Ling delivered a solid punch to his face. The one most affected by this act of violence was none other than the tentacle monster. He yelled for his son as his rage brewed. Brother Chong took this moment of distraction as an opportunity to close the distance and get into an attacking position. While he was perching on the tentacle monster's shoulders, he felt something odd. The beast was ignoring him. Xiaoyang told Brother Chong to just let go of the big guy. This instruction only served to confuse the mutant even further. Well, Xiaoyang could see that the monster was ready to risk his life for something very important. Right now, getting in his way would not be smart. With hands wringing little Shua's neck, Boss Ling hissed at the fortress crew and threatened to make the boys head roll if they didn't put their weapons down. The ever-so-noble Li Hongli pleaded to change places with the kid. Seeing how shaken and desperate the fortress crew was, Boss Ling felt great about her hostage targeting. If anything happens to little Shuai, how the hell are they supposed to face his mom back in camp? Boss Ling repeated herself. All she needs is a complete surrender of weapons and for the ambushers to move back at least 100 meters away from her boys. Old Li chose to play it safely and lowered his gun, advising everyone to do the same. They have no leverage. Muscle Mommy is not done barking orders yet. Next, she wants the masked mutant to take out the tentacle monster once and for all. She was so high on her newfound authority that she failed to notice the incoming attack. The tentacle monster homed in on her position like a heat-seeking missile, forcing the boss to let the hostage go and jump away to safety. A few of the trash goons just happened to be on the tentacle's way. They were rightfully eviscerated. Baldy Peng watched in horror as another one of his evolver men was reduced to a bloody pulp. Boss Ling was under the impression that the masked mutant was pinning the main threat down. When she looked up at Jiang Xiaoyang, the young man was just smiling at her with glee. Beside him was the aberrant mutant, and they were just standing around, barely paying attention to the fight. Li Hongli yelled at little Shuai to make a run for it, but the tentacles had already surrounded him. Xiaoyang assured everybody that there was no need to freak out. Little Shuai is in safe hands, well, more like safe tentacles. Of course, no one had a clue about what he was talking about. All they can see is a little boy caught and grabbed by the deadly tentacle monster. But it was different somehow. This time, the beast was handling the little boy with care and softness, while he called the kid, son. Xiaoyang chimed in, bragging about keeping his word to keep Zhang Shengji's wife and son alive and well. Yep, we've met this grotesque monster that everyone's been dreading before. Zhang Shengji must have the same type of mutation as Brother Chang. Upon recognizing the features of his dad that still remained in the monster's image, little Shuai's tears flowed. Baldy Peng watched from the sidelines and called bullshit on such a K-drama plot. They need to get the hell out. So he issued a retreat order. Unfortunately for his bald head and the rest of the steel mill people, they made an enemy out of something out of this world. While holding his boy with utmost tenderness, Shengji's tentacles extended for blood-soaked revenge. Baldy Peng was the first one to get caught and constricted. He yelled at the nearby boss Ling to help him out and cut the tentacles off. They've always had each other's backs, but not this time. Huang Ling, the coward, made a beeline for the trees, hoping to escape with her life intact at the cost of abandoning everybody else. She is well aware of the disparity in strength between them and the monster. Her only way out is by using Wang Depeng as a sacrifice and hoping that he would hold out long enough. Unfortunately for Muscle Mommy, even that plan would never work in this situation. She was simply too slow, and those tentacles are really good at groping. Her ankles were unexpectedly grabbed, which led to her smashing her face on the pavement. Boss Ling's glasses were destroyed, and so was her nose. Right then and there, she knew that the next few moments were not going to be pretty. She was dragged back into the park. Those tentacles had no regard for her comfort whatsoever. Baldy Peng watched this scene with a smile on his face. The witch tried to sell him out, so imagine how vindicated he feels now that they're in the same boat. Still, Peng wants to use everything and everyone he has left. So, he turned to Li Cheng for help. Before the dumbass watchdog could lend a hand to the boss that already betrayed him, Zhang Xiaoyang Flash stepped behind him for a quick talk. The young man had a simple offer. All Li Cheng has to do is not move, and he will be guaranteed to walk away from this shit show alive. At this point, Xiaoyang is just letting the tentacle monster do its thing, massacre and mayhem. He started with Baldy Peng, bashing that shiny dome into the ground. The first bash disorientated poor Peng. That's gotta be at least a concussion. Afterward, Shengji's tentacles made quick work of the evil bald man. He whipped and slapped with immaculate force, tearing the evolver limb from limb until his eyeballs, guts, and flesh were mixed well. With Baldy Peng out of the picture, Boss Ling is next on the menu. The tight grip of the tentacles really accentuated her muscular figure. All those gains cannot help her now. Her fate is up to Shengji's dark, grubby, and slimy appendages. Boss Ling's death was slow and cruel. Slowly and painfully, the grip of the tentacles increased in strength until she bled in every orifice. The crush continued to increase in pressure until she was reduced to what can only be described as meat paste. Shengji punished her with the worst death for daring to take his kid hostage. With the death of the final boss, Nemesis of Evil Volume 3 has been completed. With another 80 points in the bag, Xiaoyang's total savings are up to 151. Now he can finally understand why the mission mentioned the appearance of a potential ally. Who would have thought that he would recruit yet another mutant into the fold? Then he turned to Li Cheng. He knows that the clueless bum has some questions that need to be answered. First, he confirmed if Xiaoyang was the figurehead of the East Fortress. Next, the question burning in his mind is regarding the mention of cannibalism in the heat of the moment earlier. Xiaoyang did not mince his words. People do not become evolvers just based on pure luck. Slowly, things started to click inside Li Cheng's slow brain. He remembered the early days in the steel mill when he would look after a lady and her daughter. One day, the little girl tried asking for his supply share, some kind of canned meat. He wholeheartedly offered that thing to the girl, thinking that it was not a big deal. When realization struck, Li Cheng hit that pose when a character was about to crash out. A few days later, he offered that little girl his meat. Wait, don't call the FBI. The first batch of the alleged tentacle monster attacks happened. The lady Li Cheng had been looking after had lost sight of her child. He's now realizing that those so-called tentacle monster attacks were just an elaborate excuse to thin the herd and slaughter their own people. It made him feel sick. Those fucking canned meats distributed among decent fighters were filled with human flesh. Those steel mill bosses turned him into an evolver by deceiving him into being a cannibal. Li Cheng wanted to rage. He pounded on the puddle of blood and goo that used to be his boss. He punched and screamed his heart out, letting the crimson hue paint his body. When exhaustion hit, he looked like he just came out of the womb. Then, he turned to Xiaoyang, baring his fangs, and asked if the young man also got his superhuman powers through such an abhorrent practice. Li Hongli stepped in to defuse the situation and clear the air. They are not cannibals. They know more than the average survivor. With Xiaoyang's intel, they know of other ways to gain power. He passed a mutant core to Li Cheng. It's better to show the secret than to explain. Mutant cores are not as common as human flesh, but they are far more potent and carry no side effects. As far as side effects are concerned, Li Cheng must have experienced the symptoms too. After evolving through cannibalism, the evolver tends to have a hard time regulating intense emotions. They become more prone to outbursts and committing violence. Unfortunately for Li Cheng, there is no going back to his old life. All he can do now is stop munching on human flesh so the twisted urges won't worsen. As for Shengji, Xiaoyong is just glad that the father and son have been reunited. When asked if he could speak clearly, Shengji replied with a string of gibberish that was hard to decipher. All he can do is throw vague words together, but Xiaoyong seemingly understands him well enough. Like Brother Chong, even though the mutation damaged the speech center, Shengji's mind is still reasonably intact. Right now, bringing the loathsome tentacle monster back to the base would surely scare the people. Thankfully, Shengji has become used to the city as his lair. He's just glad to see his son safe. For that alone, he's at peace. He called Xiaoyong super high IQ. That's his way of telling someone they are clever. Now that all threats are eliminated, the remaining people at the West Wind Steel Mill are left without a leading figure. Perhaps Li Cheng should take the mantle. However, he cannot trust himself at the helm after finding out that he has become a cannibal. To compromise, Xiaoyong assigned Li Hongli to take over the supervision of the steel mill, and the cop gladly accepted. As for Li Cheng, the young man swore to keep watch over the demon in his heart as long as he joined the fortress. While the bloody business in the park was wrapping up, something intense is happening in the nearby border of City S. A group of survivors are under attack. They are being chased by a bunch of bizarre creatures under a green haze blanketing the city. They had to make a bunch of tough decisions. They had to abandon those that were beyond saving. When the wiry plant bastards are upon you, running is the only option. And so, that's what they did. They ran and never looked back. Those who were left behind were subjected to an agonizing end. As the thick green smog bellows, the plants continue to take over. When they were done with their victims, the poor survivor was unrecognizable. After a few moments, a corpse taken over by seemingly sentient plant monsters rose. City S really needs a gardener. The number of survivors thinned as they ran away from the plant mutants. But the remaining lady's lungs had given up. Her man tried to force her to continue running or be torn apart. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed from nearby. Upon paying closer attention, they determined that it was the sound of wind. That means they are close to the forest edge. Well, the exit is ahead, but the mutants are hot in their heels. They cannot afford to dawdle and waste any more time. The couple in the back tried to hype each other up. Victory and safety are in sight after all. After a few more minutes of running, the light from the forest edge was finally visible. Due to no fault of her own, the lady was caught by a loose vine moving on its own like it had eyes. The vine wrapped around her neck and lifted her up in the air, blocking airflow. That green appendage belonged to a giant Venus flytrap mutant, hungry for bigger prey. Everything happened so fast. Her upper and lower body were separated like Aaron Yeager's mom. Her lower body dropped to the ground. At least she wouldn't need shirts anymore. Her man crashed out like a crazy person, calling Xiao Tong her virgin girl and whatnot. The dude is a weirdo. The group has no time to grieve. The plant mutants are close enough that their gurgling sounds have become audible. The leader of the troop had to slap the dog shit out of the crash-out dude to bring him back to Earth. Xiao Tong is dead. They can't do anything about that. Now, it's up to him if he wants to join his girl in the afterlife. In the end, the group made it out of there, entering a different city. The plant mutants continued chasing, moving as slow as proper horror villains. What they lack in speed, they make up for in numbers. They look like the Last of Us zombies low-key. The survivor leader continued running in circles until he found a place he recognized. He's positive that they've just entered M City Wilderness Park. What's strange was the lack of any and all signs of activity. It's like the park had been neatly abandoned, undisturbed by humans or zombies. With what happened in their last settlement in S City, it's no surprise that the neighbors have evacuated too. On a random street and a random street pole, the group found someone hiding and not doing a good job at it. Since the figure did not attack, they assumed it was human. So, they politely asked where the evacuation point was. Well, the guy they're asking for directions is the farthest thing from a human. It was Jiang Shengzhe, the tentacle monster. When he showed his tinted skin, dark eyes, and wriggling tentacles, the survivors realized that they were idiots. They thought Shengji was like those mindless plant mutants that had been haunting their dreams. The bums continued another round of running until they were certain that the beast was away. They deliberated on the possibility that the areas outside the forest have also fallen. Then, the hunters that have locked onto their scents have shown up once more. The gods must hate these dudes. They are sprinting marathons left and right. This time, they are surrounded on all sides. Every angle had been blocked by a coordinated encirclement. Hopeless, the survivors started breaking mentally. If they just stayed in the forest, they could have pulled through and lived for a few months. Maybe Xiao Tong would still be alive. As the plant mutants close in on their doomed position, the boys are presented with a tough choice. It looks like their leader is choosing to take matters into his own hands. Instead of being torn apart by alien creatures, he might as well do it himself. Thankfully, there is no need to do all that. Shengji's tentacles zoomed across the streets, handily deleting the heads of those frail plant mutants. This is his territory, and he won't allow foreign encroachment on the park. Back in the eastern fortress, Zhang Xiaoyong is emptily staring at his kingdom under the bright moonlight. His utopian mission has progressed quite well. Right now, his community score has grown to 62, and store points are up to 231. At this point, he can be considered rich. When you have points to burn, checking the daily shop is a treat. Right now, he can buy a level 2 armed deterrence box for 20, a level 2 black tech box for 50, or a level 3 superpower awakening supply box for 100. Xiaoyang is rarely ever surprised, but that last choice knocked his socks off. Without hesitation, he spent his points like a madman and cleaned out the shop. Armed deterrence contained an armored jeep. Black tech gave him another physical enhancement serum. Finally, the superpower awakening box contained a level 1 enslavement mark. The skill allows him to enslave one life form. He doesn't see the need to use it right now. Brother Chong, Brother Shengje, and Li Cheng are still stable. After all that spending, a chance to earn points presented itself. The mission. Weed Control Volume 1 has officially begun. He thought the mission was a literal gardening job, but things became clearer when Brother Shengji relayed updates about that encroaching army of plant mutants. Later that night, the people of the fortress gathered outside the wall to cautiously look at the tentacle monster. Shengji escorted the party he just saved to the east to meet the big boss. He's dragging a plant mutant corpse for examination. From the crowd, Shengji's wife and son ran up to him with glee. While he has no problem saying the words son, the word wife must have been wiped from his vocabulary. He called her marry me. To this day, Xiaoyang is the only one who has no trouble translating his broken speech pattern. The reunion of the family was bizarre and sweet. Tears were shed and hugs were shared. Xiaoyang immediately got down to business and examined the shriveled mutant corpse. Shengji tried to explain what happened, but he did not have enough words to form a coherent story. So, the leader of the survivor troop stepped in to elaborate. They came from City S and were forced to run away because of these mutated plant creatures. While City M is also unsafe, it's in far better shape than City S. On the way to the fortress, the new group passed by a lot of zombies roaming the area. Xiaoyang sent one of his men to retrieve his new armored jeep, parked 2 blocks from the base. Tonight, he wants to see the border between the two cities. Using the armored jeep and the survivors' guidance, they reached the place without a hitch. It's only been a few hours, but the vines have already grown a lot taller, covering more ground. To get a better understanding of the situation, Xiaoyang wants to venture deep into the jungle. Survivor Bro just got out of that hellish place, so it's understandable that he's against going back in. Well, ignoring the problem is not an option. At this rate, the nearby Westwind steel mill will get swallowed up. By then, quality of life and production will suffer. Before going a deeper dive, perhaps it would be wiser to do something else first. Xiaoyang thinks it would be better if his people could gain more strength to handle crises on their own. Old Li and his new steel mill crew will tag along too. For the next few days, everybody is going on a hunting spree. It's grinding time, baby. Speaking of the steel mill, there seems to be another troublesome mutant lurking in the area, and it's eating zombies. Thankfully, we won't have to see this ugly-ass mutant for long. Xiaoyang is on some Assassin's Creed movement tonight. In one clean slash, he dispatched the troublesome zombie-eating mutant. With the big boy out of the way, the rest of the crew were freed up to go to the ham with their firearms. They did not spare any bullets, letting it rain on the normal zombies aimlessly marching in the city. Under Xiaoyang's leadership, they would search and retrieve mutant cores from their kills. They repeated this process over and over, steadily increasing their supplies. Unbeknownst to them, an overfed evolver had been going around the city, looking for fresh human meat. Normal zombies cannot even pose a threat to this guy. He can kill normal walkers without breaking a sweat. Due to the steady decline of the human population, Mr. Evolver here has been resorting to roasting zombie meat. All he wants is a bite of some untainted human flesh. Fortunately for him, the scent of his favorite meal is being blown over to his nostrils. Under Li Hongli's leadership, the steel mill had been operating better. However, the addition of new guns in their arsenal is making some of the guards overconfident. Some of them are overextending from their perimeter just to kill zombies for fun. The scent of these guards is what the buff evolver caught a whiff of. He was licking his lips in anticipation. The best kind of meat comes from those who have not eaten their own kind before, the so-called pure humans. Buff evolver is not dumb. He can see that those people are armed with some serious firepower. Going alone might be extremely risky. He knows he has to hold back a few more days to hunt properly, but the concept of waiting makes him drool and tear up like a hungry dog. Back in the fortress, Xiaoyang is busy tinkering with his system shop again. Afterward, he called for an all-hands meeting. They have been doing a coordinated hunt for 3 days now. He assigned all the harvests to Li Hongli and Zhang Qi to split. Old Li protested that they couldn't hog all the resources when Xiaoyang everybody contributed to the hunts. The big boss struck down their concerns. For everyone else, there are plenty of weapons and ammo. What they need is to push a few top-tier fighters forward. It is a way better method than equally distributing cores and having everyone half-baked evolve. Besides, the rest of the group trusts the boss's judgment. Xiaoyang had never made a bad call before. As for Shanshan, the boss has something else for her. He invited her to an isolated room with just the two of them inside. With a hint of nervousness, she asked what was about to happen. Outside that secluded room, little Shuai, Wan, Zhang Qi, and Brother Chong eavesdropped. All they could hear was their boss telling the lady to bear with the pain. After a few minutes of suspicious noises, the door swung open, exposing the nosy bunch. Jiang Qi awkwardly gulped and commented on how fast Brother Xiaoyang finished. They thought he was clapping Shanshan's cheeks for real. Well, it's better that Jiang Qi is here anyway. At the moment, Shanshan is gently holding her arm while an empty syringe is parked on the table. She really was penetrated in some way. After absorbing so many mutant cores, Jiang Qi is basically one of the settlement's top fighters. Right now, Xiaoyang wants to see a spar between the humble Jiang Qi and the feisty Shanshan. Jiang Qi was opposed to the idea. He refused to hit girls. Hearing that statement, Xiaoyang gave Shanshan permission to slap the boy across the face. There's no need to hold back. She can use her full strength. When it comes to taking hits, Jiang Qi is quite confident in his durability after being boosted by a bunch of mutant cores. Before he could finish bragging, Shanshan unleashed a slap that nearly dislocated his jaw and disfigured his whole face. Brother Chong and Xiao Kai had to jump in and break his momentum. Shanshan was quite surprised at her sudden power-up. Xiaoyang was kind enough to inject her with a physical enhancement serum, bringing her up to the level just below Brother Chong's. Jiang Qi thought he was higher up on the totem pole of power. Of course, Xiao Kai had to trash-talk his buddy a little for being so mopey. With every preparation settled, Xiaoyang assigned everyone their respective roles for the upcoming woodland expedition. Alongside his best fighters, he selected the leader of the new troop as their guide. Mr. Leader here quickly turned down the assignment. He's already escaped that place once. He vowed to never come back. Lai Cheng goaded the man for chickening out. But Mr. Leader is reasonable. He doesn't have comrades or family in the neighboring city. He would gladly stay in the fortress to work as a laborer, away from danger. So, the guy who lost his girl stepped up to the plate and volunteered to be the guide. In western suburbs, buff evolvers are combing through buildings for someone. Day by day, his brain is functioning slower and slower. If he doesn't get fresh human meat soon, it will only get worse. The banging on his head was interrupted by the sound of banging in the distance. He quickly ran and followed the lustful sounds. Upon opening the metal door of an abandoned building, he was greeted by the sight of two couples going at it like animals in heat. Buff Evolver cleared his throat to catch their attention and stop the penetration. The foursome immediately recognized him, but they were not happy to see him again. Buff Evolver assured them that he did not come to this place to steal anything this time. In fact, he came over to share information. The women did not trust his worst at all. Everybody here had bitten the bullet and embraced being half-monsters. There is no point in lying. Buff Evolver swore that he was not lying. He found a community of pure humans, saw that they were armed to the teeth, and now he's asking for help to hunt. The half-monsters crowded him with their equally buff bodies, evaluating his every word and action. In the end, the half-monsters agreed to trust the words of the thief this once. If the bastard lied, they could just eat him instead. Just like that, he was accepted into the group. With her kitty hanging out, the redhead half-monster welcomed the new addition to their group with something tight and warm. Buff half-monster is not one to turn down such a generous offer. While something freaky was happening inside the city, Xiaoyang's group had officially entered the border. Their guide for this expedition is the broken-hearted Zhu Xingkai. Xiaoyang praised his bravery, and Xingkai asserted that he wanted revenge on those plant mutants that killed his girl. Furthermore, his parents are still trapped in the jungle. The boss will take a point, Li Cheng will cover the rear, Brother Chong and Sheng-Jie will take a left and right, and Xingkai will stay snug in the middle. Xiaoyang only dares to take this risky mission to stop the jungle from spreading into his territory. The rescues are just secondary. Suddenly, a wet vine fell and dropped some sticky stuff on his face. Immediately, Xingkai went on high alert. He's seen that sticky substance before. He yelled at the boss to move, but it was too late. The slimy vein wrapped around Xiaoyang's neck like a hungry python. The giant Venus flytrap showed itself, the exact same creature that snapped Xiao Tong in half. No one has ever escaped from that voracious mouth alive before, but that statistic won't stand for long. Xiaoyang fearlessly grabbed onto the vine and pulled. He yoinked that thing so hard, the creature's disgusting innards came out. Xingkai was aghast. He could barely form a word in surprise. The innards fell on the ground, making a dull thud in front of the big boss. It wriggled like a disgusting bag of slimy grapes. The Venus flytrap must have known what was good for it and immediately tried to escape. Xiaoyang could not be bothered to chase, so he delegated the task to Sheng-Jie and his tentacles. That mutated bastard did not disappoint. His tentacles extended and grabbed hold of the hungry plant. After securing a firm grip, he retracted the tentacles and dropped the pesky target down. Much to everybody's surprise, the flytrap activated its defense mechanism and released some green noxious fumes into the air. For some reason, the fumes did not arouse any apprehension. In fact, it smelled good. Xiaoyang was alerted. Inhaling smoke with a strangely alluring fragrance cannot be a good thing. As he was about to warn everyone to cover their noses, all sources of light around him seemed to vanish. Everyone else was experiencing a variety of the same bizarre experiences. Xingkai was struck with a strange feeling pounding in his skull. He looked around and saw the crew standing still like statues. Then, his attention was wrestled by a rustling in a nearby bush. A feminine figure emerged from the tall grass, calling to him. Upon close look, it was his girl, Xiao Tong. The image of her death is still fresh in his mind. Seeing her in the flesh once more overloaded his common sense. He walked towards her, a feeling of relief and disbelief mixing in his mind. Xiao Tong beckoned him to move a little bit closer, telling him that the rest of the survivors were nearby. Absolutely entranced by the sight of his girl, Shinkai willingly followed her voice. While that was happening, the raid on the steel mill was also underway. The half-monsters have reached the target, a whole factory filled with pure human meat. One of the boys drooled upon getting a whiff of their prey. There's nothing like pure, clean human meat to whet the appetite. The others tried to get him to calm down, but his vision had already turned crimson from insatiable hunger. Before they could restrain the dumbass, he darted forward. Unable to resist any longer, dumbass charged in, ready to devour without a plan of action. The guards immediately spotted him as soon as he got close, but these scrubs could not react in time. Before they could raise their rifles, one of their comrades had already been devoured. When the gunshots exploded, Li Hongli was alerted. The guards have never encountered a half-monster before. They could take care of mindless zombies, but this is above their pay grade. The bullets of their AK-47s were useless. Every clean hit was instantly nullified and healed. Paying no mind to the barrage of lead, the hunter did what he did best. He could have wiped out the outer guard if old Li did not show up in time to kick him in the stomach. A single attack sent the hunter spinning like a ballerina. Halfway through, he regained control of his body and made a clean landing. In this range, old Li can just pelt him with high-caliber bullets from afar. The dumbass had no choice but to retreat. From afar, he'll eat bullets. Up close, he'll get beat up. Old Li yelled at his boys to take the injured back to the infirmary and try to stop the bleeding. The dumbass half-monster limped back to his crew's hiding place, humiliated and wounded. He could not even make it back all the way without collapsing. Instead of concern, his group showed him disdain. They already told him to be patient, but he was too stupid to control his urges. The dumbass barked at his crew to stop screwing around and just give him meat for recovery. But that's not how this group works. If someone is too stupid and weak, they get ditched. Until the very end, he was conceited. Tired of his whining, one of the girls stomped on the back of his neck until he stopped breathing. Fewer mouths to feed are always better, and more meat for everybody else. So, the 4 remaining half-monsters devised a plan to get the meat holed up inside the factory. While the boys were struggling to think of a decent idea, the girls had already figured it out. They might be monsters who crave flesh, but they look human through and through. All they have to do is walk through the front door. Back in the woods, Shinkai hesitated for a bit when he felt an unnatural force pulling him to the image of Xiao Tong. The creature impersonating her is growing impatient, and the mask is slipping. Before she could do anything to Shinkai, the shapeshifter was beheaded by a flying knife. For the second time in a few days' time, the poor guy had to watch his girl die a brutal death. The one who threw that blade was Xiao Yang. Even he was mesmerized by the illusion for a second. Still reeling from the shock, Shinkai directed his rage to the big boss. Xiao Yang then forced the poor bastard to look at the bushes again. Slowly but surely, the bloody deception dissipated, revealing the truth. The girl of her dreams was nothing but a bundle of crisscrossing vines. That plant is double-cheeked up, though. I would not mind getting hypnotized at all. Afterward, Xiao Yang made the rounds to wake everybody else up from their mental prisons. Li Chung felt like several years had passed, and even the 2 mutants were affected by the mirage. Xiao Yang reckoned that the flower must have released some kind of hallucinogenic gas. To learn more, he dug into the internal structure of that bundle of vines. Maybe it's a mutant core. Unfortunately, the thing he killed was just a puppet, not the real body. The vines obviously go deep underground, and the main body is probably far away. Just for the hell of it, he followed the roots and dug up something strange. It looked like a potato taro, like it was some sort of nutrient storage organ for a freaky creature. Just in case, he sent that thing into his dimensional space. Maybe it's edible? Who knows? He turned to Shinkai for more info about these strange plant creatures. Well, he only knows how dangerous they can be. However, Old He might know a bit more. Old He is an expert from the Agricultural and Forest Research Institute. Before Shinkai and the gang escaped, that old man was stationed in a high-rise settlement. Eager to learn more, Xiaoyang switched courses to meet with this Old He fellow. Back in the steel mill, the half-monster finally pulled the trigger on their straightforward plan. Red came limping in. She acted exhausted and scared but made sure that the goods were still visible. To sell it even better, she tripped and fell near the front gate. From there, one of the guards patrolling the wall saw her. The boys immediately gathered, thinking that a survivor was running towards the settlement. As guards, they know the protocol when it comes to strangers. But any man would forget those things at the sight of Red. One of the guards wanted to report to the higher-ups first, but a simple guard just wanted to bring her into the safety of the walls. Red cried for help, and Simpguard fell for every word. From a distance, the rest of the half-monsters watched in amusement. Even they were impressed by Red's outstanding performance. Of course, the other chick won't let herself be overshadowed. She claims she's even better. Red has practically secured safe passage into the den of fresh meat. Back in the woods, the crew is having a hard time navigating through the limited light of the dense jungle. Thankfully, they reached the next city without more trouble. When they got within earshot of the old base camp, someone called Shinkai's name. Peeking through a wall was his Aunt Yang. Under normal circumstances, he would have run straight into her arms, but he almost died earlier because of that. He wiped his eyes and Xiaoyang laughed. He assured the dude that they were no longer under the effect of the hallucinogenic gas. On the other side, Auntie Yang's camp is also freaking out. thinking that whoever comes out of the woods is an enemy. Some wanted to grab Shinkai and bring him to safety, while the others weren't even sure if it was him anymore. Aunt Yang seems to be on the fight first. Ask about the later side. She led a few men to attack with their various weapons, hoping to catch the intruders by surprise. Shengji could easily wipe these people off the face of the planet in one sweep, but Xiaoyang urged everyone to calm down. A couple of arrows flew in their direction, and the big boss easily swatted them away with his bare hands. With his commanding voice, he yelled at the opposing strangers to stand down, and it seemed to work. Shinkai jumped in the middle to convince his aunt that these people with him were not enemies. Aunt Yang seemed convinced enough and ordered her boys to stop shooting their useless shots. Shinkai elaborated that Xiaoyang and the gang are from outside the jungle. When asked about the rest of the party, Shinkai had to break the news that half of his friends were killed or injured, including Xiao Tong. When asked to be let inside, the city's people were naturally ambivalent about the idea. The main reason was, of course, Brother Chong and Brother Shengji. The big boss chimed in to offer some assurances. He even asked the mutants to say something to ease the tension. Brother Chong removed his mask and asserted that even if he's ugly, he's actually very gentle. Shengji, on the other hand, flexed his muscles so that everyone could gawk at him. Xiaoyang was embarrassed. He thought the two would act normally. After much deliberation, Auntie Yang finally permitted them entry. Back in the steel mill, Shanshan Akira drifted to the front gate to check on their people in the west. He radioed old Li to open the gates. Before going in, her sharp senses picked up something hostile lurking nearby. It was faint, and it came as fast as it went. The half-monsters quickly retracted their bloodlust and continued hiding. Old Li personally opened the door for Shanshan. Once she was inside, the half-monsters could finally breathe. They almost got exposed. All three of them sensed that the girl was an evolver, a pure evolver at that. They never thought it would be possible. Regardless, all they could think about was how good she would taste. Furthermore, eating an evolver would surely grant them a huge power boost. Shanshan went straight to the infirmary to check on the victims attacked by that madman earlier. Xiaoyang put Shanshan in charge of carrying the infection inhibitors in case something like this happened. Old Li felt hesitant. His men have been bitten for hours and are yet to exhibit any symptoms. It's highly likely that the guy who attacked them was not a zombie. There are so many questions in the air, and Red asserts that she has the answer. She alleged that in the western suburbs, mutated people have gathered to hunt humans. Old Li had never seen Red before, but it sounds like the woman knows what she's talking about. She cried and added that those mutants are worse than zombies. They are intelligent and hungry for flesh. According to her, she barely escaped the grasp of one after coming across a bike. To Old Li, it sounds like Red led the damn problem into his lawn. Red profusely apologized for causing trouble, and the simp guard immediately backed her up by condemning Old Li for passing blame. Li Hongli cleared up that he just wants to know everything he can about the enemy. So, Red warned everyone to get ready for another wave of attack. Seeing as the poor woman doesn't even have clothes on, Old Li urged her to get some rest first. While the rest of the group petered out of the room, Shanshan was the only one keeping a close eye on that newcomer. She can't quite put her finger on it, but something about Red rubs her the wrong way. In the end, she attributed it to the paranoia and stress, given how heavy his responsibilities are these days. Back in City S, the group had finally reached the high-rise located in an area covered in green smog. Xiaoyang asked why the survivors did not use a more convenient location with stronger structures nearby. Well, that's because staying low on the ground is a death sentence in this city. The green mist gets denser the lower you go. Breathing in this nasty stuff for too long will turn a normal human into a plant mutant. Only buildings with 10 floors or higher are safe as the fog is thin enough. Everybody took the stairs and continued talking on the way up. At the top of the high-rise, Xiaoyang finally met up with Professor He. They gave the rundown of the situation outside the jungle and the problems in the other city, lowering morale. After explaining the mutant situation, Xiaoyang invited Brother Chong and Shengji to come in and meet everyone in the high-rise settlement. As for T-City, B-City, or abroad, there is no available information out there. Up to now, there are no signs of organized rescue. Everyone is on their own. Xiaoyang brought out the weird potato he dug up earlier and asked the professor what he knew about it. Professor. He calmly identified it as the tuber of those plant mutants. It is edible, and the high-rise people have been living off it for a while now. If not for the food shortage, they would not have dared to eat something that looked so freaky. Nevertheless, good survival food is an impactful discovery. Their meeting was interrupted by an emergency happening right outside the building. Looking out the windows, one can see a ton of plant mutants gathering and surrounding the high-rise. They identified the enemies as something called flower carts. Hearing that term turned Professor He's expression dark. Flower carts might become the cause of death for everyone in this building today. The professor raised his voice and demanded everyone's attention. Women and kids must climb up to the top floor and lock themselves in sealed rooms. Everyone who can fight must take arms. Professor. He would rather let a few survive than let everyone die. His people listen to him. They are willing to lay their lives on the line for the settlement. Professor. He reckoned that Xiaoyang was still young, so he should join the others in hiding on the higher floors. The big boss scoffed and assured the professor that he'd be just fine. In fact, he's a little curious about what kind of monster could scare everybody this badly. Professor He warned everyone that if they failed to reach the flower cart's core body in time, everyone would be as good as dead. You see, the flower cart can control other plant mutants. It likely uses something akin to pheromones and can launch large-scale organized attacks. Its main body must be nearby, and it is pissed. Much to the professor's panic, Xiaoyong opened the window to the room. He pulled out a rifle out of thin air with the intent to test the enemy's strength first. From the top floor, he sniped the encroaching plant mutants one by one. As expected, those buggers are incredibly resilient. They can regenerate fatal injuries in just a moment. Still, Xiaoyong wants to test the limits of that overpowered regenerative ability. He focus-fired one of the mutants, turning its body into Swiss cheese from afar. Like the other ones, this bullet-ridden insult to Mother Nature stood strong, but it only held on to dear life for a bit before collapsing on the ground. Going by that experiment, it seems like killing one of those bastards requires 2 magazines. It's hardly a good trade, so it's no wonder everyone's so scared. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoyong has a near-infinite supply of weapons and ammo stashed in his personal dimension. Pulling dozens of crates out of thin air was shocking enough. But when the young man used his bare hands to pry those nailed wooden crates open, the high-rise people were befuddled. The crates contained the natural counter for plants and Molotov cocktails. Xiaoyong instructed the high-risers to use those crates in case any of the mutants slipped through the cracks. Without elaborating, the young man jumped out of the window without delay. His mutant brothers swiftly followed suit. 3 insane bastards leaped off the 16th floor like they didn't value their lives. At least their landings were cool. Each one posed for maximum aura gain as they stunted the ugly plant mutants. As soon as they entered the melee range, the eager creatures rushed in. They were met by Xiaoyong's hand digging into their wiry skulls. With one forceful pull, the big boss beheaded the first enemy that crossed him. Brother Chong was no slouch either. He was fast and strong, and his fighting style was comparable to that of the boss. As for Shengji, this dude is just pure aura and hype moments. His tentacles did most of the work, and it was bloody and glorious. Professor. He finally realizes how dumb he sounded when he urged Xiaoyong to hide earlier. Thankfully, Li Cheng was also up there to prime everyone to deal with stragglers. He took over and invited anyone confident in their skills to grab Molotov cocktails and guard the stairwell. Seeing hope for the first time in months, the morale of the high-rise residents could not get any higher. Downstairs, Xiaoyong cleaned up the remaining mutant plant that was to be disposed of. Like clockwork, he tasked his mutant brothers to search and check the bodies for cores. As for him, he's itching to personally see that flower cart thing everybody's raving about. The few stragglers that snuck past the killing machines were easily dealt with using fire. Thanks to Xiaoyong and his crew, there were no casualties this time around. While everybody was busy making sure that the high-rise was safe, our boy followed his instincts deep into the woodlands. He traversed the land like a damn shinobi, and finally found the twisted thing, the subject of everybody's nightmare, the flower cart. In the middle of the woods, the main body and the beast causing all the problems in City S is coughing the green fog. Suddenly, every nerve in his body demanded that he jump out of danger. Xiaoyong followed his instinct and avoided a one-hit kill. Such a powerful force might be equivalent to Zhang Shengji's tentacles. Still, Big Boss here has gotten pretty good at fighting tentacle types over the past few weeks. All he really has to do is outclass the thing in a contest of sheer power. Feeling threatened, the flower cart spewed a thick cloud of spores. Unfortunately for the poor beast, Xiaoyong never falls for the same trick twice. Before the spores reached him, he drew in a deep breath and held it in his lungs. While the field is filled with those nasty green clouds, the flower cart starts wriggling around like a bug. It dropped its balls, and feet emerged from underneath them. The flower cart is trying to flee with its plethora of disgusting limbs. That pitiful attempt at escaping won't work against Zhang Xiaoyong. He moved his fingers to draw a sigil and summoned the slave mark. His new power swirled around the mutated beast. A few minutes later, the people in the survivor building were alerted by the arrival of Flower Cart's true body. Professor, he was beside himself. He'll never forget how brutal that beast was with its twisted form. After parking his new slave in the driveway, Xiaoyong pulled up as if it were business as usual. He just asked Zhang Shengji and Brother Chong if they harvested every mutant core downstairs. In his own broken language, Shengji reported collecting quite a bit of cores. Brother Chong translated reliably. One of his mutant buddies talks like he's chewing gravel, and the other spouts gibberish. Listening to them is exhausting. Then, Professor he brought up the elephant in the room. What the hell is with the flower cart parked in the building's driveway? Xiaoyong nonchalantly answered that the mutant was one of them now. To convince the survivors, he brought them out to the parkway to prove that there was no need to be afraid anymore. The old professor bit the bullet and approached the veiny anomaly. He touched the flower cart with apprehension and asked how the hell the young man tamed such a monster. Ignoring his question, Xiaoyong asked what the professor's opinion about the plant was as a seasoned botanist. The old man reckoned that although it's mutated to an unrecognizable degree, it should still retain its botanical instincts and traits. Just like in the animal kingdom, competition among plants can be just as brutal. Instead of prey, the fight for sunlight is a constant theme in their world. For example, trees were forced to evolve and grow taller to capture more sunlight, while the lower growing plants adapted in their own ways. That's why in denser forests, the thicker the canopy, the sparser the grass. His professional guess is that the flower cart evolved its aggression because it lost the early advantage during mutation. With sunlight out of the option, it had to adapt and use other living beings as sustenance. Suddenly, Flower Cart extended one of its vines, heading for Xiaoyang. Li Cheng quickly reacted and pulled out a tiny baby knife to defend his boss. Wholly unaffected, the young man asked his underling to stand down and let the vine proceed. With the slave mark in place, it is completely impossible for the thing to disobey. It turns out that the vine was heading for his spine. Upon connecting with his skin, the vine transmitted something directly into his neural pathways. Flower Cart communicated that the professor's analysis was spot on. The entire S-City has become a battlefield for mutant plants. They now rely on devouring animals and humans for nutrients. Since the hulking tumor plant had now become his servant, Flower Cart's survival is now Xiaoyang's responsibility. To express its gratitude, Flower Cart opened up and exposed its radioactive-looking core. As a sign of mutual trust, it willingly handed the spongy core to its new master. Upon making contact with Xiaoyang's palm, the core seamlessly integrated itself into his body. As usual, Li Cheng was worried. But this was a simple ritual to cement the master and servant symbiosis. To try out what he gained from this ritual, Xiaoyang whisked his palm out. Out of nowhere, an array of vines spawned and shot out with great impact. The vines swiftly wrapped around a nearby tree, holding it with great force. Then, with a simple thought, Xiaoyang's vine crushed the thick tree trunk into 2 pieces. Shengji was befuddled. As far as he can tell, the vines were stronger than his own tentacles. In that moment, Xiaoyang unlocked the gardener achievement, rewarding him with a hefty 150 points. While City S was being liberated, the Western Steel Mill was under attack by an unknown threat. That cannibalistic mutant redhead had been laying down hooks, and the survivors in the mill kept on taking the bait. After hearing a knock on her door, she put on a helpless look and opened her room to a man trying to deliver a late-night snack. A pretty tasty one at that. She was an expert in pretending to be the damsel in distress. The boy, on the other hand, is trying to look like the ultimate good guy concerned for the newcomer. Red provocatively grabbed him closer and extended her sincere thanks. Taking that as a go signal, the horn dog pounced at the helpless woman like a thirsty gooner. She quickly pulled back, going inside her room startled. To his credit, the horn dog apologized for interpreting the signal wrongly. Well, that wasn't the case really. Red just wanted to take this thing of theirs outside the factory on account of the thin walls of the room. Of course, the poor dude followed her. It was a hook, line, and sinker deal. Outside the steel mill walls, the two played hide the sausage as loud as they could. When they finished, his soul was completely drained. He was absolutely smitten by Red's beauty and technique. They've already exchanged multiple kinds of bodily fluids, and he never even bothered to ask for her name. Suddenly, the romantic mood dissipated when he noticed something nearby. Horndog saw a torn sleeve of his buddy's jacket sticking out of a filthy plastic drum. When he opened the lid, he was greeted by the sight of gory innards and an unrecognizable blood soup. At that moment, Red pounced at her prey, wrapping her claws around his neck. At least the poor dude had his balls emptied before getting cannibalized. Outside the steel mill, Red's group was still hanging around and hiding themselves. Musclehead got caught napping, and he was whacked behind the head. He was assigned to keep watch, and Baldy doesn't tolerate dozing off on the job. This was extremely important. They need to be ready for when Red finally gives them a signal to launch their attack. While the boys are arguing, Blondie starts to feel antsy because of Red's lack of signal. It is starting to feel like Red is hogging all the fresh, untainted meat in that mill for herself. So, the three decided to check around the factory to see any traces of that selfish bitch. With their superior sense of smell, they were guided towards the leftovers. They found the drums of discarded blood and guts. Now they're sure that Red had decided to go solo. Blondie assured the boys that there was a simple solution for this. If Red can charm her way in, so can she. Already betrayed once tonight, Baldy was naturally opposed to the idea. They already have one meat hog. Sending in another would be stupid. Musclehead had to step in to try and pull Baldy away from Blondie. She is not entirely wrong. She's their best and only shot at getting in right now. Baldy can see that too. He agreed to send Blondie in but warned her that if she copies Red, he will storm in and kill the traitorous bitches even if he dies in the process. So, after a little more deliberation, they went with the plan that succeeded earlier. Blondie put on her best helpless act and knocked at the gates. At first, the guards stationed at the front gate were up in arms with their pistols. Close to tears, Blondie gave them the spill about how she was being chased by zombies and barely escaped with her life. Upon seeing her assets, the horny guards praised their luck for getting another baddie after rescuing one not long ago. Some would even argue that Blondie has a better figure. Before Blondie was let in without the required examination, Red stormed out of the mill to warn the boys to not trust the witch. She asserted that Blondie was the mutant disguised as a human that had tried to eat her before. Red erratically yelled at the boys to shoot the flesh-eating bitch. Trusting the newcomer's words, they emptied their magazines on the lady, chasing her out of the gate. Blondie felt the bullets going through her flesh and body, leaving lethal wounds. Riddled with holes, she tripped and accidentally exposed what was under the short dress. The guards ran back inside to get some gasoline to burn her body. That gave Blondie enough time to recover a little and escape. These guards were so incompetent. There were 3 of them, and they didn't leave one to guard the body. While they reported the incident to brother Lee and sister Shan, Blondie had already limped her way back to her group. After spending all her energy to retreat, she slumped down to their feet. Knowing that she's damaged goods now, Blondie begged them to be spared. She even swore to do whatever they say from now on. Baldy did not even budge at her desperate pleas. They are the same kind, and they know what being compromised means. He grabbed a big boulder with one hand and lifted that thing above his head. Well, they can always come up with a new plan to secure the food in the settlement. Before he could crush her head with the boulder, Baldy's blood was spilled first. Musclehead intervened and slit the bastard's throat from behind. His bald-ass head hit the floor, and his headless body followed thereafter. Musclehead licked his blade clean, savoring the blood. Blondie thanked him profusely, and he promised to give her Baldy's arm and leg to heal just enough. As for the rest of their buddy's meat, Musclehead will feast. Blondie could tell that Musclehead acted with greed in mind. If she was the one who died tonight, Musclehead would get nothing but scrap meat. With this ambush, he gets the upper hand and the lion's share. Back inside the steel mill, the leaders are finally taking note of the increasing number of missing members. Li Hongli is stressed. What kind of leader would he be if these missing cases kept on happening under his nose? Having had enough of this mysterious problem, Shan Shan decided to make her move. She surveyed the outskirts of the steel mill, hoping to see any sort of clue. It did not take her long to find the bloody drums of horror and slaughter. She brought some more armed men over, and they confirmed that their boy's torn jacket was mixed with the viscera. They even saw Horndog's shoe floating in there. Red felt as though the walls were starting to close on her. That Baldy and his gang must have dug up her leftovers and left them in the open. Shan Shan doesn't see any signs of a struggle inside or around the settlement. It had been a pretty quiet night too. So, she turned to the newcomer and asked what this all meant. Knowing that she's fucked, Red's whole body shivered. She can't exactly use her usual moves on Shan Shan. Without hesitation, Sister Shan drew her blade and tossed it toward Red's vital points. The cannibalistic newcomer felt her life flashing before her eyes through the tip of the blade. Before the dagger could be stabbed into her ample chest, Red collected herself and dashed out of the way with her inhuman speed. The knife sped past her and decimated some poor trees. Shan Shan was the only one who suspected Red when she first arrived, and now they have confirmation. Red realized how this looked. She is completely exposed now. Her free meat scam is short-lived. Put in a desperate position, she lunged towards the nearest dude she could grab. She brought out a knife she stashed in God knows where and took the guy hostage, threatening to slit the poor guy's throat if anybody moved. Shan Shan pushed back. If the bitch killed another one of their people, Red wouldn't be walking out of here alive. Red could not accept that she was caught by a young lady. If push comes to shove, she will accept death just to take a few guys with her to the afterlife. Slowly, she walked away from the crowd while continuously hurling threats to slice her hostage's carotid artery open. Once she was far enough, Red grabbed her hostage's gun and kicked him to the curb. She shot the poor guy in the ass out of spite and booked it out of the steel mill's outskirts. Maintaining her calm, Shan Shan grabbed her gun and aimed with utmost precision. She pulled the trigger and managed to pop the cannibal in multiple places. Red powered through the new holes in her body while bleeding out. Refusing to let the mutant bitch off, Shan Shan ran for her bike to chase. Li Hongli stepped in to discourage her from doing so. They don't know if Red has a group waiting for her. Just to be safe, they have to lock down the settlement. Uncle Lee made a lot of sense. Shan Shan efficiently ordered their boys to heighten the screening of new survivors. Newcomers will be quarantined in the safe house. For now, she'll head back to the main fortress to get them up to date about the looming threat. In all honesty, Li Hongli was quite impressed by the young woman's capability and decisiveness in handling such a tricky situation. Back in the woods of S-City, normal mutated plant undead are still roaming freely. But not for long. To get some practice with his new ability, Zhang Xiaoyong and Sheng Jie led the whole pack while clearing obstacles with their vines and tentacles. For these two overpowered mutants, clearing out the area was as simple as breathing. This process freed Brother Chong and Li Cheng to retrieve cores and burn down their bodies. They made quite a big bonfire using undead bodies as firewood. Professor. He didn't know whether to feel safe with their savior or feel a sense of pressure in front of their power. Xiaoyong's ongoing Utopia mission is accelerating and netting him a lot of points to spend. His group is firing on all cylinders. With the threat of plant mutants trivialized, it did not take too long for Xiaoyong's crew and the survivors of S-City to reach the main fortress. Uncle Sheng welcomed them and gave the young boss a rundown of what happened while he was briefly away. Xiaoyong introduced the people of S-City, led by the botany expert from the Agricultural and Forestry Academy, Professor He. For now, S-City people will stay in the fortress temporarily. After preparations are in place, they will be moved to the edge of the city jungle. In there, they will establish a third settlement. At that moment, Shan Shan pulled up on her bike. With urgency, she reported everything that happened in the western steel mill and proposed the same heightened security for the main fortress. The rigorous screening process won't apply to Professor He's people. The boss already vouched for them. After receiving news that they had lost a few people in the steel mill, Xiaoyong wasn't alarmed. He took it as good news instead. The more threats loom over his utopia, the more mission rewards he can reap. Speaking of missions, The 4th volume of the Villain Vanquisher mission just started. Eliminating threats from the western outskirts would give him a chunky 120 points. Meanwhile, Red, who just fled within an inch of her life, finally reached the hiding spot. She heard footsteps and felt her black heart skip a beat. The recently recovered Blondie loomed over the traitorous bitch and laughed at her fumble. Injured and forced to crawl back to the animals she had just betrayed, Red tried to excuse her actions as a big misunderstanding. She nearly got Blondie killed, so a death sentence is more than justified. Blondie urged Musclehead to clobber Red to death so they could at least feast on her meat. As a response, Musclehead used his rusty metal pipe, which is on Blondie. Just like before, he came from behind and eliminated a teammate. At this point, it's Blondie's fault for showing her back to a known scumbag. Musclehead has no qualms about using the same trick twice. Knowing that she's done for, Blondie warned Red not to trust the guy. He's just doing this to stay in the most advantageous position and would betray anyone without hesitation. At this point, Red doesn't really mind as long as it's not her getting whacked. As one last try to convince Musclehead to keep her alive, she tried to remind her of Red's betrayal. For cannibalistic mutants like them, words don't hold value anymore. Since that didn't work, Blondie tried to offer Musclehead her body. Unfortunately for her, Musclehead prefers redheads over blondes. Using his bare hands, he finished Blondie off. What followed was his usual scheme. He offered Red an arm and a leg to recover while he feasted on the rest of Blondie's meat. Back in the main fortress, the higher-ups are discussing what to do against the cannibals prowling in the west. Li Cheng himself was an unaware cannibal not long ago, but based on Shan Shan's report, these mutants are so much worse. These people have been completely stripped of their human restraints. They are extremely selfish, short-sighted, angry, indulgent, gluttonous, bloodthirsty, and addicted to human meat. Xiaoyang made note of dealing with this bunch of freaks in the west, but he's got more urgent matters to take care of right now. Lai Cheng will return to the steel mill as added support and to straighten security out. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed without any major incidents occurring. Somewhere in the woods, a group of survivors are contemplating relocation. If they stay in their current hideout, they'll all die. So, they packed their remaining food and essentials and braved the woods. They chose to venture out in the dark since the plant creatures are more active during the day. Unfortunately for them, the time of departure didn't matter. They were still spotted by a battalion of mutant plants. At the initial contact, a lot of them were captured and consumed right off the bat. The remaining group tried their hardest to run for their lives but ended up trapped in a deadly encirclement. There was one path left, but there were some spooky noises coming from the path. They'd be dead either way, so they might as well risk going down a possibly dangerous route. After a few more miles of running, the survivors were completely and utterly winded. Interrupting their run, a massive tree came careening down towards their position. The group ran to take cover, scared of what kind of creature could knock a whole tree over. When the dust settled, they saw a group of people chopping down trees using chainsaws. One of the survivors recognized Zhu Xingkai among the loggers. Xingkai was taken aback by seeing a familiar face, a dude named Liang. He gave his buddy the rundown of how they had settled down in M City. Then, the sound of plant mutant footsteps getting closer interrupted the reunion. Seeing Liang freaking out, Xingkai laughed. There's no need to get so worked out about a bunch of plant freaks at this point. Casually, Xingkai pulled out a radio and reported a creature encounter in his squad's area. After relaying the message, he invited Liang and his boys to join them and step out of the way. A few moments later, the anti-plant squad pulled up with full gear equipped with flamethrowers. Liang and his boys were absolutely floored. The firing squad took position and fired up the grills to cook some mindless undead. With their flamethrowers, they burned the bastards, making the mutants growl and scream in pain. Li Cheng, Brother Chong, and Shengji also stopped over. At this point, they barely need to lift a finger to deal with minor inconveniences like this. Liang could not believe that there was a human force out there that had gathered such terrifying strength. Well, it's all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang. Liang saw the mutated duo with Li Cheng and almost shat his pants. Xingkai and the others have long since gotten used to working with the two. Dismissing Liang's worries, Xingkai invited his buddy to be part of the settlement and meet the legendary chief. The third settlement that they established on the edge of the jungle had progressed smoothly. They even successfully built a whole farm. Liang could not believe his eyes. While they were living in fear, someone had figured out how to farm in a jungle full of plant monsters. It's not normal farming either. They were growing mutated crops. Seeing the mutated potato in his hand, Liang rightfully freaked out and threw it away. Xingkai explained that the crops are practically the same as the walking and munching plant creatures by nature, but they modified it into a high-yield and easy-to-harvest food crop, just like everything else. This is all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang. For this project, Professor He spearheaded the farming process of mutated crops as an edible and fruitful source of food. Thanks to Xiaoyang's connection with Flower Cart, modifying the properties of mutated crops is super easy. In fact, they are close to harvest season already. The land reclamation is going smoothly. The old professor oversees expansion, and Li Cheng takes care of security. Now that the third settlement is in a stable state, it's about time to go deal with those cannibal bastards in the western outskirts. In M City's borders, two people walk leisurely, as if they own the place. Of course, it was Zhang Xiaoyang and Brother Chong. The muzzled mutant warned his chief that someone was tailing them. Xiaoyang could sense that they were being hounded by a group on par with Zhang Qi's team back in the fortress. The duo's plan of action is quite straightforward: get Brother Chong fed. As expected, Red and Musclehead were the ones trying to hunt them, eager to jump for the perfect chance to feast. Before she could jump into action, Musclehead stopped the impulsive lady from attacking carelessly. From their position, he could see that they were a tad bit too late. Some other group had already claimed the prey. A large group of cannibal mutants filled with bulky men and curvaceous women wearing impractical outfits crowded Xiaoyang and Brother Chong. They were practically salivating at the sight of such a top-quality catch. Poor stupid cannibals, man. This rabid group had never seen a pure evolver like Xiaoyang ever before. If they can get a taste of his meat, who knows the extent of upgrade they can get? Because of Brother Chong, they assumed that the young man had the ability to control zombies. Maybe they can absorb that ability upon consumption too. They would be unstoppable if that's the case. Meanwhile, Red couldn't help but click her tongue and give way to the bigger squad. Musclehead, on the other hand, wants to stay around and watch the situation develop. Not even a minute passed, and chaos had already erupted downstairs. Brother Chong moved like an unleashed beast as he tore through the evolvers like they were made of paper. Zhang Xiaoyang wielded his blade with finesse and undeterred calm. With every slash, he claimed heads. The dumbass squad, at least what was left of them, booked it out of that area as soon as it became clear that they were the prey, not the predators. One of the unfortunate cannibals tried to run away by scaling a nearby building, the building that Red and Musclehead were hiding in. This puts them in a precarious position. If that young man turns his attention to their spot, they would be cooked. Unfortunately for them, that fear might just happen as Xiaoyang lifted a massive piece of steel beam as though it weighed next to nothing. With perfect aim, he threw that thing with perfect form, sending the construction fixture speeding like a bullet. The steel beam stabbed into the poor evolver, eviscerating his body from the back. No one can take Xiaoyang's pipe and survive. Red and Musclehead were inches away from becoming collateral damage as they were painted by the evolver's blood and guts. Putting his blade away, Xiaoyang rejoiced at the sudden windfall. Since these cannibals were decently strong, they must have fully formed variant cores. Up in the building, Red and Musclehead did not dare to move or even breathe until the Omega-level threat downstairs was gone. After confirming that the young man and the muzzled zombie had left, they surveyed the aftermath and found that only 3 corpses had been eaten. They hit the jackpot by waiting and hiding. They can feast on the rest of these high-quality corpses. While continuing their patrol along the western outskirts, Xiaoyang criticized Brother Chong for wasting meat and having such a small appetite. Suddenly, he sensed some movements inside one of the many abandoned structures. Turning his attention to its direction, the young man summoned his blade once more. Knowing that he's already spotted, some random guy popped out of the dark with a crossbow in hand, warning them not to get any closer. In a single glance, Xiaoyang could tell that this was just a normal dude, some unevolved civilian. Even though Four Eyes is threatening to shoot, anyone can see how terrified he is to even pull the trigger. So, Xiaoyang went with a gentler approach and tried talking first. Freaked out by every little movement, Four Eyes anxiously raised his weapon and sent one of his arrow bolts with a flick of a finger. At this point, normal weapons like these can't even threaten the chief. Xiaoyang grabbed that puny thing out of the air with casual ease. Seeing his only weapon turned obsolete so easily demoralized Four Eyes severely. In the blink of an eye, the young man he intended to shoot closed the dozens of meters of distance between them with a single step. To prevent any more fuckery from happening, Xiaoyang snatched the weapon out of the civilian's hands. Ignoring Four Eyes, he coolly yelled for the other people inside the building to come out, assuring them that he was not a cannibal. Just as he expected, there were about a dozen civilians bunking in this abandoned structure, and all of them were scared for their lives. At this stage of the apocalypse, Xiaoyang finds it admirable that a few people have managed to survive without resorting to cannibalism. For now, he chose to tag along as they traversed the night for a better spot. Four Eyes shared that they are heading for a steel mill in the southern suburbs called Shifeng. They picked up a radio broadcast message about some sort of settlement taking in survivors there. At least that was the initial plan. They eventually gathered that regular people could not possibly survive against the cannibals roaming the suburbs. In their travels, the group caught wind of word about a human settlement in the northern outskirts, actively hunting down bloodthirsty cannibals. They have it on good authority that the place exists. Word in the streets is that the leader of the settlement is strong enough to fight 5 or 6 cannibals by himself without breaking a sweat. Still, the western outskirts alone have at least 1,000 cannibals roaming around. One guy can't possibly protect everyone. Four Eyes believes that cannibalistic evolvers rarely form groups and prefer hunting alone. Some of the people in his group argue that he's mistaken in that regard, though. Four Eyes firmly believe that if cannibals cooperated on a large scale, all of them would have died from infighting by now. The dissenter in the group just wants to stick to the original plan of heading for Zifeng Steel Mill in hopes of reuniting with his brother, even when the chances of that brother surviving are close to 0. Those Zifeng people might even be cannibals themselves. Four Eyes was partially right in his assessment. The previous leaders of the steel mill were absolute bloodhounds, but the new chief was right in front of them. Xiaoyang casually explained how he killed the evolvers that used to run that place and changed the whole bloody system. As for the dissenter, He tearfully communed that his brother's name is Li Cheng, a former deputy officer in the southern suburbs. The same Li Cheng that's been folded into the chief's inner circle,